Good morning, everybody, and we are back with day 2 at the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship from the Planet Word Museum in downtown Washington, D.C. We had amazing games yesterday, but today we are going to have several more games in the main event, followed by our one-game championship matches where we crown our North American School Scrabble champions, one of whom about 10 years ago was my co-commentator, Cooper Komatsu. Cooper, I am so excited for today's games.
Good morning, Will. And I am so happy that we'll be able to see both the high school finals and the elementary school, middle school finals. This is just going to be an action packed day of Scrabble.
Yeah, so many strong teams and players in contention, and we are going to be hopping back into our middle school division where the players play in pairs, and we can get a quick look potentially at the standings coming into the day to look at some of how the top teams have fared so far. So we'll be bringing up those standings in just a moment here. There we go. This is our report card standing screen brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble, the team behind all of the live streaming that you see, as well as the event production of the School Scrabble Championship. And you can see two teams undefeated, Andrew and Alan, and Leone and Lisette, and the latter of which we are about to see on stream right now, Cooper.
Yeah, we haven't seen Leone and Lisette play yet, and judging by their record and their spread, they are really good players. The other team we have is the Big Cheese, who we did see yesterday on stream.
Yeah.
Also very impressive, very funny as kids.
Yeah, they are really hilarious kids. I got to interview them as well on Friday before the event, and I'm super excited for this game. You saw Ben and Calvin, the Big Cheese, I believe, at 5th in the standings right there. So this is a matchup of two teams with very real chances to make the finals. So with that, let's preview that matchup. If we can take a look at our players seated at the table, you see Leone and Lisette, their team name, the pink fluffy unicorns, striking fear into the hearts of their opponents, versus, again, we saw yesterday, the Big Cheese, Ben and Calvin on the right. So we can let our players get started, but once again, a huge thank you, you see in the middle of your screen, to our most generous sponsor, that is Hasbro. Could not do this event without Hasbro's support. Thank you so much to Hasbro for their support of the school event. So here we go, Cooper. We are underway, Leone and Lisette, with the first move, and they have yet to lose a game. And I had not heard of this team prior to the event. And that's some of the fun of this event, is seeing which teams come out of nowhere with great preparation and surprise us all.
Yeah, maybe I'm not locked in enough to the school Scrabble scene, but uh, I cannot wait to watch them display their skills here. And we see two I's and a U, also the CH combination. Interesting rack.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Certainly, you like that CH on the rack. You're going to be trying to find something there. That you can, looks like they have Chubb set up on the rack.
Be looking at club.
So yeah, um, looks like Kai is set up there.
Uh, yeah, Kai would potentially undouble those I's. Chubb might do a good job at scoring. Yeah, a lot of moves, nothing necessarily standing out.
Yeah, if it seems like maybe the best reasonable 5-letter word they might be able to find here is chili, but they're going to go with ick. This is, if, well, at least they're considering it, and that shows a really advanced word knowledge to know this slightly obscure 3-letter word as opposed to Chi, the Greek letter, which you might know more. But this is an interesting choice because you're setting up your L for lich if you were to draw something good. Maybe that's on their mind, Cooper.
Yeah, this word has a number of front hooks. You have the L, you have the R for rich, which you see is on Ben and Calvin's rack. And I happened to see earlier that they had Fannier, Fannier, set up on their rack. maybe considering putting that down, but that would not be a word. So, looking at other options here, it seems like maybe that front hook to rich might be key to getting a move that scores pretty well if they do see that. But they're looking at Finn right now. This keeps a very, very bingo prone leave in NAIER. And
Wow, look at that though.
oh,
Unbuilt.
wow.
Is it possible that the play of Finn, they clearly were thinking, oh no, of course, there we go. They've got a
UN.
nice place for it. But look at that, Leone and Lisette. I think we're getting our evidence of how has this team reached 5-0 plus 400. They found unbuilt instantly, a bingo with two U's, Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, unbuilt, a word that you can know and think is a word, but looking for a bingo even with two U's and a B, it's not necessarily a situation where you're like, I need to see if there's a bingo in this rack, but they set it up, played it pretty instantaneously, and now it's over to Ben and Calvin to see what they can do on this turn.
That is really, really impressive to be able to spot that one. And yeah, the only question is what do Ben and Calvin potentially have through some of these really nice letters? Looks like they're about to play Bater or Beater, Banter. All of those do very nicely. It looks like there were no bingos there, so very well spotted by Ben and Calvin to come up with one of their highest scoring plays and block their opponents from playing through that triple. So good spot there by Ben and Calvin, but really impressed by that bingo from Leone and Lisette. And they've drawn the dreaded Q, but at least they've got a U to work with, maybe, Cooper.
Yeah, they put that U out in space. At the worst, they have something like quad or Cade or Kadi, something like that, just to get rid of the Q. And it seems like immediately they've picked it up, looking to dump it somewhere.
I wonder if they're going to think because they've got that S in reserve that it makes a lot of sense for them to play quad, setting up the squad hook. That, of course, they do already have the S hook on the board of X. I'm not sure if I'm saying that one right, but you get an even better one by playing quad here. So, yeah, this could be a really great option for them right here.
That is really clever that it does set up that squad hook, and that'll be really nice for their S in the long term. But we see that Ben and Calvin have drawn the blank along with nice letters to go with it. Looks like they're quickly laying down reptile.
Great find, but I thought there were so many of their tiles in the right place that maybe they would think to rearrange their L and I, and they would think to
Mm,
play replies and squad, which gets them a little more points and doesn't open that triple, but still a great find by the big cheese. And it's back over to Leone and Lisette, and they get a nice triple to work with here with the Z and X on the rack. They should definitely have some great options here to score points one way or another. I'm curious if there's any kind of cool shenanigans you can do playing your Z while creating a really good spot for the X.
oh, I
That's
could see
something
that.
that's really tricky to think of things like that, but could be available here potentially.
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out about Ben and Calvin's play, the previous two turns they had Fannier and Beanier set up at different points, uh, had the site not to play it and wait until they did have a bingo on their rack. So Reptile, a nice find for them, but Leone and Lisette coming down with Res, very strong, keeping EST along with an X for some scoring power. This looks quite nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong play. They keep that X along with some other good stuff. So they're going to come back with another high scoring play. So after the two teams exchange those bingos, I like the shape of the board. It's a shame that Leone and Lisette didn't have a very good play of a 6 letter word through the R we would have an almost symmetrical board if
Oh,
there
you're
was
right.
another play, maybe through the T of reptile or something like that. But it's not to be. It's hard to get that perfect symmetry in Scrabble. Nice play here by Ben and Calvin of Avo. Does give back a triple potentially back to Leone and Lisette. They've
It's
got a
true.
chance to maybe play something like taxed if they can think of that. That's going to score really, really well to the triple. But Ben and Calvin getting the V on the triple letter score and drawing pretty well. They could be in the running to play another bingo in short order here. So this is a really good game to kick off the day, Cooper.
Oh, wow, and they've seen this X back hook on ZA Pax. This looks like an amazing move for them.
Oh, fantastic vision to spot these words. And yeah, Leone and Lisette definitely showing off some very solid word knowledge in the early going. Um, Definitely showing they deserve that undefeated record here. Now both teams, oh, glisted. I see. Maybe they're hoping to be able to play glistened or something like that. But both teams have strong tiles. I wouldn't say either team has obvious, easy bingos available right now. So that's going to be a race. Who can get the next bingo down? If it's Leone and Lisette, they're going to take very firm command of the game. But if it's Ben and Calvin, they'll be right back in it.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna come down to who can hit their bingo first. And Ben and Calvin might have some available, but they are tricky to find. So uh, they might be looking to keep as strong a lead as possible and maybe setting aside that N, maybe that A. Not sure exactly where it's going, but ooh,
Yeah, you just see the both teams are just shuffling tiles
yeah,
like crazy here, trying to come up with something. Both teams have an S. Again, the S is definitely extra
that is
important here
such a big line.
because of the squad hook. That is, we mentioned it in a bunch of games on the stream yesterday, Cooper. The S, when you have it, you want to look at the board and see, is there a place where if I had a 7-letter word ending in S that it would fit easily? And on this board, there is a huge one. And in fact, Ben and Calvin are going to go ahead and use that right now and get as many points as they can. So it was pointed out in the chat that there were a couple really, really tough 8-letter words available through the I of raison in particular. That would have been an incredible, incredible find. This makes a ton of sense to me to get a lot of points with that S while you have a good play.
Yeah, getting those 10 points from that Q is going to do a lot for them on the scoreboard. And after this, they're only 19 points behind. So, uh, despite some strong plays from Leone and Lisette, still a very close game.
Yeah, some more info on the pink fluffy unicorns, as they are called, Leone and Lisette. They've been only playing Scrabble for a year, which is incredible. They are in sixth grade. The two of them are twin sisters, which is, you see that from time to time, and maybe that helps a little bit with the inter-team communication to have
Mhm.
that unspoken bond that twins must have. But they got into the game when actually they sort of first got into Rubik's Cube. They had played Scrabble for fun, but that's sort of how they got into the competitive gaming world and switched over to Scrabble when they had been playing at home with their mom for fun when their mom had a torn ACL. So I'm so sorry to hear of that injury, but if it led to this amazing team coming into the game, I guess that's a silver lining.
Yeah, and they've laid down Glide right now, hitting that triple word score, keeping ST on their rack, and this will do wonders for them.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Ooh, not too many vowels on their
Yeah.
replenishment draw after that.
Immediately lining up Misfit potentially through that
Yeah.
eye. There is a place to play it.
Yeah, the eye of reptile here. This could be a really, I think it's an interesting decision where to place Misfit. If you play it in this way right here, this could be nice to set up your second S at some point to go across. But maybe they'll play it a little bit higher up if they feel like it has more of a defensive value. So you can play Misfit up here as well, and it would block potential 7-letter words going on top of nears. So very interesting choice. And oh, look at that. Interesting play here, too. Hooking your W. Oh, they played a vo again. Oh my, I just saw double, Cooper. I
Oh,
didn't I th
oh,
I was like, "Wait, did they hook a vo?" No, they
no.
just played t the almost the same word here.
Wow,
A
that is
vo
so
and a
funny.
vow. Yeah, it looks like a great play.
Yeah, getting rid of the V and W and keeping some of your strongest bingo letters while scoring. I mean, good knowledge to see it. And they have drawn into lucking.
Mm.
Unsure whether this is gonna play, but immediately set that up. And Leonie and Lisette, do you know what they had set out?
So, yeah, they are considering plays. I think they have like fits here. I think they're getting ready to play fist and squads. There we go. That's the, you know what? This looks like a great play to me, Cooper, to score a whole lot of points. And if you've got two S's, you can afford to part with one a little more easily.
Yeah, well, I think, having the freedom and to, part with 1S when you have 2 is so powerful, and realizing that, having that maturity to know that S is a good tile, but 2 S's, you can get rid of 1 if need be. That
Oh, look at how quick. So Leone and
Oh,
Lisette
wow.
drawing the J, and in seconds, they have seemingly spotted that they can play Jin right here, which that was nearly instantaneous that they saw that. All they have to know is that they should be able to put a second N onto Jin, and they're going to get a ton of points on that top triple. That was really impressive how quick they
It was
honed in on
so
that.
fast and not obvious at all that you can play to that end. Uh, yeah, again, really, really good board vision from them.
And in the same vein, Ben and Calvin, seeing that they have the valid word lucking, unfortunately for them, unluck they have not been lucking hard enough because they don't have a spot for it. They see that they could potentially play duckling or other similar words, and none of those play as well. So they're going to have to, okay, they go ahead to play tuck. This has a lot of merits, Cooper.
Yeah, keeping that Ling, potentially bingos through the I could, make that worth it, or from the V, from the W, something like that we could see, but immediately, Jin coming down from the pink fluffy unicorns. Yeah, I mean, I think we've already talked about it, but this is
That's
very nice.
That is so impressive. I have to say, they are showcasing great, not just word knowledge, but also play finding and doing it with speed too. Look at their
Yeah.
clock, 18 minutes. We're pretty far along, more than halfway through this game. And the players are, going fast. Ben and Calvin going plenty fast, but Leone and Lisette even faster. 18 minutes. We'll see if they reach a point where they have to use that time and think hard. But right now, they're just playing really, really well.
Really well and really fast. They've used a total of 6 minutes on their clock so far.
I
It
use 6 minutes on the first move of my game
Yeah,
sometimes.
for sure.
Yeah. So over to Ben and Calvin. They have that ing. They drew an E, which is usually a nice vowel to have, at least when you have a balanced rack. Um, so they're going to have to sort of buckle down, figure out what they want to do. Do they want to use more of their tiles to score as best they can? Are they going to potentially put, oh, okay, they're going to play ew in the lower corner, which they're doing their best to keep that ing combination together. It does have the Y with it, which the Y does a lot of nice things. It pairs nicely with the L that's on their rack. In fact, I haven't seen it in the chat yet, but they did have one incredible play available there, which combined all different prefixes and
Yeah.
suffixes, Cooper.
Yeah, we were looking at wingedly through the D of Jin. I mean, that is a word that even if you do see it, you might dismiss as that could not possibly be a word. How could you do things in a winged fashion?
Yeah.
So you scoring 29 points for them keeps them well within range.
Yeah, that's a really solid play. They drew HR, so if they had an open U, they might think about hungrily or something like that. Again, lots of good suffix and word form options that they have on the rack. So we'll see. do want to call out as well. The second blank is still lurking. That would be a
Mm.
huge tile for either team to draw. In any case, it is back over to Leone and Lisette trying to protect their lead. They're looking at maybe playing alongside a couple of those open letters of gin. Should be noted that that D of gin out in open space is definitely a very solid letter. You can end words in ed very easily, and potentially words that the players may not have studied in their preparation for the event. They might just be able to naturally anagram a lot of those trickier words ending in ed, Cooper.
That is true, and now that MU is played, I don't know if we'll see that many plays that could obstruct that D, so it could be a key line going forward in this game.
Yeah, it could be tough for that one to get blocked, as Cooper says. So Ben and Calvin have, it looks like, some combination of the H and I uh, in hand, trying to think. I always enjoy seeing the board used as a workspace when they put those
Yeah,
tiles up like little dominoes on the board. That gives us a really good idea of what the players are thinking about. So, yeah, are we seeing? They're just placing they have really interesting strategy with turning the tiles
yeah.
up and down, Cooper.
Yeah, I wonder if those tiles are face up or face down, if Leone and Lisette would be able to see it, but they're coming down with a final?
Nice play.
Yeah.
Tricky word to spot. So they're just going for some points here. Giving up the ing combination is probably a decent idea at this point because there isn't really an easy place to play. I mean, you mentioned it, the eye of reptile. And if you already have an eye and you're trying to play through an eye on the board, that's going to be a little bit tougher than if you could fit it through, as a hook somewhere as a 7 letter word or
Mm.
something like that. So they're giving up their ing possibility, but I think the board isn't really that hospitable to it. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't either. Uh, Vinyl, just a really nice play, and they, I believe, not alive in the age of records, so, uh,
Yes. Right.
it takes some more knowledge to have that. Um, Leone and Lisette looking for different options with their vowel-heavy rack.
I thought for a second they had the tiles that they were going to play a G through
Oh,
that J, making Amu, which would be an insane play for a sixth grader to make in Scrabble. That would have it would have the upside of potentially blocking this D, but you would need to know two very obscure words. They're going to go ahead and play our one of our favorite 2 letter words, here on top of vinyl, scoring pretty well, and they've drawn 2 E's.
oh,
So
wow.
yeah, the vowel trouble here for Leone and Lisette is slowing them down just enough that now Ben and Calvin are going to use the S that they drew to pluralize vinyl, score very well with shot, and open another potential threat at the bottom of the board. Let's see if they draw that second blank, because if they do, now they could potentially have options at the top and bottom of the board which cannot both be blocked. So this could get interesting in a hurry, but no blank yet, Cooper.
No blank yet. 2 Gs, 2 Rs. Leone and Lisette with their 4E rack, was it?
Exchanging.
Exchanging. Good idea. Try to get new tiles out of the bag, and ES will pair well with a lot of what's on the board.
Yeah, they have a good chance now with a 5 tile exchange of maybe drawing that blank. But look at how close the score has become.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. But look at all the other
Uh,
vowels.
there aren't even that many vowels in this bag, or
Well,
now from this perspective, there
yeah,
are.
it seems
Look how
like
many E's and O's.
Yeah, it seems like from Ben and Calvin's perspective, they actually drew a solid amount of them. They're going to play Grim, leaving IO on their rack. Ben and Calvin are going to run the risk of drawing a lot of the vowels that Leone and Lisette
Yeah.
just threw back. So I wonder, are Leone and Lisette going to try again? No, they're thinking about potentially um, just playing
Is that E's?
something. Oh, ease. Yeah. Okay. That's at least blocks the bottom of the board a little bit. And now look at the score. I think they're feeling some pressure to
Mhm.
score some points here because the score has gotten so close due to that vowel overload they've been experiencing.
Oh, absolutely. I think Now this game, rather than Ben and Calvin really looking for a bingo earlier, they might just be looking to score as much as they can and maybe try to outrun the pink fluffy unicorns in this game. Although unicorns, I believe, pretty fast. I'm not sure about cheese.
Yeah, I think both teams have lots of time. There we go. We see a couple consonants finally on Leone and Lisette's rack, but
Oh,
we see some really good bingo tiles on Ben and Calvin's rack. So the only issue is that, again, the board is close to used up in terms of bingo real estate. It really is pretty much just this D, but neither player, I feel like Leone and Lisette cannot necessarily afford to block the D of Jin for a really low score because the game is a little too close for that. If they take a low
yeah.
score and Ben and Calvin score well with a hook of ease, for example, they could play something to a triple here for a good score. I don't know if you can afford to block for an extremely low score. Maybe you can get away with it though.
Yeah, this game is coming down to the end, but thankfully both teams, thanks to their fast play earlier in the game, have a lot of time to think through these challenging positions. Um,
Yeah, and that's honestly, if that's the best way to use your time in a Scrabble game. In the early going, you're hoping that your positions are not as complicated, not as many words on the board. There's not as much information that you're getting from your tile tracking at this late in the game. Now you're looking at your tile tracking and trying to figure out what are the patterns in the tiles that have yet to be played. Are there too many vowels? Are there too many consonants? Are there four T's? Are there, a Q and a Z and an X still coming? You have to spend a little more time in the late game to tease out all the nuances of these positions. Both teams have time. Nice overlapping move. Oh, wait, no. Does this make TAY?
oh no,
So we're seeing a
TAY.
potential huge opportunity. Nice overlap, but TAY not valid
What
in
are
this
we gonna
lexicon. And I just
see?
wonder, will Leone and Lisette look at that and say, wait a minute, I'm not sure. No, they're just going to go ahead and potentially hook onto ease. This would be really impressive if they play easer here.
Yeah, ease are one of those words that, oh wow, no, maybe they're looking at joy.
Okay. Joy also a solid way of, so maybe they're just not 100% sure of Easer and don't want to
Which,
risk that. No challenge as well on Tay. So Ben and Calvin getting away with one there, but Leone and Lisette getting another 21 points there for Joy. They're going to retain this narrow, narrow lead that feels too close for comfort,
it
Cooper.
does. I wonder if they're hoping to hit a bingo to the D through the T that might potentially ice this game, but Ben and Calvin using that hook onto ease now, making tied and eased. This will score pretty well and draw them.
Yeah, we're headed into a tight end game here for
Yeah,
sure. This play scores nicely on a pretty tough board to use. So, yeah, that blank on Leone and Lisette's rack, always a valuable tile, but oddly, in the end game, you might actually prefer to have a tile that scores points if you're not going to be playing a bingo here. So, I just wonder what are they going to do? They actually have a playable bingo through the T of shot. If they think about it, they have ample time to analyze all areas of the board. I had sort of dismissed that T at the bottom, Cooper, but they've got something there.
yeah, and this doesn't seem too tricky to spot. And they have it set up
Oh my God.
so quick too. And they see it fits.
Wow.
Wow.
Incredible. A walk-off bingo here for Leone and Lisette. The bag is empty. Of course, we're very likely to see a challenge from Ben and Calvin, but this word is good. We could have been headed to an incredibly close end game, but there was one and only one, or maybe
Or-
there were more. I'm not sure. But I think this is definitely going to get the job done. A valid out bingo for Leone and Lisette as the pink fluffy unicorns threatening to go to 6-0 here to start the day. Wow, so impressive. Oh, but they haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Yeah, this is. I think if you're unsure about it, you wanna if you're not 100% sure on Rudius, which, as we know, is a valid word, but, uh, you wanna go through and see, is there a different bingo I can play? Is there a potentially high-scoring move that could win us the endgame no matter what?
Yeah.
Because in this event, with only 3 games remaining before the finals, you just wanna make sure everything is just about right, and these margins are so thin. But we know they've seen Rudiest, and that would be a winning play for them right now. From the
Wow.
mindset of Ben and Calvin, seeing 7 letters go down on the board, what can they be thinking right now?
Yeah, they are just hoping that, that was an ambitious, non-word and that whatever they just laid down that showed all their tiles, of course, they didn't show the tiles to Ben and Calvin, but yeah, Ben and Calvin are hoping that they do not have a playable valid word there. If they do go ahead and play Rudiest, it is going to win them the game. But as you suggested, Cooper, you're sitting there over the board. You don't know for sure if that is a valid word, and you would hate to make that play and lose the game when you had a play. So, for example, are they thinking about playing, Uzier or something at the top of the board? Maybe there's a better way to not put the blank in this square. If they could come up with a six starting with O,
Oh my
would that
gosh.
be good enough to win the game? And I don't have to risk playing the phony bingo here.
Are they looking at "in-rooted" right now, though?
Oh man, that's crazy. So N rooted with an E at the beginning is valid, but in rooted is not. And it sounds so plausible too. So
Yeah,
oh my gosh, their choice. This is the game here. But look, they've got, as you've said many times, Cooper, 11 minutes and more. They've
yeah.
already spent 2 minutes thinking. They've got 11 more to think
That
it
is
through.
such a luxury in this position, to be able to discuss it, especially with 2 people playing on a team. You're gonna have different opinions, different thoughts about the validity of different words, but yeah, we can only watch with bated breath. We see a close-up of them discussing, trying to figure out what is the move here. Is Rudiest a word? Is enrooted a word? Is there some other play we can make?
Yeah, now they're going back, looking at the tracking potentially. So another factor is just trying to see what do Ben and Calvin have. They have EGOP, which is a little bit inflexible. You could be wanting to look at that and just saying, do they have an outplay that they can make with those letters? And if not, maybe we can just get 2 turns in this end game and win that way. They're already up by 4 points, which doesn't feel like a lot, but in a really tight end game is actually really nice to have that extra 4-point buffer. It's not a tie game. So, yeah, there are a lot of ways they can go.
Are they setting down enrooted?
Oh man, nope.
Wow.
This is high drama, folks. They seemed like they were on the verge and look at Ben and Calvin, they're sick, they can't take it. This
'Cause they yeah, if the some
this
letters come down in the top of in the first column too in the first row too. Oh, wow. Ben can't even
he just
take it.
can't even watch. So hey, us too, us too.
Wow. This is this is tense for all involved. I wonder if there's any, yeah, disagreement, unsurety between the twins about which one should we play, but looking
Oof.
at "in-rooted" at the moment, that is so, so hard to know for sure which of these words.
Are in the
Wow.
Scrabble dictionary, which feels very arbitrary. There are so many words that start with en. So again, en-rooted would be a valid play in this spot. And there's so many words starting with en that can also flip over to in as well. So it makes so much sense that in rooted with an I would be valid here. They're going back to rootiest. So this word, not good. Rootiest is, oh, are they getting set to? No, they're going back. Oh my God.
Uh,
This is too much.
this is too much, and we still have 8.5 minutes of this potentially. Yeah, I wonder, after thinking about this, because they've been on turn for at least 5 minutes at this point, does it start to sink in mentally? How does the mentality change when you're just agonizing over one decision for a long time?
Yeah, I think there are times when you really are just going back and forth on a decision where you have to try. I feel like I make some of my worst decisions when I've been grinding for 5, 6, 7 minutes or more on a turn. And then I sort of get exasperated with it. And I just say, I can't take this anymore. I have to pick
Yeah,
something. And I make a bad choice in that regard. We'll see. Leone and Lisette seem pretty relaxed. They don't seem under pressure. They still have a ton more time to use, and hopefully they don't feel like just because they've spent 6 or 7 minutes now on this move, they don't necessarily feel rushed. This is a pivotal decision for their tournament. Again, just to sort of set the stage, the middle schoolers here play 8 games, and then the top two teams after 8 games become finalists and play a 1 game finals. And usually there is a big log jam at the top. A lot of the top teams are going to be 8-0, 7-1. Easily, this move could be the difference here in the tournament, and they probably understand that. But also, you don't want to be thinking about something like that during the game. You just want to be thinking, are these words valid? And if they're not, do we have a sure bet way of winning this game that doesn't risk it all? So I am
yeah,
curious to see, what happens if they don't play a bingo, if they don't have the confidence either in the phony in rooted or the valid word rootiest. And we should point out there is one more word that if they were to see it, I think they would for sure know is valid. That would be tortoise, the anagram of rootiest through the T of shot, also fitting there. So if they were to
yeah.
spot that, they would be home free, I think.
Oh, what are we seeing now?
Ooh,
Joyride? No, what is this?
joy. Could they actually be seeing that they can play? Oh man, what's happening here?
Seeing,
Rejoy? Yeah, I'm not sure. That seems more ambitious than Rudiest. But it is fair to point out that they could play Joyride there. That would be a really interesting possibility
I bet that would score enough potentially, but
as long as Ben and Calvin don't have a good outplay somewhere, that should be good enough.
yeah. I did see mentioned in the chat. Oh, and are
They're
we
trying to see if
seeing,
Toothier
oh, but it makes
fits,
EE,
but not quite.
or is this toother without the I?
Oh my god. The tension.
Just building.
One way this could play out, Cooper, if they try in rooted and then Ben and Calvin make a decent scoring play, but it doesn't go out, it would give Leone and Lisette, if it's not blocked, a chance to try
Oh,
Rootiest. So they
wow.
could, if there's no good outplay for them, which I don't think there is, they might have a shot to try both of these words, which would be
Oh,
completely insane.
wow. That would be such an insane outcome. Oh my god. They're just looking at these tiles on the board. What looks good? Can
Oh
we
my
put this
god.
I down somewhere? Wow.
Yeah, I think now they're just trying to see, do we have a word ending in IER that allows us to also play our I? Like they're looking at it, they're thinking about how could we change the letters arranged around. Oh, they're gonna just play
Is this tutors?
tutors.
Okay.
So, all right, that's the play. So this looks like it doesn't score all that many. It's possible that Ben and Calvin have an opportunity here with their high scoring P or G. Are they going to be able to score enough that just didn't score all that well here? I'm curious to see, can they pull this off? Now, one crazy thing to note is that the I of Leone and Lisette actually plays as a hook to Jin if they're aware of it. If they have any doubt, they might they would just shock us all if they just go ahead and play their eye right here as a hook. That is probably going to be enough to outscore anything that Ben and Calvin can do here, but they're only up by 11 right now. Too close to call.
That eye hook, Ben and Calvin can literally do nothing about it in this position.
Wow, it's true. It's totally unblockable. So now what I guess what are you supposed to do? Oh, they have the P on their rack. If they think about it, they could put the P here
Oh,
and
wow.
play PO. Prez, the Prez hook, if they know that one, would actually score very well. And that might potentially be enough to outrun some of the really low scoring places to play the I. And that could force Leone and Lisette to try Ginny, which maybe they will do if it is the only way they can win the game after Ben and Calvin's next play. This is getting completely insane, Cooper.
This is wild. It seems like Ben and Calvin do have the PO in their hand. We'll see if it is in that spot. That is such an unintuitive spot to think to make a play in the first
Extremely,
place.
extremely tough spot. They do have
Yeah,
plenty of time. They've got now just under 8 minutes to look it over.
discussing, trying to think what might be the move, looking at the board. Wow.
Yeah, there is another factor, which is that it's pointed out in the chat there, we have the scores that our engine is giving us. The players are having to do all that addition by hand, and they may think the score is slightly different than what we do. It is up to the players to keep score on their own, and it's hard to add all these moves together, especially when
Mhm.
it's making 4 or 5 words in one move, as we've seen a number of times. So that's a factor as well.
That is really important, especially in this close of a game. And I believe if there is some sort of scoring discrepancy, we cannot tell the players. The players have to report the scores that they have and have
Yep.
agreed upon.
Yeah, they're responsible for the scores that they come up with, but we also have no reason to assume that they don't have the correct scores. They may, but just something that don't be surprised if when they're squaring their, final score after the game. We'll just have to see. But yeah, this is a huge couple of moves coming here. What are Ben and Calvin going to do? They're probably desperately looking for an outplay that could end the game. If they were to find one, they would instantly win. There is nothing available. They would have to come up with an invalid word, which again, that's going to get challenged as the last move of the game. If your opponent plays a word that gives them the win, you have no reason not to challenge it and see if it comes off and prevents them from getting that win. So playing an invalid word is not advisable here.
Yeah, we're seeing Goban Turpentide mentioned in the chat. Unfortunately, not valid. Will get challenged.
Nice. Or
Um,
like, ego banter. That might get the job done too, right?
yeah, yeah. You'd have to do the
Poe
math after that
banter.
one.
If you like, or Edgar Allan or something like that. Yeah. So this is just a pivotal pair of moves that could really shape how the rest of the tournament plays out. Ben and Calvin are going to be looking, and I am just so curious if we see the eye played at the end of Jin next
Yeah,
turn. And I feel I'm trying to read like Leone and Lisette's body language look pretty relaxed. Maybe they have this. I don't know. They're just kind of chilling. They're
yeah,
not looking at the thing that they're not really focusing on the board all that closely, right? Like I feel like they may have locked in the eye hook on Jin and maybe even know that it's just never getting obstructed. If
yeah.
they let's see what happens. Eventually, Ben and Calvin are going to make their play, and when they do, Let's see if we see that I come down instantly, and that's gonna explain a lot here.
Yeah, tutors looked like a very intentional play to me, um,
Yeah.
to get that get that eye potentially as the last tail in the rack. So we'll see if they do see that eye on Ginny. That will determine a lot. But even if not, they still do have outs that score not like decently. They have
Yeah.
6 points for high. What else do you see, Will?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, something like under the T, the blank T of reptile, you could play your I there and
Oh,
score
yeah.
decently. So you're right that there are solid scoring plays for the I that aren't Ginny. And if Ben and Calvin are not able to find a sufficiently high scoring play, it could be the case that Leone and Lisette will just be able to play a quote unquote normal play with their I and squeak out this incredibly hard fought win. But yeah, all that time, this is like exactly how time is supposed to be used in Scrabble. Both teams are putting on a clinic here with that of, the early game. You want to try to make confident, strong plays, and save that time for those pivotal end of game positions when there's so much to analyze. And both teams have done exactly that. So I'm very impressed with them.
Yeah, being able to slow down, understand the importance and the gravity of this position, and fully think it through at the end of this game. Uh, what is this? 6 games into the event. Uh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's very good.
At least it's the first game of the day, and as far as the teams have already played a whole bunch of games yesterday, but hopefully they got a good night's sleep. Maybe I mean, you could imagine a lot of nerves as well for teams in contention. Sometimes getting a
Yeah.
good night's sleep is not given at events like this. Sometimes you're a little
Yeah.
nervous. I might be on stream tomorrow. That's gonna make me up, a little nervous. Um, are they considering maybe playing up and cot on the right side of the board? That's a nice little fit there, but I don't think that's going to be enough to force Ginny or else here.
It's true. Hands all over the board, looking at what might we have.
Only a
Yeah.
minute left now, not much time. They're gonna have to come up with something
Yeah.
soon.
Taking that 10-minute time penalty would be a big hit to their chances. So, yeah,
Yeah, we are
just
just
comes
on
down
the
to
edge of
this.
our seat over here. So, yeah, we'll just have to see.
We're seeing Peg, maybe, not sure where that's able to play.
Yeah, you'd love to play both your P and your G here, right? Because you have to realize if you're Ben and Calvin, if you can't go out, the letters you don't play are going to go into Leone and
Yeah.
Lisette's score. So I would love to be able to play both the P and the G to deny those points. I feel like if Ben and Calvin had a play that they felt really good would win them the game, it would likely be on the board here. They've used
Yeah.
every last second trying to find a play that's going to give them a chance, and they haven't put anything on the board because they just don't yet feel like they've found a play like that. In fact, there really isn't one, so that's why they're using all that
Yeah.
time, um, which makes
And we're
sense.
coming down to the final seconds, but Peck, it seems like, is going to come down for 14, shedding that P. 20 seconds left on their clock, and Leone and Lisette, that eye
Okay,
gonna go in a nice spot. They see that aim possibility.
good spot. That's still a good spot, even if it's not the eye
Yeah.
hook on Jin. I don't think they need that hook to win this one. So after this, it's going to be very, very close. But Leone and Lisette are going to squeak this one out by just a couple of points. They were trailing by 3 prior to this, and they're going to get, I believe, 8 for aim and 2 more points from the unplayed O. And look at that. There you go. Your final score 368 to 357. Maybe we'll cut to overhead.
I'm gonna go see. No, I think two doesn't even learn how to look.
Yeah, very interested in
Okay, should we square up? You guys want to go this? Oh yeah. Okay. What number are you? 7? Yeah.
Yeah.
Two does is valid.
Yeah.
What about you?
So how many points was your last play?
Oh, it is a. I knew it was a word.
Yeah.
Well, what's that one we were thinking of? What
Enrooted?
Yeah.
That one is not good, but the one at the bottom
Wait, which
was good.
Wait, which one?
Rootiest.
Moodiest? Oh, really?
Rootiest
I
is
was
good.
totally thinking of. What does it even mean? But I didn't even.
It means having a lot of roots, I think.
At least we still remember that for next time. Yeah.
And the other, there was a word, there was an animal. I'll do the paperwork and we'll talk. Finish up.
Okay.
so close?
CT and BG.
We'll go back to
Hang on until we're done so you can sign and square.
359, 365. 351. 14. That's so close. And 6. That's the record.
Okay, sit down, everyone. I want to take a picture of this game. You guys are amazing.
All right, let's bring it back to the booth as they get their pictures in. You can hear the reactions to, oh my gosh, Rudius, that's good. They said, I'm going to use that one next time, which is a great attitude. But man, that was a really, really fantastic game that we just watched. Edge of our seat in here, Cooper.
Absolutely. It looked like this was going to be a fast game. And then the final couple plays really filled with uncertainty about what was going to happen in this game. Turns out Pink Fluffy Unicorns putting on a really strong showing and pulling this one out at the end. Wow.
Yeah, deep breaths, everybody. That's just the first game of the day here. And with that, let's take a look at our honor roll play of the game. Could have been a whole bunch of things. But play of the game, oh, this is a great one, Cooper. Unbuilt. We were so impressed with that 2U bingo by Leone and Lisette in the early going.
Yeah, Will. Seeing that on your rack and thinking immediately to arrange it into a bingo. And I didn't see the spot for it initially. So finding the place for it on the board, that was just a great way to start this game off with a bang for Pink Fluffy Unicorns. And this is one of those plays where if you don't find it, your next play is so much worse. You're not going to have a good leave. You're not going to be scoring that much. So this was a massive way to open the game for them.
Yeah, without question, a great choice for our honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, one of our 2 huge sponsors of the School Scrabble Championship, along with Hasbro. Thank you so much to WGPO for your support. And if you want to learn more about Scrabble clubs, tournaments, other resources, you can go to wordgameplayers.org. So I think, I'm not sure if the standings are updated. We can go ahead and take a look at that and just give a couple more updates that we've received here. So the update, oh, well, actually, these are up to date. And just wanted to point out that our other undefeated team, Andrew and Alan, also winning their game. So we're still at 2 6-0 teams, but Jonathan and Leah, who we saw on the stream yesterday, give a great account of themselves, are right behind in 3rd place. Very, very likely we're going to see some great clashes between those top teams coming up, Cooper.
Yeah, I would love to get to see Andrew and Alan play some Scrabble soon. And all of these teams have been such a joy to watch. You see the numbers on these spreads right now, just amazing. And yeah, things are gonna wrap up in this elementary school, middle school division really dramatically. We'll see who gets to the finals.
Yeah, 2 more games to be at the top 2 spots in the standings. That is the goal of these players. So with that, I think we are going to take just the quickest break here before the next round. Round 7 comes your way. But yeah, we are absolutely pumped to see all of the action unfold here. Who will our finalists be? the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship. Don't go anywhere.
See you later.
I'm Ben,
And I'm Calvin.
and you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship.
On Let's Play Scrabble.
How would you define a bingo in Scrabble?
Yo, bingo is a 7-letter word that you see on your rack, and you can put them all down and you get that extra 50 points.
A bingo is a 7-letter word that uses all your tiles.
That's right.
Play all 7 of your tiles, get 50 extra points.
You used all your 7 tiles oh yeah, I have the bingo oxid die. So then you just play it down and you get a 50-point bonus from your bingo, plus the points that you got.
A bingo is when you use all of your letters, all 7 tiles.
A bingo is when you use all 7 tiles in your rack, and you get an extra 50 points because of it.
A bingo is when you use all 7 of your tiles to gain an extra 50 points.
When you use all 7 of your letters, it gives you an extra 50-point bonus.
Would you define the word leave, like a tile leave?
A leave is what you have left on your rack, and you got to decide, are you going to go for the big points, or are you going to go for a good leave and hope for a bingo the next turn?
So leave is whatever is left on the rack after you've put your tiles down, and usually your good tiles are going to get you good points, but you want to save some good tiles for next turn.
So leave is when, well, it's not going out the door, but it's more like when you play a word and the tiles that you leave on your rack.
A leave is when you play a word, it's the tiles you have left on your rack.
How good of tiles you keep on your rack from your last play.
Hi, I'm Marco, and you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship on Let's Play Scrabble.
Very nice. Great insights from the kiddos there about tile leave, which we've been seeing all yesterday and today on the stream, that they know just how to manage their tile leave. But we are back from our break here at the North American School Scrabble Championship, and we have a marquee matchup coming your way from the high school division this time, and that is two of our absolute frontrunners in the event, Cooper, Noah Goldstein and Cameron Siegel.
Well, it doesn't get much better than this. Both of these guys, excellent players and good friends. And they are both 7-0 at the top of the standings. I don't know if we can get a look at the standings right now, but as you can see, I'm not sure if this is fully updated.
Yeah, so this is not reflective of the situation, but that's okay. We're going to explain it. So it's going to be actually Noah and Cam are our two remaining undefeated players at 7-0, according to our scoreboard. So let's cut back to the booth and we'll more explain the situation, which is that these are our remaining two undefeated players with just a couple more rounds to go after this to determine the finals. So between these two undefeated players, whoever wins this matchup is going to be really, really in great shape to make the finals. So will the loser of this game, but that player will have to fight much harder against their potential challengers who will be nipping at their heels, trying to fight them, beat them, and outrank them to steal their spot into the finals. So this is a pivotal matchup between two of our top seeds. Really excited to see how it plays out, Cooper.
Yeah, likewise. Cam and Noah both at 7-0. So impressive in this very, very strong field. Next player, 2 games down on them. So we will see which one of them feels like maybe a lock to go to the finals after this game.
Yeah, for sure. So Noah Goldstein and Cam Siegel, you mentioned it, close friends from the same area in just north of New York City. And it's been really cool to see them sort of make their way up the rankings and the standings in parallel, pretty much. Both of them ascendant young players. Cam Siegel was our runner-up in an incredibly exciting finals last year to Gideon Brasowski. If you're curious, Gideon actually with 3 losses right now, 4-3 is his record. Really going to be tough for him to defend his title successfully. And it's looking now like the odds of that title going to somebody else are very, very strong.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens in these final 3 rounds of the high school division.
Cool. So I think we've heard that our players are seated and ready to rock here, getting their tiles put into the bag to give us hopefully an amazing show between two of the strongest players that are here this weekend. There you have it. Cam Siegel on the left. He'll have the first move of the game. Noah Goldstein on the right to respond. So yeah, this is going to be a close one. And yeah, we'll just have to see what we can do with those standings because we're seeing something different on our end. But thank you so much as we get set to begin this game to our biggest sponsor, Hasbro. Thank you so much, Hasbro. Without your support, this event would not be anything close to what it is. So thank you so much to Hasbro, and let's kick off the game. So there's a good hearty handshake there. And Cam is going to go first. We've seen both of these players on stream before, and they are both so, so strong. We are about to see a really high level Scrabble game. I just hope, Cooper, the tiles cooperate and give us a nice, even game.
Yeah, I think if we get uh, either fireworks or an interesting cagey game where both players get to show their strategic chops, either way, I think we're going to see a very, very nice game. And we see what Cameron gets on his opening draw in one moment.
There we go.
AETORLF.
Oh,
so we are maybe
look at
heading
that!
toward the
Look at his
fireworks.
reaction. Look at his reaction. Cam and Noah, as you said, Cooper, are good friends. Obviously, both of these guys want to win, but they are also going to have a good time while they're playing. And as soon as Cam sees his tiles, he gives a big laugh. Rough start for Noah. Great start for Cam. It's still early, though.
That is so funny. Cam has 3 bingos in this rack. All of them, the ideal placement would put FLO right here. He's deciding between Floreat, Refloat, and Floater, I believe. And all of these have different aspects to them. Floreat, I believe, is a word that does not take an S.
Yeah, this is one of those that it might used to have taken an S and now it doesn't. And I feel like Cam Siegel has such a knack for these words that are they like these strange words that are unique within the lexicon to have some kind of weirdness about them. It's happened a number of times now. Stefan Fatsis wrote an article about one of those instances. The Jaker situation from last year, that is a word that is playable in certain lexicons, but not in the school lexicon. And Cam found that out the hard way. But yeah, this is a great play by him to start the game. Really, really nice play. I believe it does not take an S, unlike floater or refloat. So that is definitely on his mind there. And Noah is going to be hard pressed to do much. It looks like there's a decent X spot there, but you can't really use it productively here, Cooper.
Yeah, you'd have to start with XO, which is just not happening. So looks like Noah getting ready to play Wax, getting rid of the W and X while scoring well. Keeps the CG, but this looks just about as good as anything here.
Yeah, feels really uninspiring, but actually Noah did not take long to ascertain that there really isn't anything that much better here. So nicely done by him to not get mired down. I feel like this is a position you could easily analyze at great length, but he's decided to just get that X off and hope for something good. And yeah, still a lot of clunk left for him as he's going to try to claw his way back from that early bingo deficit here.
Yeah, seems like Cam has this J, trying to figure out what exactly to do with it. Maybe he's looking at Jet, tripling the J. Is that the sort of play you'd be looking at, Will?
That seems pretty solid for sure. Of course, that E feels like you would not want to give that up if you had a way around it, but nice to, playing Jet in this spot, which I'll draw so that you guys can see what we're talking about. Just the simple JET. There isn't really that much better of a way to get your J on the triple letter score. I guess another way, if you wanted to obstruct some more of these letters, would be to just play JEON here. But other than that, not a lot of good ways to get the J on the triple letter score. So that could be what Cam opts to do. Looks like he was maybe considering Junko or something to keep a much better leave.
Yeah, but that puts the N on the triple. It looks like the J on the triple. Jet is going to be the move right here. And that those O's that Noah is holding are going to be key to getting out of this, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. It certainly looks like playing something parallel to that J. Well, you're reacting, Cooper.
There is an option pointed out in chat that we see to look for a double-double here.
Oh, a word that has some lore in Scrabble history too, if Noah is to spot it. And actually, the funny thing about that lore is that it's notable in Scrabble history for being missed in a big spot. So it's a hard word to see. But yeah, otalgic through the L of Floriat. This is one of the harder words in the dictionary to anagram. It's just so weird to start
Yeah.
with an O and end with IC. The play instead is caught, getting a few extra points with hooking the T onto we to make wet. You do give up a little bit of balance in your leave. If he had opted to play something like goo or coup one space higher, he could have kept a more balanced leave, but he's gone for points here instead, Cooper. Just one of the trade-offs you have to make.
Yeah, it's always trade-offs in Scrabble. We heard leave to find, and unfortunately, he has drawn another AI to his AI, so not exactly what he wanted, but Cam on turn now. Interesting options here.
Yeah, he actually has one of the same. So after playing Jet, he's drawn EV. That was a very positive EV draw for him. But he has the same play that was also available on the last turn. Same spot as otalgic. This is an incredibly tricky word, and I would be amazed if the players really had a firm grasp of this one to be able to anagram it. But yeah, nucleal. That's a
That's
really, really tough find, especially because it keeps the V, which I feel like my mind here, if I'm Cam, I'm thinking, how can I get UV off the rack as quickly as possible? I'm not thinking about what are the plays that I might have that keep a V on my rack. And even then, that word is very, very tricky. So I think we could easily see something like, maybe he plays something like uveal somewhere. That feels like a more logical play to look for with those tiles.
Yeah, for sure. Getting that V off the rack feels like, or at least one of the UV off the rack feels like a really important goal on this turn to move toward maybe a second bingo that would really cement Cam's lead in this game. But we'll see what he's looking at. He has the tiles alphagram to maybe looking to see if there would be a bingo through the O or the R or something like this. But is this Vulcan maybe?
Yeah, Vulcan, I don't think is Vulcan valid in
Yeah, and
this.
it wouldn't play here
So,
regardless. Maybe.
yeah, that's you got to be careful of that one. Okay, Fauve, this is exactly the sort of play that I think is more natural here. What are the ways I can get rid of UV in a productive fashion? This looks like a really solid way of doing that. It does keep 3 consonants on the rack for Cam. So if he draws more consonants, that could slow him down just enough. Maybe Noah can get back, but look at that. 3 E's.
Certainly
Um,
vowels.
yeah, can he draw something else to pair with those E's? Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Not
This
bad.
opens up some options.
Yeah.
Okay. So over to Noah, KIA setup. Do you see where this would be going?
Yeah, I think he's looking at Kiva here through the V of Fauve. That seems reasonable. Again, keeping a little bit of an imbalanced leave with the A, I, O to just the G as a consonant. But, part of the thinking behind Noah's prior play of Cot might have been, I'm going to create an S hook in Scott that's going to sit there and be next to impossible to block for quite a while. If I can just draw an
There it
S,
is.
which I do, now I could be in business. Um, and yeah, Kiva blocking eulogias through the E of Fauve. And tantalizingly, you cannot play it here. UX. Sorry to all
Oh,
the
wow.
user experience people out there, but it's not a valid Scrabble word.
Yeah, that S hook, that looks so hard to do anything about for a reasonable amount of points unless you're maybe playing a bingo with the R. I mean, that is going to stay open as a possibility for a good while.
Yeah, so that could have been Noah's thinking. Like I said, I'm going to set this S hook up. I'm trailing. I'm probably going to need some luck. Probably going to need to draw the first S earlier than Cam in this game. That's exactly what he's done. And if he can win the race to hit a bingo with Scott or somewhere else on the board, maybe you play something with, there's actually surprising overlapping potential here too. I'm looking at this and the
Yeah.
A hook on wet, right? You can play something with GA that would be really, really lucrative in this spot. So, and of course, there's plenty of other. You can play something with Fauves. Maybe you hit something through the letters of Floriat, but certainly the most logical place that Noah is looking at is this Scott hook. This is the most flexible of any area on the board. So he's looking for that. Cam is probably aware of it. Oh, he's going to go ahead and play clone. This doesn't quite reach high enough up on the board, Cooper, to block that hook, but that's okay. Still a solid play.
Not quite, but the ORL are all pretty dead now. So the options continue to be limited. Cam keeping TEE, getting rid of one of those 3 E's. We'll see what he can pull out of the bag here.
Yeah, now we see IVN. He's got some bingo chances
balance.
here.
It's an
Ooh,
I.
invitee on his rack, but does it fit anywhere on this board? Potentially not yet.
He has it set up
Very
immediately.
quickly spotted. So impressive. Yeah, I love to see that, Cooper, that instantaneous recognition.
Yeah. And Noah ruining Eulogia's. Maybe looking at Kagu now. This would be an interesting play.
Yeah, that's another really nice S hook will find its way onto the board. This is a nice way to get rid of your 2 arguably weakest tiles in the U and the G. Yes, we love the ING combination, but when you don't have all 3 of those letters together, the G really suffers. It's not that strong of a scoring tile, not that great of a bingo tile, unless you have the ING combination. So you would see a lot of players at this level, even with GI on the rack, less experienced players might keep IG in the hopes of drawing the N. When you don't draw an N, it's such an albatross that it's actually a little bit better to use it while you have a good play, and Kagu is definitely a great play, setting up another S hook.
Yeah, you talked about it being an albatross. I believe Kagu is a different type of bird, so maybe it is a Kagu instead.
Nice.
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that S hook looks pretty powerful. Unless Kim has some sort of overlapping play, hooking ag, maybe NU, those plays don't happen all the time. So yeah, that S hook could stay open for a bit as well. So Cameron, seeing there's no spot for invitee, what is he going to do now?
Yeah, definitely. Both players are spotting bingos that are on their rack, but this board has, we were talking about it yesterday, Cooper. You mentioned it, these right angles, right? These right angles like this that cut off a lot of the space. The C, a tile that doesn't overlap, right? This makes it very tricky. It's not that good of a board for bingos. And you really see that with both players having good bingo racks and potential 8 and 7-letter words on their racks that just don't fit on the board. That is what we mean when we call a board a quote unquote closed board. This isn't fully closed, but it's not what I would call open either.
Yeah, it's certainly not an open board. You have to have specific tiles if you want to open that board. And it seems like Cam really doesn't have any of those tiles. Not that he wants to open the board, but even doing anything seems tricky here. Maybe he's looking at events through the C, but that just shows you the limited amount of spots that he can really play a productive word here.
Yeah, events through the C. I mean, are we looking at a play like Vinnick here? This is so uninspiring. Oh, Cam's just going to go ahead and play Vane, undoubling his eyes and getting rid of his clunkiest letter in the V. And this, on some boards, I would say, okay, makes sense. But on this one, he's really going to need to draw either an S for Scott or something really, really good. And that qualifies. That absolutely qualifies a huge draw of the first blank that we've seen here. That's a big one for him. But even then, It's actually not that obvious to me. Oh, I
He
guess he
has
can play
some.
Tainite and Weta and Jot
Yep.
here. Oh my God, that would be a huge deal. I wonder, is it possible that Noah is going to play something with Waxy that obstructs that and doesn't give anything
Oh,
else
we're
back?
seeing Yogi right now setting up another S hook, and I don't
So,
know what this gives back.
so at least,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, there's Yogin.
Yeah, at
Okay.
least Yogin. Okay, yeah. So Yogin is still gonna that end hook is gonna give Cam some hope here. I wonder I mean, this is a really good play, I think, by Noah. He's got the two S's. He's still gunning for a play with Scott. And as well, if he draws a bingo with two S's, the odds are very good that one of the S's is early enough in the word that maybe he can play with Cagoos. He just needs to get some vowels on his draw here. So let's see. Does Noah get the vowels that he needs? Looks like a lot of consonants. Ooh, not quite. I wonder, though, Dinette and Yogin might give back the ability to play slabbers here for Noah. Are we going to see some
Wow.
fireworks in a hurry? Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know if there are that many bingos that aren't gonna put an E out in space somewhere. So, okay, I'm just looking at what might be the best option here. You have to think he has seen the Yogin hook, right?
Well, I
Or
mean,
maybe not.
I feel like that's the sort of hook I could see myself taking a few minutes to see or potentially not remember. But I think the thing that's really working in his favor is that there really is basically nowhere else.
Yeah.
It's hooking that N or bust, and here we go.
Tainite
We're
coming
gonna see
down.
Tainite. So this is going to be a great play by Cam. He's gonna go up by a very solid amount. But are we gonna see Noah feel confident enough in the word slabbers, like a dog drooling,
We're
or
also seeing
barbless?
barbless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
barbless. I think that's also valid. So okay, so he's got a couple options here, and we're just gonna have to see which he feels confident in. He certainly arranged those letters
Yeah.
really quick, Cooper.
I feel like at this point in the game, Cam having played his second bingo, you just struggling through some letters, you gotta try barbless at this point, even if you're not entirely sure, right?
I think so, yeah. I think he's gonna try one of these two words. The game situation almost requires it too, because look at the score. He's down by over
Yeah.
100. Oh man, I was looking at Cam's draw and I was thinking to myself, boy, if we see barbless or slabbers go down through this E, they're going to put SS right here, giving Cam a chance to hit this S really hard. And I was thinking the Q was the last tile that found its way onto his rack down there on the lower left, but I was thinking, man, he might triple or play another bingo through that S, but the Q
The
stops it
Q.
just in time.
Yeah, that cue really again just messing up what was looking like a very promising draw. And oh wow, we see Noah playing Barb instead of Barbless. It's so hard to know that that's a word, and this keeps very, very potent S's on this board.
I think if you're gonna miss a bingo, or maybe it's not, I mean, a miss. We say miss, but he clearly had barbless lined up, so he saw it as an option. But if you're not 1,000,000% confident in that word, this play has a lot to
Yeah.
recommend it. You cover up that dangerous triple before Cam can use it to score. You keep your two S's and you gun and draw a third, apparently. Had that not happened, let's say he had drawn some decent balance with vowels, now you're hitting a much higher scoring bingo on the next turn. So Barb actually has some tempo advantage or strategic
Yeah,
advantage where I'm not even sure I would consider it to be a mistake.
me neither. Yeah, Barbless or Slabbers also gave back so much as well. So I feel like Barb just as good, but Noah pulling that third S. There are 3 S hooks on this board, but unfortunately you cannot use all of them at the same time.
Yeah. There's only so many S's that can benefit you. I wonder if at this score, does it make sense for Noah to play something like slag?
Oh, wait. Will, He has an option. He set up most of the word here. We might be looking at
Oh,
sunglass through that U in Kagu.
that is insane. That would be an amazing play. I do feel like, again, sunglass, this would be a beautiful bingo through this U. But again, there's definitely upside that can happen if you just play slag right here. If Cam can't extend far enough along this G, you still get a much higher scoring bingo when you draw one with
That's true.
Kagoos. So, all right, he's just going to go ahead and play glass, leaving NS. So, not seeing sunglass. We're not seeing anything even more dangerous. I think this still makes sense to me if you don't see sunglass to still try to draw into a Kaguz bingo with the Scott spot as your backup and scoring a good number of points while you're at it.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. Still holding an S. Noah must have been like, I want these S's, but how many? How many?
Yeah, when is an S? Of course, we love to draw that tile. When is it a bad thing? When you already have two of them on the rack, as we were saying. So, let's see. Let's see how things proceed from here. Oh man, there's the
We're
vowels that Noah's been
oh
looking
my gosh.
for quite a while, and maybe a couple too many of them here. Just not the right timing for him so far in this game.
On Cam's side, we might see an adult word coming down in this high school division.
This would be a great play.
It is a very
Oh,
nice play.
fantastic play. So the beauty of this play is it scores really well, but it also blocks a lot of the bigger threats on the board right now, Cooper.
Yeah, that Kagu's hook no longer can fit a bingo and honestly is hard to use regardless. Yeah, scores a ton of points. And yeah, now Noah, if he's gonna bingo, is limited to that Scott play, which is not gonna score that many points. And after the play of Heroin, Cam up over 120 points. It is looking difficult for Noah to come back.
Yeah, without question, that is true. Even though Cam leaving, um, he's drawn into the WU combination, which will slow him down just a bit. But still, he is in very, very firm command of this game, in which he opened with a bingo and then added on Tainite with the first blank. While Noah has yet to bingo, he did have a couple playable options, but both of those were tricky, and I actually don't really mind him playing Barb, and easy to not see Sunglass through the
Yeah.
U of Kagoo. That would have been incredible to see. So, um, we'll see. That's a really nice play there by Cam to solidify his position here, and Noah is in trouble. He's going to be trying to play that F as best he can. Can he even do it in a way that opens more space on the board? I'm not really seeing it, Cooper.
I'm not either. It seems like the sort of position where you have to use 2 turns to open something new, but this is a really nice way to score some points with your F. Use the hook onto Yogin, which is already hooked, for Yogini and if. What do you think about this, Will?
Really nice play. Great job by Noah to realize that Yogi, after it's already been hooked with that end, can be hooked again. Nice vision there. We were saying that getting rid of the F, which is the only tile which is worth more than 1 point on his rack there. It looks like Cam may be holding this play. Could be thinking he wants to challenge it. Not sure if he is giving Noah the, is he pulling a fast one on me here? Or am I just going to trust in Noah's very solid word knowledge? We'll see.
We will see, but we saw in chat that they're debating the merits of if versus ifs. Keeping that S is so crucial in this position here, isn't it? That even though the 14 extra points of playing ifs with cots could be tempting, I do think keeping that S might be quite worth it.
Yeah, the S is so important here. And I'm just as a thought exercise, right? Let's put yourself in Cam's shoes and let's say you want to block the Scott hook, right? This hook right here. Let's say you want to block this S hook. How would you do it? Think about that. And the answer is because of the C of clone right here, This is what makes it next to impossible. Of course, the C of cot also makes overlaps here not possible, but this C combines with that to, again, you can't even play up like this to block it. It's going to take multiple turns to block that S hook. And if you spend those multiple turns doing that, you're going to be scoring pretty low in the
Yeah.
process. So that spot is still just going to sit there while it's hard to see it getting blocked. And that is why keeping the S is such a good idea for Noah here, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, you called it right when cot was played that that S hook was going to stay open for a while. And look where we are deep into this game. And
We should note that when we say cot, we have to
oh,
be
yes, we got two cots.
clear that we actually have two of them here. We're talking about this one right now. This is the important one because it takes an S hook going across.
Yeah.
Just for the record, because I feel like that could be a source of confusion here.
And for any linguistics fans in chat, I am a person with the cot merger, so you would not be able to hear the difference between those words listening to me.
Very nice. Yeah. So in any case, Cam still can take solace in the fact that even if I can't block that hook, it's actually not the worst thing in the world a lot of the time because the bingos that end in S are going to slot right here. And that is, as bingos go, they don't hit really good bonus squares. Yes, there is the possibility of playing an S not in terminal position, and then you're going to get a double word score here. But a lot of the bingos that hit don't score a ton, and you're up by 100. You can weather that storm a lot of the time.
Yeah, 100 points is, needless to say, a big lead. So with no giant bingo spots lurking, it looks like Cameron's going to clear a lot of clunk out with war. This looks very, very strong.
Yeah, just keep a solid leave. Don't saddle yourself with the WU combination any longer than you have to, and keep that board nice and closed. Don't open anything new because, yes, you can pretty much know if you're Cam, the play of glass by Noah. This is such a strong indicator to me. If you're sitting there in Cam's shoes, you're saying there's no way he's playing glass here without a third S in hand. It's too important for him. There's too many ways he could have just played slag in the same spot, which would have made a lot of sense at a deficit as well if he only had two S's instead of the three that he had. But yeah, even knowing that Noah is likely to have that third S in reserve, you don't want to open anything new that makes it even easier for him to play bingos here. So a lot of good things about war and now, well, about the play of Wower.
Yeah, that play.
And let me not, there's so many good out of context Scrabble comments that you can make when we're talking
so
about these
many
words,
good
Cooper.
things about war.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not that this is necessarily the point of this play, but if Noah had had an R instead of an N, he could have played something like Gospeler as a bingo. So this does do a little bit of bingo defense. Noah coming down with Ope here. Interesting to set up potentially parallel plays coming down, making Ego with his E. I wonder if this is maybe a consideration in this play.
Could be. Yeah. I do think as well that certainly Cam is going to be looking in that spot too. Both players with an E. Ooh, look at that. The Z finding its way onto Noah's rack. That's normally a great thing, but maybe not as much when you're trying to play a bingo. But man, that C spot, I'm sure that Noah is looking here and saying, what do I have? If anything, imagine if he had an S and could play Zest in that spot. A T and could play Zest in that spot. That would be easily heavier hitting than any bingo there.
That would be a great way to bring him into this game. But wow, we might see him fish for Zest if that spot doesn't get used up this turn.
Yeah, that would be crazy to sort of pivot away from getting that Scott bingo that Noah has been pursuing for quite some time here and shift over to playing an absolutely massive Z play here. You can even, I'm sure there's more stuff that fits, but maybe it's actually
Yeah.
deceptively difficult, I guess, like Zeta or something.
Yeah, keeping ZES, you can draw 1 T, 2 Ds, 1 P left in the bag. Those could be massive, massive plays, and it doesn't look like Cam has a really good play here that uses up that spot.
Yeah, he's just going to play odd. So
Yeah.
this is really intriguing now for Noah. Is he going to, maybe there's some way that you can try to fish and open the board? Is it worth, like, can you play something like ECU to just, maybe this isn't worth it because it makes Scott more blockable, but then maybe that's a good thing because if Cam
Yeah.
blocks here and you hit the big tiles that you're looking for, you can absolutely crush this spot.
I
Meanwhile, Cam's draw is phenomenal too. So, man, the plot is thickening here.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like that play of ECU looking at it because it does open up big plays potentially coming down, making ZES to the triple also potentially a way into this game. But we do see that Cam has drawn the blank. He has bingos here that yeah, I believe he would see. But Noah's gonna look to get rid of the C and the E. Nice little insertion here.
Really cool.
CE.
Yeah, that's clever to see that you can fit the Z in
Yeah.
between right here. Just look at what he's done in this area of the board. So rather than go for what may be a difficult play to actually land, there's only a couple T's unseen to him, so keeping ZES, maybe it doesn't pay off enough. Also, Cam has a lot of incentive to just block this spot if he
Yes.
has good overlapping plays. So even when you hit the plays you need, you're likely to get blocked. So he's gone for bingos. There we go. Finally, Runnels finds its way onto Noah's rack. But as you said, Cooper, Cam just in time. If he wants, he should be able to play something like Tardies or Disrate Diaster. There we go. Nicely spotted. That's maybe the best of the bunch. And that should put him in really firm command. Is that going to also block Noah's
Yeah.
bingo? What a troll that's going to be.
That I would be a little bit on tilt after this, thinking maybe the overlaps would work, but SA just barely not. Finally, when Noah pulled into his Scott bingo, Cam bingos on his own and blocks all the bingos that Noah can play.
That is brutal. That is a tough one, for sure. So, Diaster and Scott, great play by Cam, and he definitely is in very firm command of this game at this point. Hard to see how Noah could find his way back after this
Oh,
one.
are we seeing Diaster with an RE?
Oh my God. Is this a troll or is this a legitimate confusion?
Because we have Piaster.
Piaster, or yeah.
And he's played it. I think this is going to be a challenge from Noah. He's hit the clock. No, he's not. Cam's drawing tiles?
Wow.
Wow, he's accepted the play, it seems.
This is how do we process this? So basically there are a pair of words, Piaster, right? So this word, pardon my chicken scratch, I'm trying to get this out quick. This word can go both ways with the ER and RE. Diaster is only spellable with ER. So when Cam picked up those moves, also it's worth noting diopter is another
yeah.
similar word that goes both ER and RE. But this is a shocker to not see that one be challenged, especially given the game state and the fact that you have a valid bingo. Of course, let's remember with letters like this, Cam is still going to be in really, really good shape for sure. Like, even if Noah challenges that word off the board and plays Runnels, it seems likely that Cam is going to be able to find a valid bingo after as an overlap somehow, some way. Pretty sure, but that is a surprise for sure, Cooper.
Yeah, I think I'd seen him maybe line up Diatribe that would have still come down, but wow, this is a big surprise to see this on the board, but as you said, there's REER, there's a lot of confusability there, and Cam probably thought he was making just a little strategic adjustment to make it RE rather than ER.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's surprising. But my initial reaction was like, "Oh my god, that could cost him the game." But yeah, the fact that Diatribe was still going to be playable here to put Cam back up by 100-ish points again, it was going to require Noah to make the challenge, play Runnels, draw something absolutely incredible from the bag. And I guess maybe with all the tiles going back and forth there, is it possible that Noah's, if he were to draw another bingo, would that have been an out bingo? Maybe,
Maybe
yeah, I don't
it
know.
still would have been really, really hard to fit over Runnels, so
Yeah.
it was a grim position for Noah
Well, I'm just
regardless.
imagining if Cam plays Diatribe, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
now
that's
you've
true.
got this D here, and now potentially if Noah can draw a bingo to the D, but maybe even then, I'm trying to see 15 tiles in the bag. So I think my logic is failing me here to know how many tiles are left. But either way, the path to victory, even with a challenge, was quite fraught there for Noah.
Wow, so what can Noah even do here? I mean, down 150. I think this is just for spread at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, which maybe that is the more relevant concern is that, yeah, maybe if Noah is destined to lose this game, even after a challenge, he could have lost the game by significantly less than he is going to lose. And that tiebreaker, you see it there right next to the scores, right? This number is the tiebreaker when you have the same number of wins. So right now, because Cam has 536 margin of victory. He's won his 7 games by that number of points. That's higher than Noah's 484. And as a result, Cam is ranked higher in the standings right now. So that is really maybe the more salient concern of what we just saw with the Diaster and Runnels situation. I wonder, are we going to see Diaster be hooked?
We're going to see Rundle right now.
Okay, makes sense. Just scoring as well as possible through that D.
Wait.
That's
What is
valid.
this? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that one's valid. So just sort of moving tiles to get to the end of the game. But yeah, we'll just have to see. I'm so curious. Are we going to see an S now be hooked to the invalid
Oh, yeah.
Diaster?
We could certainly see it. Maybe Cam has imps on his rack, but at this point, both players seem to have accepted that it's a word. So, yeah, maybe we're seeing mims.
Oh,
Diasters.
mims is also invalid. I think mim is an adjective. So mim, a valid word. I don't think it takes an S, and nor does diaster take an S. So that would be a surprising one to see go unchallenged, given that you're going to win no matter which word you focus on there. But he's clearly considering it. All right, he's moved off of that. Also, is Noah on hold here? Am I crazy? You reacted to Rundle, Cooper, but it seems like Cam is holding it, and yeah, okay,
that's a
it's
word.
valid,
Sorry.
so no issues with that, as Noah's going to redraw.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah, I'm so curious if we're going to see. It seems like here we go. We got the tiles in hand.
Mims and diasters.
Mims and diasters.
Both very plausible words, neither in our dictionary. So we'll see what Noah has to say about this.
It's not going to bat an eye, seemingly. That's surprising. I'm a little surprised to not see the challenge there for sure. Again, it doesn't really make a difference in the winning and losing of this game, but it's just a lot of spread points left on the table here. So I am surprised, especially Cooper, given the challenge rule.
Yeah. if I'm not mistaken, high school is still the 10-point challenge, so the challenger would not lose a turn if they were wrong. But regardless, we're seeing Noah maybe setting up HAETS, overlapping next to MIMS. That seems like it would score pretty well.
Yeah, that's nice. Getting a whole lot of overlaps. There's no great reason to keep the S here, given that we are into the end game. Cam, with his play of Mims, has emptied the bag. So you no longer have to worry about keeping that S so that you can draw a bingo because there's no tiles left in the bag. You might as well use it and scheme a more optimal end game up here.
Or maybe I was mistaken. He might be playing hats in the lower left of this board.
Oh
That
yeah,
would
he needs to
score a lot of
block.
points.
He needs to block like petty.
Yeah,
Is that valid?
believe so.
Yeah, I think he's got to block this or something down there. That's definitely the place to play, and he has the ability to do that. Oh, he had Noah
Yeah, I
lined
saw
up.
that.
Noah has Noah on his rack. That would be quite the power move to play your own name. It is actually valid in other lexicons, but not this one, so he won't be able to make the power move of his own name. But yeah, I really like your suggestion, Cooper, of just playing hats or hast in this spot. It's going to score really, really well. Leave tiles that should go out somewhere next turn pretty flexibly and block Cam from using that spot for his own purposes. So that seems correct. But yeah, I see the comments in the chat that we're going to want to turn on the overhead mic after this one finishes up. But yeah, we definitely want to see the reactions there after this game. Crazy.
Do you think somebody's going to come over and tell them?
They're going to look up those words themselves.
Okay, yeah.
I'm confident.
So hats coming down, scoring a boatload of points.
Great play.
Yeah.
Great play. 51 points there for Noah with those nice overlaps, making a much more difficult decision for Cam. And we'll just have to see. He may be the one. It's hard to see where to play off all of the high scoring tiles, the P, the Y, and the D. Getting an update too from our director team that the undefeated teams in the middle school division, so the Tile Titans, that is Andrew and Alan, they were undefeated, and the Pink Fluffy Unicorns with an extremely exciting come from behind win. Oh, what is he?
Almost played NI.
Almost played NI. Yeah.
But sorry, back to you, Will.
Yeah, just saying that our two undefeated teams going into this round both won and clinched their spots in the finals in the middle school division. So the Pink Fluffy Unicorns and Tile Titans are going to be our finalists in middle school. That's going to be really, really fun to watch those two teams duke it out. So exciting, Cooper. Finalists decided there, but still a lot to play for in high school.
A lot to play for in high school. It's not just the two finalists, it's all the way down the list. But yeah, we were really impressed by the Pink Fluffy Unicorns play and can't wait to see the Tile Titans as well.
Yeah, I think somehow through just kind of luck of the draw, we haven't seen them on stream yet, but we've seen them in previous years, and it's not surprising whatsoever that they are punching their ticket to the finals there. So kudos to both of those teams. Not sure if that means we're going to stick with the high school games going forward where all is still up for grabs, but this is going to be a huge, important victory for Cam Siegel. Depending on some of the other results in the division, he actually may have punched his ticket to the finals with just 2 games to go. It's possible that the only player who can catch him in the standings is Noah Goldstein, his opponent in this game, meaning If only one other person can catch you, you can't drop any lower than second, which means you've clinched your spot in the finals. So it seems like Cam is right on the cusp with this win, but Noah is still in really, really strong shape. He's only going to need maybe one more win in his next 2 games, depending on how things shake out, to have a rematch, a much anticipated rematch where maybe he's the one that draws Floriat to open that game.
Um, it seems quite possible that we will be seeing these two play another game, and we already know how good of games they are capable of putting on. Cam just using the last of his time. I saw him set up Puny. Is it?
He actually had the quote unquote optimal endgame play of Peed on the board earlier. He had that set up right here. That's the best he can do. Of course, he's trying to find a better play that uses the Y, but there you go. Oh, he's going to go with Peen. No, he has the D in his hand. That would be slightly better because the D is worth 1 extra point than the N, but maybe he has some momentary doubt.
I wonder if he's unsure if this word's good in School Scrabble.
Oh, yeah, that could be. That's definitely possible. So, in any case, oh, yeah, was he thinking, right, how can I make a play that blocks oh no? It's tough actually to block. So he was looking at Puny and trying to see, does this block oh no? No, it actually doesn't, because if you play Puny, you're giving back a new spot to play oh no on top. So yeah, good thinking by both players here. But yeah, this is a surprising one. I definitely feel like we want to. Looks like Cam is agape for some reason. Maybe we'll cut to overhead now.
I thought you had a T. What the fuck? Oh. Oh no. Wait, let's not go to the. Hopefully they didn't catch that on me. Whatever. And then you get this one, man. 6, 7, 14. Ah. Oh, whoa. No, you gotta check. No, you probably. I'm 18. All right. Yeah, they definitely said, like, let's look for a good conversation on the overhead mic, and then they came to this. They came to this disaster. Oh, wait, so what is it? 469 to 342? Just say yes.
I have 339. Oh, no, 342. Right, I'll take the extra points.
So basically what we figured out is that
You luck box?
I'm just like the far superior player.
I had 3 S's here. It wasn't anything special.
I don't know if you had maybe a Y. It could be keeping a Y.
You could have.
I was like, maybe that could be cool. Because you're not. I don't think you're supposed to play the Y there. You keep, maybe, because you're not. I don't know what you're hitting.
Low key, YE. In the end.
Oh, I just forgot about that.
Not more points. 15.
16, 17, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Nah, Peter's better.
Is there a preference for play of the game?
Are you asking me?
I don't know what you guys think.
Whatever.
That was a tough one.
Give it to him.
I don't know.
Although this was a nice play, and Cam doesn't know that word.
Oh, Z.
Oh,
Z
yeah,
is
maybe
cool.
that's a good fit, yeah.
As
So
a-
at that play, it's better to, you need to go for like zests and zeps and zeds.
Yeah, I was thinking of that.
Yeah, it's that bad.
That's
like
how.
Uncle.
What?
Uncle setting up ZES plays and then going for zests.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
It's tough like to do
I'm
that.
just fucked.
Huh?
Oh, stop.
If you hit that, it's like 120 points. And then you should have blocked it.
I was
Instead of playing odd. Well,
instead of
odd
odd, but I keep tire. Like the equity's
it's
so
close.
good.
It's close.
You had a guy?
But if he plays odd,
I looked here. I looked at like red, but like REDD or
I
something.
gotta go put the
All right.
play up.
All right, well.
Yeah, Eugenie, I'm like 99% sure of the word.
Yogini. And Rundle's good. It's a verb, right?
Rundle, it's like a tournament. I don't know. It's like a bracket.
All right.
Luck box.
Are we resetting?
Luck box.
All right, let's come back to the booth here. It doesn't seem like nobody has mercifully told them anything about diasters or mims or any of the other stuff that happened in the pretty crazy game that we just saw. But yeah, that's a big one, Cooper, for Cam. A big win for him to get. He is in really, really good shape to make the finals now.
Yeah, 8-0 and adding however many, like 150 more points to his spread. That looks like he is not going to be caught in this high school division.
Yeah, I think he's punched his ticket there. Noah, with this loss, only his first of the tournament. He's still going to have to fight his way in against some of the other people just behind him in the standings. But before we get too deep into that, let's take a look at our honor roll play of the game. I think we're ready with that. We heard we heard Cam graciously cede the honor roll play of the game to Noah's play of Z here. Really, really nice insertion play. Look at how aesthetically pleasing that is, Cooper.
It really is. Putting that Z in between A and AN, that is great board vision to be able to see to Z that is an option
Nice.
there. So big props to Noah for that board vision play despite the tough loss.
Yeah, there were a lot of great plays in this game, but definitely this one is a worthy one between these two excellent players. And again, the honor roll brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. For more information about clubs, tournaments, and resources to help you get started with tournament play, you can visit wordgameplayers.org. So, not sure if we're going to do any kind of look at the standings here. Maybe we're just going to take a short break at this point and then potentially come back with the most up-to-date standings. But yeah, this was a pretty crazy game. Couple weird things happening and that we don't normally see. But I feel like we've got a good chance to see a rematch between those two players.
I think a really good chance perhaps in the finals, but it seems like we will have another elementary school game after this. Excited to cut back to that, see what action is happening over there.
All right, sounds good. So we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with round 8 at the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship.
Hi, I'm Marco, and you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship on Let's Play Scrabble.
Would you define the word leave, like a tile leave?
A leave is what you have left on your rack, and you got to decide, are you going to go for the big points, or are you going to go for a good leave and hope for a bingo the next turn?
So leave is whatever is left on the rack after you've put your tiles down, and usually your good tiles are going to get you good points, but you want to save some good tiles for next turn.
So leave is when, well, it's not going out the door, but it's more like when you play a word and the tiles that you leave on your rack.
A leave is when you play a word, it's the tiles you have left on your rack.
How good of tiles you keep on your rack from your last play.
What are your favorite tiles in Scrabble?
I like an H. An H is probably my favorite tile. E's always great, but sometimes an E will get you jammed up because you don't have anywhere to put it, and you've got a 6 on your rack. So
I think the S because usually there's like a lot of words that are almost bingo, so when I add an S, I can make it a bingo.
My favorite tile to play has to be the K. As many people know, I think it's a really great tile, very versatile, just as the S is, but kind of scores more. 5 points for a tile that you can do a lot with.
A good consonant that means A, E, I, and then like N or R. I love the K. I'll keep the K, and then I like seeing what I want to do with that.
My favorite letter to probably leave on is an E, and my favorite letter to draw is a Z.
Power tiles wise, I always like to draw the Z. I also kind of like the X. And I mean, you always like an S or a blank too. Hi, I'm Andrew. You're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship on Let's Play Scrabble.
All right, folks, we are back, and it's going to be a round 8 matchup, which we actually have a little bit of explaining to do here, but it's going to be a great matchup coming right up. We're going to hop back into our elementary school division. We're going to see our 2 undefeated teams in that division in Andrew and Alan versus Leonie and Lisette, the pink fluffy unicorns versus the tile titans. Very, very exciting matchup coming up. Cooper, it is going to be, yeah, look at that. So let's talk a little bit about why we're watching this matchup.
Yeah, so this matchup, there's only one game left. Andrew and Alan, the Tile Titans, Leonie and Lisette, the pink fluffy unicorns, with one game left, cannot be caught by any other team. So we're going to have them play one game. And this game, these 2 teams are certainly going to go to the finals. The question is, who is going to go first in the finals? Who's going to have home court advantage? So this game will be the game that decides that. And we're going to have 2 clearly very strong teams. Going down the order, though, we also see Jonathan and Leah, Gavin and Grayson, Ben and Calvin, all teams we had the joy of watching earlier in this stream, and they'll be duking it out to see which of these 5-2 teams might be able to pull up into 3rd, 4th, 5th. So action down there. Check the standings at Let's Play Scrabble for that as well.
Yeah, so we can cut to preview now as our players are standing by. Whoops, we'll get the nameplates sorted out in just a moment from our middle school division here with these players. But yeah, so just to be clear, these 2 teams have clinched their spots in the final, but this is not the final. They are playing each other because having clinched their spots in the final, it would be a little strange to pair them with other players who are still jockeying for position. There we go. We've got the updated standings. And there is a fair amount at stake here. Which team has the first move in the final? That actually matters. It definitely increases your odds of winning. So this game is going to decide that edge in the finals match. And it is also our first opportunity to get a chance to watch Andrew and Alan compete, the 7-0 Tile Titans at the top of the standings. They're going to be the ones going first in this game as well. So here we go. About to kick things off. And let's see what the Tile Titans draw to start this game. Looking like some balanced letters here. Ooh.
All right.
Okay. They have a nice little mix of consonants and vowels. Have that U on the rack. I feel like if you replace that U with something different, we'd be looking at a potential bingo here, partial, platier, plater, stuff like that. But with the U in hand, they're going to have to figure out a way to use that. Are they thinking about playing up rail? Ooh.
This is not a word I'm familiar with.
Interesting. So let's see if the pink fluffy unicorns look at this and say, wait a second. They did manage to draw the first blank on the rack there, so that's great for them.
Yeah, a lot of considerations on this challenge decision, but it looks like No, Andrew and Ellen are drawing tiles right now, so it looks like this is going to stay on the board. Leonie and Lizette, though, have to be looking for a potential bingo with this blank and some balanced tiles to go with it.
Are they thinking about playing? Ooh, they're gonna maybe play boltiest here, which is a plausible sounding word, but I definitely expect Andrew and Alan to, well, geez, are they
Yeah.
gonna, this does give back a potential bingo through the S if they were to spot it. So maybe there's an argument to be made. Nope, no thought.
No immediate challenge.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're gonna go ahead and challenge.
Yeah, Leonie and Lisette may be feeling emboldened after hearing that rudiest is a word, but boltiest, unfortunately, not going to be valid. And we'll see this in our challenge cam.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you very much to our Challenge Cam sponsor, Merriam-Webster. They're our dictionary provider for the event. There it is, the red screen that you never want to see after you've been challenged. So tough start there for the pink fluffy unicorns. However, they've got that first blank on the rack, and there are potential bingos that they may be able to consider. But yeah, you mentioned it, Cooper. They had this whole incredibly nerve-wracking ending of a previous game on stream. Should we play Rudiest? Should we play Enrooted? They ended up not playing either. But, you know, could they think about something like Blottier here? Maybe Blottier, Rudiest, Boltiest. Which of those are good? Which are not? It's really, really difficult to keep it all straight.
Yeah, if you did not see the end of it, they do have it lined up potentially. So, but we see Andrew and Ellen playing a doze. This will score pretty well for them with that Z on the double letter score.
That's just a really nice play.
Yeah, overall, I mean, maybe the best that was available for them.
Yeah, it has some other advantages of Andrew and Alan having seen all of the letters that Leonie and Lisette have. This does block a lot of the options that you might see being played. And it looks like, are they considering Blottier to the R of up rail now? They have those
Yeah.
tiles in the exact order. So they've got to decide, are they going to go back to that? Sometimes when you lose a challenge, you can maybe have a crisis of confidence there when you might otherwise go ahead and play it. Let's see. They're thinking about maybe playing bite into the E. But yeah, having already lost a challenge on Boltiest, maybe I'm less likely, Cooper, to play Blottier.
Yeah, I would feel similarly unconfident about my comparative and superlative adjectives. Blottier certainly sounds like a word, and maybe they're wishing that they had taken a shot at that first, but now maybe looking to keep strong tiles that they could bingo with next turn. They're looking at bite potentially. Looks
Yeah.
like that's going to come down.
Okay, so missed opportunity, but one that is understandable given not just this game, but the context of some of the previous games they've played as well. And it is so tough to keep straight all those, IER and EST words. So let's see what they're able to draw and maybe play on their next move. And meanwhile, it is back to Andrew and Alan, who it's still, they got a nice starting play. They were able to pull a fast one with up rail, score very well with a doze, but still, they're saddled with way too many consonants here. They're not going to score that well.
Are they about to play munting? That would be really amazing knowledge from them.
This would be incredible. So Andrew, okay,
minting.
Okay, this is a much more normal word. Munting, also a valid word through the U of up rail, and that is what we thought for just a moment they might be playing here, and that would have showcased an insane level of word knowledge because that's a noun. That's not an inflected word of any type, the way minting is. So yeah, minting, trying to get rid of as many consonants as possible. And now Leonie and Lisette with a lot of letters to look through here. They're just going to go ahead and block that triple with glove. This makes some sense. Not sure. They probably had some bingos there, but if you're not going to play a bingo, blocking the triple and keeping the blank is a good idea, Cooper.
Yeah, I really agree. This puts them in a great position except if you draw 3 A's in a Q. But that is a bit of an edge case here. We'll see what they decide to do about that. They can't be happy about this. Okay, just want to scream, ah.
Yeah, that is tough draw. Although you at least can look through this U up here, which doesn't
That's
feel
true.
that likely to get blocked here. So something like Aqua rebalancing your rack, yeah, that does give back a lot of stuff, including a big scoring spot here and maybe another line here. I guess the Aqua hook, but that's not that relevant because
Yeah.
there's only so many squares you have in this row. But yeah, they also have cat lined up, so there could be some nice places to play that. Meanwhile, though, Andrew and Alan with the UV combination on the rack, they're thinking about maybe they're just going to try to play the O and the U.
I was thinking they might be trying out Rivet.
Oh, that would be so maybe Glover. Now, yeah, you can see with that hand placement there, they're thinking maybe I can play
Okay.
Voter and Glover. That does leave the UI combination. That's not the best, but this play scores well and puts that V out in space. Remember, too, Andrew and Alan know that Leone and Lisette have a blank on their rack, so they're playing accordingly.
That's true. You wanna play as closed as possible to make sure that that bingo, if it's gonna happen, takes as long as possible. But in that spot you mentioned just now, Qua coming down looks good. Honestly, keeping the A's to potentially play Aqua bingos
That's really smart on their
and
part.
a line above the A in Qua. I mean,
So let's look at how that's a great point by Cooper. And let's look at how this plays out. Leone and Lisette keeping 2 A's on the rack. They definitely know the word aqua at their level. Had they played this, Andrew and Alan would be responding with thunk or think for
wow.
an enormous score. This is such a good scoring spot. When you play the A of aqua, you're exposing yourself to really, really high scoring counterplay. When you leave it off, you don't get hit nearly as hard. Look at this. Thunk would have scored upwards of 50 points. Instead, Andrew and Allen are going to play a much lower scoring play. And Leone and Lisette now have a chance, as you said, Cooper, to play bingos with an A in it on their rack. So very, very smart play on their part. Let's see if they can benefit from it right now.
They are at least seeming to use the hook on Qua of Aqua, but it looks like mate is the play at the moment.
Okay, solid play. That's going to get a good amount of points as well. They are going to really want to try to draw some consonants here to pair with that AE combination along with their blank. And if they do, they've got a great chance of bingoing in a hurry. So, yeah, this is still, it's going to be a close game if Leone and Lisette draw well right now.
Yeah.
You want to see consonants for them. But Andrew and Alan, meanwhile, with NNTT on the rack, that's going to be tough. Let's see what they can come up with. They've played really well to this point in the game.
Looking like knit is what they have set up. There is a word that I do remember seeing on stream in some sort of higher level game of unknit.
Yeah.
That is a hard one to pull the trigger on. Knit, it looks like, is coming down.
Looks solid. I think part of the motivation for this is just blocking another lane. Remember, Andrew and Alan are ahead. They're trying to play as much defense as they can. And this board is actually little by little starting to get tougher to see where a 7-letter bingo would actually still fit. You might be looking at playing 8-letter bingos at this point if you're trying to bingo on this board, which of course Leone and Lisette are trying. But this is good. They're thinking about playing through the V to open more space. This is a really nice idea, Cooper.
And this is a very small adjustment that has very big ramifications. They could have played OVA, its anagram, but instead choosing to play AVO, opening an S hook for them, keeping the blank. They have drawn, they had an S last turn, so that gives them great shots. They've already set up hastier. This makes it so much easier for them to bingo this turn. I'm sure Andrew and Alan, though, may be looking to do something about it. They've set up tourneys, maybe wishing they could play that word backwards from the O in AVO, but no cigar there. Uh, Maybe looking at turn keys too, but K in the wrong spot. What are what are you thinking might be their goals here?
Well, a lot hinges here on whether they know that mate actually takes a Y hook, as in ahoy matey. If they know that, then all of a sudden you've got all kinds of options in that spot right there with your Y. And ooh, okay, this is a good overlapping spot here, but actually this creates potential big overlaps too. So now Leone and Lisette have to look in this spot to see if they can find. Yeah, they already just laid their hand on the board right there to see what they can do. They're going to go ahead and play hastier here, as opposed to where Cooper pointed out before the play of Yen. It was going to play here with a Vo, so a really nice setup. But this creates a lot of counterplay to the triple, both in the middle of the board and the bottom of the board. Whereas hastier, where Leone and Lisette play it, much safer and scores similarly well. So very good strategy being showcased by both players here, both teams.
Absolutely, a good adjustment there. Limit those crazy comeback plays. And it looks like, regardless, though, Andrew and Alan stuck with 2 U's and 2 R's. They're going to play Kuru, one of those really nice U dumps. Love this play. Keeping star. Is this a star play, potentially? Setting up their S even for potential Kurus bingos. This looks amazing.
That is so impressive to know that word. And what a really helpful word to know, the word of Kuru with 2 U's in it. All the reasons Cooper said make that such a good play. It's even difficult to really overlap on top productively because of the U's. Normally, a play in this spot would be devastating, but because not that many letters go on top of a U, it's going to be difficult to see that spot be used by either player, as Leone and Lisette do well to use their higher scoring letters with just cops to the S of hastier. Both teams are trying to get a bingo as soon as they can. Oscar, that is
Wow.
that is an impressive word knowledge there. So yeah, I think a couple possible bingos there in co-stars and casters, among other things, but I'm really impressed at their spotting Oscar here.
Yeah, just
That's
knowing that 5 with a number of anagrams with an S. I feel like those are really hard to stick, and being able to hit that triple word score in the top right of the board, that was really the most productive play, maybe Oscar or Ascot, that was going to do that. So
yeah,
just the fact that they knew that word.
super
Really cool.
impressive for sure. So it looks like,
Ooh.
are we thinking, yes, thinking about playing mated? They're going to have to come up with a way to be able to play through the H and the E. If they play their D here, there is a way to do that by just playing your A. You can play odd in that spot, but maybe they're going to go back on that and say, well, it would be nice to use a few more letters. You also have to look at this spot right here. There might be a way to play something with AR that scores well enough to be worth it. So a lot of different options. I don't think there's necessarily a standout play here that is just massively better than anything else. There are a lot of different places that Leone and Lisette will need to look. Okay, they're just going to play her and mater. That is also valid. There we go. So
Yeah.
scoring decently well.
You gotta wish that girl dad was a word in this scenario, but is not, despite being a term in popular culture.
True. I didn't. That's a good spot, Cooper. I wish. Also, you got to question how many words that would be, but I could see that getting into the Scrabble dictionary at some point, potentially.
Yeah. Could see that. Over to Andrew and Alan. Quickly gonna play use, Yews. That S for 2 more points, usually you wouldn't want to do that. In this scenario, I see no reason not to. I mean, 2 S's on your rack. We've talked about it a ton. Use scores quite well and leaves ITS.
I wonder, depending on the tile tracking situation, whether they could have played something with a vowel, setting
Oh,
up their S's there. That could have been really strong.
that's
Not to set
true.
up a bingo lane, but just knowing that if they had the last two S's, which I know there is another blank unseen, um, that could have been fun. So either way, strong play by them. But back to Leone and Lisette, who are still trailing a little bit as we see Enosight on the rack of
Yeah,
Andrew and Allen. Maybe they're going to be very happy that they left that Avo hook untouched here.
I saw Alan at least on Zizava in the room before the game. Uh, I know that both these kids, I believe, studying with Mac Meller.
Mm.
So this, and it looks like they are setting it up. So unless it's blocked, Enosight really gonna come down for Andrew and Alan. Looks like Leonie and Lisette looking in a different part of the board here.
Yeah, I wonder what is the letter that they're putting. Is
Is it
it
an
just an
AE?
A? Yeah, so they're looking to make a nice overlap in that spot. This is a good scoring play, but of course it leaves a little bit of imbalance on the rack in the two D's and four consonants to one vowel. So we'll see what they're able to draw. But either way, oh,
Oh,
look at
wow.
this. We're seeing ironiest. Is this, I just want to, is this in the Merriam list? Is my only concern, or just Enosight?
I believe
Some of these
so.
adjectives, is this a Jaker situation? That's what I'm curious about. And I think it's possible. Oh, but just really quickly. So I think this was potentially an example of one of those words that is actually not valid in this competition, but it may be valid in other lexicons that they use a lot in North America. So either way, Leone and Lisette don't even think twice about it, and they just bomb their X for a really, really good score here. So the game is still going to be somewhat close after this. But look at that draw of the blank by Andrew and Allen. So we're going to get the scores updated. There's a lot of plays that were just made in a hurry, but I think it's going to be a solid advantage for Andrew and Allen still.
Yeah, that play of hastier, pretty descriptive of the game. But Andrew and Alan playing off their two Fs, keeping super strong bingo tiles, maybe hoping to hit that rightmost column.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, there we go. I think that is almost up to date as our score. I think we're just getting the off points there. I know the moves have been coming in so quick. So, yeah, off an interesting play just because you do risk potentially Leone and Lisette playing something along the rightmost column of the board that is a bingo. Instead, they're going to play do, making Sid
Sid, what
Cooper.
do you think Andrew and Alan will think about this? It looks like they have tapped that clock and they are going to the challenge computer.
Yeah, so a tough one there. Sid happens to not be in the dictionary. Of course, it's tough to keep track of all those little words, but yeah. Let's have a look at the reactions here on the challenge machine. Back it comes. It's the red X's. So another lost challenge here. We saw one to kick off the game as well with Boltiest. And yeah, this is going to be a tough one because now that's really a godsend for Andrew and Allen because they have Beeling lined up on their rack, which, oh my God, this is going to be a great counter here that's going to put this game out of reach for sure. A valid bingo, I might add.
Yeah, really, really good to know that. Put it on the board immediately, and it does look like this is going to lock up the game for Andrew and Allen. The tile tightens, maybe a couple more tiles left in the bag, but doesn't look like there's much hope for the pink fluffy unicorns in this game that's only deciding first place for the finals.
So, yeah, this is just to be clear, as if you're just joining us in this game, These are our two teams that are going to be in our one game finals. Both of them have clinched their spots in the finals, but the game we're watching now is not the finals. This is a game that is deciding who will go first in that game, who is going to wind up on top in the 8-game main event. But kudos are due to both of these teams for clinching their spots in the finals in an incredibly competitive middle school division this year. So this is just a preview. This is round one, but round two is going to decide all the marbles in just a little bit later today. So we're going to wrap up this game with the last few plays. Leonie and Lisette playing their W in the bottom corner. Great bingo of Beeling by Andrew and Allen.
Yeah.
Have been very, very impressed with their performance here, Cooper.
Me as well. Knowing that Beeling is a word, not just knowing Beal, but like knowing that it can be extended or maybe just studying it as a bingo, that is not a word that I know what it means or have ever come across in my daily life. So really good of them to see that. And it looks like they're gonna try to get rid of their J in this end game somehow. Looking at Jig potentially that's coming down. Looks good, and like they'll have outs next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be tough too for Leonie and Lisette with all those consonants, and the board has really gotten much more constricted here in the late game. They will certainly not be able to go out. So we'll see Andrew and Allen with their nice ED combination. They'll end the game next turn. They'll clinch this win. They're probably going to play the ED combination right here. If I had to guess, that looks pretty good to me. But other than that, it's academic at this point. So Andrew and Allen will be in the top spot in the standings, and Leonie and Lisette, even with this loss, they're going to be number 2. An amazingly impressive performance, Cooper. You were going to say?
Oh, very much so. I can't wait to see both of these teams put on their skills for another game in our elementary school finals. The Tile Titans putting down Dev to finish up this game. Handshakes, sportsmanship from both. Maybe they have something to say overhead mic.
Yeah, let's cut.
Oh. 4, 4, 3, 2.
4, 5, 3. I'm sad that game
Because the points from your
oh yeah. I'm sad that the game doesn't count for anything.
Yeah. 4, 5, 3. And
3, 2, 5.
3, 2, 5.
Yeah, but we're still in the finals, so that's fine.
Yeah, told you.
Probably. Yeah, can I change
I guess we could count.
Oh yeah.
Wait, we have to post. Team 1.
Yeah. Do you want to take a photo? No.
Wait, does that
4,
mean
5, 3, 3, 2, 5.
All right, looks like not a ton of discussion as the players are simply squaring their tiles back up here. And yeah, there you go. That was our finals preview. And as you could hear the pink fluffy unicorn saying, you know, it's okay. We're still in the finals. And that's true. It's going to be the Tile Titans who just earned the right to have the first move in that game. A subtle but maybe important advantage. We'll see how that shakes out. But that was a very quick game to finish there, Cooper. So we do still have our honor roll play of the game to get to, and we will do a standings check, but then we're going to have a short break before we dip back into high school. But yeah, any thoughts on that game before we pick our honor roll play of the game?
Yeah, I think that we saw some wise decisions from both teams. We saw 3 bingos coming down, and I just can't wait to see a rematch. And after the game overhead mic, we heard some good sportsmanship, and especially I was impressed from Pink Fluffy Unicorns being like, well, we lost the game, but we're still in the finals, and seeming very, very composed even after that tough loss.
Yeah, definitely. You know, great to see that. They just let that game sort of roll off them, and they're definitely looking very ready to come back with a even better game in the finals against the very tough Tile Titans. So with that, let's take a look at our honor roll play of the game that we just watched. brought to you by the Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. For any, oh, by the way, before we plug their website, just want to say a huge thank you to WGPO for their generous sponsorship of the School Scrabble Championship. But for anyone curious about more info on clubs, tournaments, and resources to get started with tournament play, wordgameplayers.org is a great site for you to visit. So here we go, Cooper. Beeling, this was a really impressive play.
Yeah, really impressive play to be able to sort through all those letters, all those bingo possibilities, and find one that fit on this board immediately after having the knowledge to challenge the play of SID off the board. Yeah, overall, just very high level of play from the Tile Titans.
Yeah, super impressive. Great plays by both players throughout the game, but certainly the Tile Titans with some phenomenal word knowledge here, including Beeling. So, with that, let's take a look at our report card. That's our standings screen brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com, the driving force behind not just the live stream that you're seeing here, but also the entire organization of this event. LPS doing amazing work to make this happen. So our results not finalized from this round, but you can see Andrew and Allen and Leonie and Lisette were not catchable by any other teams, no matter what happened in this round. But by virtue of the win we just saw, Andrew and Allen are going to be the top finishing team, which is a great accomplishment in its own right to come in first in the main event. Cooper, is that something that you accomplished in your own career at this event?
No, I never did. The time I was the champion, me and my partner, Jem Birch, shout out Jem Birch, were the champions. We actually finished second and came into the championship with a loss to the team that we were going to play against. With a loss to the team that we were going to play against in the championship and pulled out a really close game. So this final, even though we saw the Tile Titans win it, it is really either team to win this tournament.
Yeah. Could we see the pink fluffy unicorns repeat your experience
Yeah.
of, maybe you lose the battle, but win the war of winning that all important finals game? We will find that out in just a bit. But for now, we're going to take a short break and come back with our final game from the high school division. They're playing an extra couple of games compared to the middle schoolers. So we'll be back in just a minute with that final round of the main event game between our high school players, and then our finals coming up in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Gideon Brasowski, and you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship on Let's Play Scrabble.
Your Scrabble nightmare.
I'm at a tournament, okay? There's 8 games. I only need 1 game to make it into, to place or to make it into this finals game. But the game is completely rigged. So I'm only drawing vowels. The other person is only drawing bingos. And I've called to the tournament proctors and all that. I'm asking why do I have 9 A's? I've been through all the A's. I've been through all the O's. How come there's still O's in the bag? How is this guy bingoing every time? And they've blown me off every time.
Maybe missing, what's one that's really easy? Maybe missing Eurasian, right? Or Darial for the win. That would be pretty bad. For people who don't study Scrabble, those are all top 100. I think actually like top 20 bingos. So that's like the bottom of the barrel of what you study when you start to get a little more serious about Scrabble. I would say 99% of tournament players know both of those words, have seen both of those words. So to be on a big stage in School Scrabble and miss one of those on stream would definitely be a crusher.
Probably if I'm up a big amount of points with the cue on my last rack, and I think I have 2 places to play it, but then they block both, and I end up losing by like 1 or 2 points.
person would you love to get the chance to play against in Scrabble?
I would love to play against Jerry Seinfeld because I feel like he'd just make the game really funny and stuff. I think he would be like sort of stingy about it, but also he would try to play phony words and be like, "That's a word. Are you gonna tell me that's not a word? That's a word." Yeah, I definitely see a Scrabble sitcom being funny. It just fit well.
I'd love to sit down with Barack Obama and play Scrabble. I think it'd be a wonderful experience. It wouldn't be too uptight, but it wouldn't be too lackadaisical that I'm not going my hardest. And I'd love to, show off to Barack Obama.
The inventor of Scrabble. I mean, it probably wasn't fully developed back then, but I'd like to see how different or how similar it is or what it's like.
It's kind of a scratch answer, but I'd love to play Scrabble against LeBron James. I think it would be fun. We're like similar heights, so I think it would work really well. And we look alike. So I think it would be fun to play against LeBron.
That guy from that show on that channel. Yeah, that person. I think I want to play against you.
That's me?
Honestly, Will Anderson. I watch all his videos. I'm a big fan.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
I've always wanted to play Nigel Richards. I've played Mac before. Haven't beaten him yet. I've came close though.
The North American School Scrabble Championship. Scoring never stops.
Great answers there, Cooper, of who some of the kids would like to play. Very flattered to be in any group with Barack Obama and LeBron James. So I'll definitely put that on my life accomplishments checked off there. But we are back from our break and ready to jump back into our final round of the main event in our high school division. The final round before our finals matches in both the middle school and high school division. And we've got a great one coming up that might seem familiar to our viewers here as we're going to take a look at the standings to set the stage, Cooper.
Yeah, so this game, if anyone here was here for the previous game in the middle school division, we again have two players at the top, Cameron Siegel and Noah Goldstein, who are 2 games ahead of the field with 1 game left to play. They are locked into the finals. But what remains to be seen, who will go first in that game? And that's what we're playing for in this game between Cam and Noah.
Yeah, so reprise between Cam Siegel and Noah Goldstein. At stake, the right to take the first move in the finals match. And let's cut to the board where the players are getting set to play. Cam with the first move in the game, going first against Noah here. And again, we are going to see these two amazing players facing off in the finals, but this game is going to determine which of the two has the first move. So, we got look at that little aggressive handshake there. Just kidding. These two kids are great friends, have played probably countless games of Scrabble over the years, know each other's game and style very well. And it really is a treat to watch them play, as we discovered for ourselves in their previous game.
Yeah, Cam going first. Again, getting his tiles in order before flipping them up. And 2 A's, 2 E's, but GNT to go with it. So not as vowel heavy as it looked originally.
Yeah, for sure. We saw a bunch of those vowels to start, and these tiles look good. It looks like there could conceivably be a 7-letter word here. And we did see Cam open with the word Floriat in their previous matchup. I don't think he's going to have quite the same luck here. He's going to have to make more of a balancing play. Certainly, you want to use one of the A's and one of the E's. Whether or not you lump the G in there along with it is also a question. Or do you rather exchange here as opposed to putting a short word on the board that could give Noah more options on his next move? A lot of different ways that you could go. I'll probably just play an age here, but I'm not sure where, Cooper. I would want to play that. Risks at every spot.
It looks like Cam set up age 2. The question here, you probably don't want to risk putting the A and the E above and below the double letter scores, although maybe there's an unseen benefit to that. I do think you're going to want to play it with the A in 2 columns to the right of the center or to the left, or with the A on the to the left, or with the A on the star. The big thing to consider here is the front and back hooks. Cam keeps an E here, so he might be more focused on the back hook to age of a G. looking at agnate now. Um, yeah, Will, what is your strategy with regard to whether you want to play a word for 4 or 6 points, or if you want to just exchange those letters?
Yeah, it's tough as we see age come down. Again, there was no positioning of this word. Well, we haven't seen it yet. Okay, there we go. The move is committed. Playing it here, you give back a bunch of front hooks in this spot potentially. And, playing the word here, you give back the back hooks as well. So um, there's definitely risks with either spot. So I would say in general, these short plays, um, you are going to want to strongly consider exchanging rather than playing for something like 4 or 6 points, only because you've made your opponent's odds of playing a bingo so much higher with a short play that is not that defensive like this. That being said, you're giving up 6 points to do that. So definitely some give and take. Hard to know exactly, if there's a strategy to use in all scenarios. But yeah, I think this is a reasonable way forward. And Noah does not really have very many good plays that take full advantage of this aggressive opening. So we're going to see what he elects to do. Are we really looking at something like just jogged through the G of age, I should say, that feels kind of crazy, doesn't really score as well as you would want with that J,
Uh,
Cooper. Maybe it's okay.
Can someone grab me a slice?
Yeah, no, and you
Oh,
really want
thanks.
the A
I
to
don't
go
know what.
on the triple word scores. I think we're hearing some room noise, but yeah, you'd hope that you
Since
could
I
get
don't know
the
what's gonna do that,
J
my bad.
doubled, perhaps extending, but there's just not really a play that'll work here. So whatever play is going to be a bit dissatisfying, but jog comes down, and this looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it's weird. This doesn't look like it should be that solid of a play, but it's almost by elimination of any other good option that this is one of the best plays available to Noah. So good on him to spot it and play it. Not that long into this kind of tricky turn for him. This is a weird looking board, Cooper.
Yeah, we're looking at front and back hooks to age, as you mentioned, but maybe some possibilities for 5s or 6s if you have the right letters coming down. And Noah, it looks like, has picked up some of the right letters here. But Cam on turn, W, 2 A's, this O, really want to put yourself in a good position to bingo, but also there are some scoring options here. What do you see?
Yeah, it's tough. I definitely think that because of just want to point out the placement of jogged, the two G's, you could have played the G lower on the board, right? Playing jogged like this and doing that would create a big scoring spot. But because Noah has slotted jogged higher on the board, that makes things much more difficult for Cam to use. So that is going to restrict a lot of the potential options that Cam would have otherwise had.
Yeah, that was a very smart placement of jogged on his play. We would have seen plays making the W tripled going both ways for around 30 points. Instead, Cam with a much trickier position here.
So Noah is sitting on 7 letter words, by the way, that he is absolutely thrilled to have drawn that are going to play all over the place on either side of age. Ween is the choice. This is a nice idea, hooking something onto age, but there we go. Cam picks it up, goes another direction potentially here.
We are seeing, oh, he's looking at E now, maybe. No, Ween does come down.
Nice. So this is a reasonable option. Just want to point out that there were a couple of fun plays off of that J that have been pointed out on the YouTube chat. Just want to also quickly say thanks to everybody watching along on YouTube. We're thrilled to have you all. You are joining us at the absolute best time. We're watching the last round of the main event in high school here. and leading right into our finals championship games in both our middle school and high school divisions as we see Noah strike first blood with Asunder. Very, very nicely done. I'm pretty sure both of these players are going to know that is an adjective, or at least some, I think adjective is right for that. Maybe not. Maybe it's an
Like a
adverb,
preposition.
preposition, whatever it is. You can't hook that with an S. So I think both players will know that. But tough rack here for Cam Cooper. One of these classics
Yeah.
we've seen a bunch.
The low scoring rack that doesn't make a bingo where you score somewhere in the mid-teens probably, unless you want to blow up the rack. Looking at something like toe, making JO and OE next to jogged. Or if you want to play longer, maybe something like jotter from that J. Nothing's going to feel all too satisfying here, but Cam, especially after Noah's bingo, is going to be looking for a bingo of his own.
Yeah, definitely. And he's got an O as well. So he's going to be looking for plays with Joe if he can't find one. Although that's going to be tough with the rest of his letters. I don't think he has a great play there. Maybe we could see Noah play just something like FOE alongside the J, as long as it doesn't get blocked. But yeah, Cam is in a bit of a pickle here. He's got no good way to, maybe he's going to play TOE in that spot, in fact, just to get rid of one of the two T's, one of the two E's, and the O, which is arguably his weakest bingo tile on the rack. It says a lot when the O is the weakest bingo tile on the rack. The O is kind of a not that bad of a bingo tile. So it goes to show those low point letters in Scrabble really are the ones you're looking at most carefully when you have a whole bunch of them on your rack. That's your time to think, do I have bingos available? But none are around for him here. So maybe he's going to just play Jotter. I think that's actually a very solid way forward here, Cooper, if that's his choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, scoring 10 more points than he would have otherwise, and you can get frustrated with these kinds of racks. Want to get something that scores, try to draw into the bag. And yeah, Jotter looks really solid. He's drawn a Q and a U. Here it seems like the Q might finally be an asset. But
Whoa.
Noah, oh wow, Q, X, U, Y, all sorts of stuff going on there.
There is a lot of scoring pop on that rack right there that Cam just drew. Funny too, he left. If you had to guess what his leave was, you might not guess. He just left AE and drew QUXTY. So that is going to lead to some big scores somewhere or other, I'm pretty sure. And Noah seeing befit, that's a nice potential play, getting rid of both the B and the F off of the rack. Another option that could be nice if he spots it to keep at least one consonant on his rack rather than playing all three of them would just be brief here. Not sure if he's going to see that one. But this could be another reasonable choice if Noah spots it here. But yeah, let's see. He's got some stuff. Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's also solid.
Wow. we have an XQ word that can be played. I don't know if it's right.
Exequi. Oh my God. It doesn't quite slot any of those high scoring letters in the perfect spot, but it's still, that would be pretty special. So you can see Cam probably thinking I can play U-Taxi.
Yeah.
Which would also be a great play, but that's a tough one because if you play that, I think you're going to have to use your U while you're at it, where you would leave your Q kind of without that protection. So I don't think he's going to play that word anywhere.
Yeah. We are seeing the option of Q bite, which would be really, really fun to come down on the board through that B. After QU, you're not usually thinking the next letter is going to be a B, but in this case it is. And he does have those 5 letters set aside. I wonder if he's thinking about it in some way.
That is insane. The idea of playing Q bite through the B, that is extremely tough. Oh man, he's close. He's got the Q and the Y in the right order. If he were to come up with this, this would be an insane play.
There
Meanwhile, Noah with opiated on the rack. Not sure if that fits anywhere yet, but a lot of action happening here in the early going.
I just wanted to mention another insane option for him on Sim from that D and Asunder, playing just DEX, holding a Y, keeping the possibility of key QUAY for a boatload of points that if Noah doesn't have the other Y or a blank, he's going to be hard pressed to do something about. So that would be a ridiculous move. I don't know if that ever comes up. What do you think about that, Will?
This is crazy. This is a classic Galaxy Brain computer move right here. Playing Dex for 11 points, holding the Y. There is a Y unseen as well, along with 2 blanks. So you would sometimes get punished in hilarious fashion if you play Dex, because Dexy also being a valid word. You are almost always going to benefit from that. I think that is a really fun play, but certainly the existence of Q bite, that's gonna have to be better. And I'm
Yeah.
just thinking, there's got to be, just Dexy in that spot is much more stable in terms of outcomes. Like, yeah, you are getting 45 points. No, you don't have that same upside of a 90-point setup play, but you got to remember also that when you play, if I'm seeing my opponent play Dex like this, I'm doing anything possible to play through this X and cripple the spot. So, that's maybe it's difficult to fully block it, but you're not going to get a free shot at that Dexy play as often as the computer engine thinks. And ooh, look at this.
That speaking of spicy hooks, we've got an option. We've got key coming down for Cam, different spelling, and that takes an S on the double word score. So this is going to be a race to see who can get that, or maybe that spot is just blocked before anyone can use it.
Well, that is some content for sure. Now we have ourselves a serious race for an S, because any decent 5-tile S play that puts a scoring letter in this square right here, if we're going to see an S come down here, it's going to score a huge number of points. We're talking 60, 70, 80 points in that spot, depending on what the letter may be. So yeah, now we have ourselves a emerging situation here, and I definitely think Noah has a lot of incentive to try to obstruct this spot if at all possible. I feel like one way that he can do that is just play Yap right here. This makes it way tougher, not impossible, but it's going to block a lot of the stuff that would play there, and it balances Noah's rack pretty nicely as well. Again, unplayable opiated um, on the rack there. So yeah, this game got spicy in a hurry, Cooper.
It really did. Yeah, Noah's just got to be wishing that there was a spot for opiated here somewhere, but Yap looks pretty strong. I guess one thing I saw pointed out in the chat, if Cam had had an S, he would have just played it. It would have increased the score of his previous play by so much that he would have had to play the S. So it's not like this is a setup for his own S in all likelihood. But Yap, still the play to score a lot of points, regardless of what it does to that S hook.
Really good point regarding the odds of Cam having an S. Normally, when your opponent plays a 3-tile play, leaving 4 of their tiles on the rack, you have to at least consider, well, the S is a great tile to leave on your rack. As we heard during one of our break segments, a lot of the kids mentioning that S is a tile they like to leave. But in this case, you can know by the context, there's no way that Cam left an S after Quay, their key. I'm not sure. I think this is the ox word, not the peer, but I'm not sure. In any case, now back to Cam, and he's got that X. I wonder where he's going to play it. I just want to add one thing, Cooper. I don't think we've mentioned just yet. Swage is a word. That's just
Yes.
something I want to point out for anybody out there. This is a big deal. The next S draw, this is sitting there. Will the players know that? I think so, but that's, just something to note as we see Taxi be played here.
Yeah, Taxi there looks a lot safer than the placement with OPT on the right-hand side of the board. So this looks like strong option, keeping ITE from that doubled I, doubled T sort of rack. But it turns out he has drawn 2 more I's.
Oof, yeah, tough draw there for Cam. Close game still, but if Noah makes a good balancing play here and draws well, he could start to pull away with this, excuse me, if he's able to hit the next bingo here. So just kind of a play that uses, if I'm Noah, I want to use those O's if I can, and I want to keep as much of the rest of my letters intact as possible. Maybe I'm willing to use the D with something like Dodo here just to try to keep my nice bingo nucleus of EINT together. I open up a spot. Maybe I play into this D or from the O at some point. That seems reasonable, not too flashy, Cooper, but maybe what's called for.
Yeah, I don't know if there exists a super flashy move on this turn. So I'm on board with something like Dodo. Noah's not up enough where he needs to start closing lanes, and even if he were, I don't even think there's a way to close this board down from bingo lanes in 1, 2, or even 3 turns. So he set up Dodo. This looks pretty good to us.
Yeah, seems solid. Of course, if you had a way of scoring a similar number of points while also keeping that D, it does mesh very well with the rest of Noah's tiles, but he really doesn't have a way to just play O off and score anywhere near the 18 points that he's getting for this one. So, yeah, let's see what he's able to draw. We know that Cam is going to have some trouble with those 3 I's, and if Noah is able to draw something good, this could be a great opportunity. Remember, that S is still sitting up there. There's definitely going to be still plenty of opportunity. Ooh, there it is, the first tile out.
Oh,
Cyanite.
wow.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
and it fits.
Oh my God. And he sees it instantly.
Instantly. We
It's
hope he sees the spot, but you can't not be aware of that spot at
He
this point in the
will
game. Yeah,
100% see this spot.
this
Noah
is
is
going to be
about
massive.
to land an incredibly huge blow in this game. I don't know if Cam is going to try to block it. I don't think he really has any reason to block it.
Yeah,
Oof.
something like Dodo doesn't signify anything. So
Yeah.
Cam just trying to unload eyes, get back in this game, but little does he know there is a bomb waiting on Noah's rack that's about to go off. Thank you, Will, for illustrating where this is going and why this is scoring so many points, hooking QUEYS, also FAY,
I'm
OPE.
calculating how many points it's going to score. Just kidding, folks. It's going to score a lot of points in that spot. And yeah, I just can't imagine what could Cam do to get in the way of it here. It looks like he's just going to play fid or diff, leaving good bingo tiles. He can definitely, um, draw into a lot of bingos after this, but this
Wow.
is going to hit like a truck right here. 122 points. Doesn't even hit a triple word score,
Yeah.
Cooper. That is a big number for a play like that.
That is amazing. And we would have to see some really big fireworks in order for this not to be our honor roll play of the game, but don't want to spoil that just yet. So this is a really big move. And it does, as you can see, open up a big triple line coming down next to that E, but I'm not sure if there's quite anything that Cam can do about it in a super high scoring fashion.
I think at this score, it seemed like Cam was maybe considering challenging just to go up to the computer and see it for that many points if you have any doubt. But it is valid, and it seems like Cam has not elected to. Oh, is he? Oh, he's just recounting, I think. I think he
Mm.
stopped the clock just to recount the score of this to make sure that it's correct. And yeah, not sure what score the players announced, but they're going to get that score right. And you can see Noah instantly opening up a huge lead here. But if you're just joining us, just to be clear, this is round 10 of the main event prior to the finals. We're watching these two players, both of whom have clinched spots in the finals. But at stake in this game is the right to the first move, which just made a video about that recently on my channel, is a non trivial advantage in Scrabble when you're playing an evenly skilled opponent. And these two players are both very similarly strong, gives you about a 4 to 5 percentage point boost. So definitely going to be a nice immediate boost if Noah is able to hold on and win this game, Cooper.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, but wow, it looks like Cam maybe considering PI. Would he ever keep that triple open? Just throw this board into chaos, see what happens down 150. Is he considering? There's no C perlite
Yeah, he
almost.
spotted that he could play
Yeah.
Perlitic. And this is a unique scenario too, because rarely in Scrabble tournaments are you in situations where it doesn't matter if you lose by 200, 300, 400. Cam is in a unique situation where either he's gonna lose the game and Noah will go first in the finals, or he's gonna do some crazy stuff and find a way to win this game. He can really, it doesn't normally, that tiebreaker of your margin of victory is an important thing to keep track of, but not in this particular case. So could we see him do some crazy stuff in a unique way here just to keep his chances remotely alive?
Yeah, maybe some sort of triple type thing, but looks like he's considering pure 27 to that triple on the right, and that looks just about right. Scoring a lot, keeping some good bingo tile actually. And yeah, I mean, it's not like he's done 300 points. Like there, if he gets a couple bingos down, maybe there's a chance for him here.
Yeah, you still have Swage, right? Like you can draw an S and play a bingo here, and then it's possible that you can draw the second blank, draw a bingo somewhere else. Now that you've played Pier, you've got a couple of new possibilities. You still have maybe on this O if you're lucky enough. So there's still some opportunities, but you're going to need to draw a little bit better than Cam just did to pull off the miraculous comeback.
Yeah, that old McDonald EIEIO, never gonna be a good idea for to have on your rack if you can help it. But Cam, it seems, cannot help it.
Yeah, so it seemed like Noah, I mean, one benefit to Pier as well is that that spot next to the E of Cyanite right here surrounding this triple, this was easily the best scoring spot on the board. And if you just let Noah have that spot uninhibited, he's just going to increase his lead even more. So in the short term, it's kind of good for Cam to cover that spot up now, prevent Noah from widening his lead even further. As we see Noah play Lek and then Cam responding with Iolite right here. Very nice 6-letter word. No need to, play off a smaller number of letters here. He gets 26 for this. I think, would you like to keep better bingo tiles? Sure, but this makes a lot of sense to me, Cooper.
That looks really great. Keeping an E, trying to reset and scoring a good amount of points. But Noah has drawn the second blank and looking at a play like Villain potentially.
Yeah,
Where would that go,
villain.
Will?
It just goes right here. You can fit villain right here. It doesn't really open a triple back. I mean, it does open this triple for parallel plays, but Noah can easily live with that. Doesn't open the dangerous triple possibility. And that is really the only major threat that Noah has to be thinking about right now. So either he'll go ahead and play villain, or he'll look a little bit longer for some other option. There's actually a few bingos as well from the R of Pier that certainly don't open anything new. regular words like rivaling would go down in that spot. So we'll see if he elects to play off of the R of peer here. You can see Cam also drawing some clunky stuff there. The B, the C, and the V do not play well together. And this bingo should put this one out of reach. So I guess the nice thing for Cam, though, is that just as we saw in our previous game, this loss is not the end of the world. He still gets another shot at things in the finals game between these two coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, from my experience, it is very possible to lose one game in the main event and then in the finals come back and crush your opponent or beat them narrowly or whatever
You can
kind of
say
victory.
crush. That's if that's what happened. Which again, just to reiterate, Cooper, my co-commentator here today, 10 years ago was the School Scrabble champion in his own right. So, Cooper, what is the nerve level of these players at this point? Certainly in imagine that you're one of the middle school players waiting your turn to go
Yeah.
up there for the finals. What is that feeling like right now?
I'm not sure if they have this right now. I don't think they do, but in my years before the finals, they provided us lunch for both teams that were going to the finals. And we were sort of sitting in the same room, but apart from each other, just like eyeing our competition. Um,
Wow.
So we are going to see over lane come down.
Yeah, solid option. This is one of those I actually hadn't mentioned. I was thinking down from the R of peer, but this
Yeah.
is actually arguably better in my opinion, Cooper, because it blocks both the R and P of peer, whereas playing down from the R would have left the P of peer as an option still, right? So playing rivaling here obstructs this lane, obstructs that lane, but you would still be giving up plays from the P, whereas this blocks everything.
Yeah, very nice to spot that. And I think that when we saw villain set up, it might have actually been over lane all along.
That's a great point. That's right. He had those letters lined up exactly like that. So there you go. He spotted the move that he ended up playing very quickly. It was actually me who was slow to see what he was thinking, and a huge lead opening up in this game. 398 for Noah Goldstein to 191 for Cam Siegel. Cam did get the best of Noah in their first matchup, so we're going to be at 1-1 between the two of them, with winner take all in the finals coming up in just a couple of hours. So yeah, what can Cam even do? I think the players are likely to sort of not waste too much brain power getting through to the end of the game at this stage. They've got a very impactful, impactful is an understatement. They've got a game for all the marbles coming up where they're going to need every last neuron intact.
Yeah, I agree. Not that either of them would intentionally not play good plays because, they love this game and want to, but and want to always play the best play, but saving a little bit of that mental energy before the finals does sound like a good idea here. But Cam's got Bovine lined up, potentially above Taxi. This looks pretty nice. That BV, they did not like each other. Just get them both away.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Bovine is the play, dumping all of that clunk immediately. Seems good. And I am curious what Noah is going to spot here. He's got, even after Bovine, he's
Yeah.
got some great parallel plays on top there. He knows the obscure word Hamza, Hamza, that plays parallel to Bovine for a lot of points. I've already wrote out the billion or so points that he got for Cyanite. This doesn't score quite as well. This is going to be a really nice play. If he sees it, looks like he has haha set up on the rack, which is actually a valid word here. And that plays parallel for a good score as well.
Yeah, so haha, maybe looking, is there a Z play? Hamza would be a really impressive find, but with Noah up 180 points, it's hard to see this affecting the final outcome, at least in terms of wins and losses.
Yeah, for sure. I think this game is pretty much decided in terms of win and loss. But you never know. There's always an opportunity to play something cool in any game between players at this level. Definitely two of the stronger players that we've seen coming through the school Scrabble program in recent years. And, Cooper is proof positive. Cooper, a number of other top players in the country right now, alumnus, not sure how to group them all up, but so many great players coming through the school Scrabble scene and becoming legitimately the best players at any age in the country. That is increasingly the case, and I think it's definitely going to be the case for these two as well.
Yes, I agree. These guys are on the up and up in terms of being among the best players in the country. I feel like I'm in the same category as you when compared to Barack Obama and LeBron James, but I appreciate the compliment there. Yes. We are seeing Noah has pulled into 7 consonants, so
Mm.
that'll slow him down at least for a bit.
Yeah, a good time for a rack like that when you're up by 222 points to finally draw a clunky rack. I think he'll be okay. Yeah, so we'll see. Cam is just in a spot where he basically had to play bovine on his last turn, leaving just the C. He drew the 2 S's, and now he would wish that that swage hook was unobstructed, but the V is now in the way. So there's really no hope for him to fish for anything here. I guess it's conceivable to have overlaps going all the way through, but that is very, very unlikely compared to before bovine. It was just wide open. So yeah, it's going to be tough for him to hit another bingo here. I'm not really seeing a great place for one, but he's going to keep fighting. Good on him to keep that fighting spirit going here.
You said the V is in the way, but one of his top options, which would be really fun, actually does use that V. It's the play of Vicuñas coming down from the V hooking swage, which would be ridiculous.
That would be incredible to see that be played. It requires a whole lot of word knowledge and board vision combined. We'll see if he's able to come up with that. I feel like if he knows swage, we might see an S hook here just to grab a few extra points. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think he has either S picked up right now. So maybe just something like Uncia. Yeah, Uncia right there. Getting rid of some clunk. Cam is likely not feeling great about this play, but there's no play that is going to make you feel good at this juncture right now.
I agree. There's not even a possible triple line that can be played unless there's some hook for bovine. I mean, yeah, this is just keeping the S's maybe for swage, maybe for the extension of a swage to come down later. Who knows?
It would be nice if that reached the triple. Unfortunately, it comes just short. So even that is just going to be style points and not that many real points. But yeah, let's see. We're just going to see cuz.
Fitting play for these two players.
Yeah.
Frequent users of the word cuz,
Yep.
as I've heard.
They're definitely calling out to Josh Castellano in there, who they affectionately call Cuz. So yeah, that's definitely a moving tribute right there. No Y's to worry about for Cozy. No other hooks in this lexicon, so that is a perfectly reasonable play. I would expect to see something like Vaw come down off of the V of bovine just to turn some tiles here, get closer to the end of this game. Score a few points. But yeah, this one was definitely, I feel like the score is kind of crazy here. But in the early going, I feel like Cam had that turn where he played his cue with Quay that could have really gone a number of different directions, and the game could have easily butterfly affected from there, Cooper.
I agree. That was I watched an episode of Community recently where they roll a die and the outcome changes the the effect of everybody's lives so much. And this feels like that type of play. We had Qbyte, we had Dex or Dexy, we had Exequi as possibilities, and Key, perfectly reasonable as a play, keeping the X. No guarantee your opponent has an S or will hit the S before you, but it just turns out that Noah had just the right tiles eventually to play Cyanite for an amazing score there.
122. That is just a bomb of a play. So yeah, that changed the game quite a bit. And yeah, now it's just up to Cam to make a couple of plays. It looks like Noah is doing a little better on the clock. Maybe again, he's got the luxury of saying, well, I'm winning. I'm gonna get that first move in the final game. Okay, here we go. This is the play we expected. And is Cam gonna tack the S on? Maybe. Might leave it off if he thinks that he can do a little better in the end game as a result, and he is going to leave it off. So good play here. Seemed like Noah was considering playing Tremor through the O of jogged here. So maybe that's what he's going to do, just to clean off some of the clunk. Looks like the bag is empty. So that play was a bag emptier. Maybe that was part of Cam's decision making of maybe I'll draw into some miraculous bingo if I just hold on to an extra letter.
Yeah, maybe something through the C, the haha, and the B could be seen at the top of this play. Who knows? The top of this board, who knows? But yeah, it's possible.
Oh, you're talking about a triple right here.
Triple, yeah, something.
Yeah.
I don't
Can
think he has enough
anybody?
tiles.
All right, we'll leave that as an exercise to the YouTube chat. What is the best play with Cam's tiles that you can see playing through the top row of the board to make a triple? Who can find a good word, and what hooks does it make with Cam's rack that would win him this game? I assume that would definitely win him this game by a lot. He's down by 200. That would score way more than 200. So yeah, let me know what you guys come up with. And yeah, Noah just getting set to play off his M's potentially.
Yeah, I could see that. MM on top of Iolite, something like that. Just scores decently.
I just said inadvertently. I only
Really?
after I made my murmur did I realize that I had said the murmur that was just played. So there you go. Nice spot. Over to Cam. So yeah, as we wind this game down, let's just set the stage for what we're about to see. We are definitely not going to take that long of a break, I don't think, or maybe we are. I'm not sure if people have eaten yet.
Yeah.
I think the staff has not yet had a chance to eat, so we're going to try to. Oh, staff did. Okay, so we may be ready to basically roll right through with minimal delay into our finals games. And we're going to start with our middle school division where we have the Tile Titans, Andrew and Alan against the pink fluffy unicorns. Definitely the surprise of the tournament. We saw them a couple times on stream playing extremely well. Very, very impressed. That's going to be a great matchup between Leonie and Lisette. And yeah, that's the first matchup coming up from the middle school division. And then we're going to see a rematch of the two players in front of you right now, Noah Goldstein and Cam Siegel, with Noah going first by virtue of his victory in this game. Really excited for that, Cooper. I just hope we get two really exciting close games between our finalists.
That's all you can ask for as a Scrabble viewer and Scrabble commentator. Regardless, a joy to see these talented players play. We see Rods hooking Cyanite, Poe and Id. This looks like it'll score quite well. No play of loss for Cameron Siegel.
Do we even have any submissions for the triple?
No, because
plays?
they're
Nobody...
9 slots. People found it impossible, but they just haven't opened their
Oh,
mind.
yeah, that's fair. Okay, yeah, that's there is not enough slots for it, but that's okay.
Oh, wow, a very nice outplay.
Very slick. So playing MM and following up with greeter through the multiple E's already on the board. I guess they're just going to challenge it to make absolutely sure. If we go to our challenge computer brought to you by Merriam-Webster. Thank you very much to Merriam. Dictionary used here. Did they already? What's happening here? There we go. Oh, we're challenging all of the words. Challenging at and while we're at it, just to make sure. There we go. Very thorough by Cam to put those 2-letter words into the machine as well, just to make sure they had those squared away. Kind of funny.
You never know what could change the outcome of the game, and no extra penalty for challenging at and So, Cam, yeah, will give the 6 points on his back to Noah. And that'll be that for our penultimate high school game.
That's right. Let's see what the players have to say.
I'm a dumbass. Anyway. Well, I'm a dumb.
Yeah, you did. Wait, what'd you get for greeter?
13.
So it's 506. And then you
Plus
get 6. 512. 292.
Cyanide, you say.
Cyanide was cool play.
Cuz.
Cool play.
Cyanide.
I'd
a lot of
chicken
points.
out of Jawan. Jawan is good, right? Jawan? Is that one?
Jawan? Yes, that was better play there.
Yeah.
Ajuan and Jawan are better.
Ajuan.
Yeah, Ajuan. Ajuan and Jawan. Oh, right? Yeah.
Wait, how? What
Oh,
word?
wait, hold on. Sorry. I was thinking of Ajuan.
Wait, what word?
Jawan.
AJO.
That's a word. It's a currency of like.
No, it needs an A in front. I was thinking
Yeah,
of
Jawan.
Ajuan.
Yeah, Jawan's on it.
Jawan's on a word?
Yeah,
Oh.
you correctly chickened out. Sorry.
I
Ajuan
thought I
is
was getting
better.
confused with Japan.
I think that was like the biggest mistake. Look at this well played.
Ajawan?
Yeah, between both of you. That's fine. Good game.
I mean,
Appreciate the
I
shout
got
out.
pretty lucky.
Your endgame sequence is correct, but you need to flip the order.
Just you could block this?
You need to play greeter first.
Yeah, I didn't see greeter when I played MM, and then I saw it after I played MM.
No, you look cool.
You got most of the way. Yeah.
Oh,
good
because I
game.
have mem here.
There was no. I didn't miss like there was no big on my.
I don't.
Age. I should have played age here.
Right? It's yeah, really. Gay,
This dog,
GAE
right?
is slightly better because you're not getting all the front hooks to age. There's a lot.
Obviously, yeah.
And you're supposed to play jog.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
It's counterintuitive because
Well, our
after-
players are getting the full breakdown from our behind-the-scenes quackler, Josh Castellano. And again, if you're asking why, when Noah played Cuz, did he point in the background to Josh over behind the scorers table? It's because they actually are cousins. So it was a cousin shout-out right there. But in any case, there you have it. We are through the main event. All that remains are the finals games in both divisions. Very, very exciting, Cooper. I can't wait to get to these two climactic games.
Yeah, we've seen previews of these two games between Noah and Cam and between the Tile Titans and the Pink Fluffy Unicorns, and can't wait for more.
Yeah, so just to wrap up the game we just saw, we will nominate, I think I have a good idea of what it may be, the honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. We should be ready to show that. And there it is, no surprise, Cyanite for 122 points. This was a gamble by Cam to play that key play that set up the S in such big fashion, and then Noah attempting to block it by playing Yap, only to benefit even more from his eventual overlap.
Yeah, this was just a monster of a play that mostly closed the door on the game, and loved to see that come down from Noah.
Yeah, that was just enormous, a huge turning point in the game. So there you have it, our honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Again, if you are at all curious about the over-the-board Scrabble scene, either at the school level, but certainly at the all ages level, club play, tournament play, resources to get started, all of those are available at wordgameplayers.org. So with that, there's really no standings left to look at. Of course, the players have still been trying to jockey out those third, fourth, fifth place positions. But for us, in the booth. And for you out there in the audience, we've got 2 finals matches coming up: Tile Titans versus Pink Fluffy Unicorns, and a three-peat between Noah Goldstein and Cam Siegel. So those are our 2 finals matches coming up. Oh, okay. So I think we are potentially all right. We're going to look at the standings when we come back before our finals matches. For now, we are going to take a quick break. Any final thoughts from you, Cooper, before we take a break and watch our climactic games?
No, it's just a blast to be here at Planet Word and commentate with you. And 2 more games, 2 biggest games of the whole tournament.
Yeah, likewise. And once those games are complete, 2 more teams or players are going to be joining Cooper as former schools. Well, they're going to be the reigning School Scrabble champions, but they will join Cooper in the rarefied air of School Scrabble champions. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the finals matches from the North American School Scrabble Championship.
I'm Gudowski.
And I'm Milo Anderson.
And you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship.
Famous person do you think would be a good Scrabble player and why?
I'd say probably Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I think he has an immense vocabulary and he's great at putting words together for a speech.
David Attenborough. I feel like he knows a lot of words about animals that might be good.
My head straight went to Danny DeVito, but I don't think that's true. I think he'd be clowning too much. I'm gonna go Jack Black. I feel like Jack Black's the kind of guy who he goes to a party and it's like a cool party trick. He collects party tricks, and one of them is that he's really good at Scrabble.
I would say Albert Einstein because obviously he has huge IQ, but also he speaks many languages, so he understands.
Shakespeare, because he had a way with the words.
Albert Einstein comes to mind. Thomas Edison.
All right, folks, we're here, and it is finally time to kick off our championship matches, starting with our middle school division here at the North American School Scrabble Championship. Cooper Kamatsu and I, Will Anderson, going to be joining you for this incredible climactic action here between our two finalist teams. Let's cut to the board where they are waiting to get started and preview this matchup between these two great teams. There you have it. The pink fluffy unicorns on the left and the tile titans on the right. Leonie and Lisette, the pink fluffy unicorns. Andrew and Alan, the tile titans. These are two teams that were undefeated, Cooper, until their first matchup right a couple rounds ago on the stream.
Yeah, nobody beside these teams has been able to knock them off. So if that isn't a marker of dominance, I don't know what is.
Yeah, for sure. So I think they're standing by, ready to get started. We are super excited. As Cooper said, these have been the dominant teams of the event. Somebody's going to have to win this game. So let's oh, okay. Yeah, let's showcase the two teams here as they're getting set. There we go. Here's the last few games between the two. I'm seeing a lot of win on the docket there. And the only loss that's to be seen, as you said, Cooper, the pink fluffy unicorns dropping a tough one to the tile titans in the previous round.
Yeah, that is really, great victories that we see all over this screen. And just to remind our viewers, whoever wins this game wins the whole thing. So there are no stakes higher than this. And as soon as the players are ready, I think we will start. And it seems like shaking the bag, Andrew and Ellen, by winning the Who Goes First game that we saw in our last middle school game, they get to go first. They get the 5-ish% advantage that goes with. And we'll see what they turn over.
Yeah, let's see. Is that advantage going to manifest itself quickly? And just to shout out our preview screen there, brought to you by our generous sponsor, Hasbro, of course. Thank you so much, Hasbro, for your support and patronage of the School Scrabble Championship. So there we go. Game is underway. And it is started with two somewhat clunky racks here. Yeah. We're not going to have any bingo fireworks right away. Ooh, I wonder, is the Tile Titans, are they going to potentially play Bula to start the game? That is not a valid word. And we did see a few invalid words in the previous matchup here, but we really didn't see any. Well, we saw, I think, maybe Sid was challenged late in the game when the pink fluffy unicorns played that one. But a lot of invalid words remaining on the board. It's going to take some bravery to go ahead and challenge any word they're unsure of. So let's see what Andrew and Alan settle on to start. There are a couple decent options that get rid of that U. You could even argue for an exchange here, Cooper, with that nice able combination that Andrew and Alan have.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how the B, usually a so-so tile, able really ups that value of the B, and usually it feels crazy to keep the B during an exchange, but possible. But they definitely they've set aside abled. I don't know if this is a play or exchange. This seems like they're playing abled to come down to start off this game.
Yeah, so this is sort of the reverse of the play that I had suggested of maybe exchanging OU and keeping these tiles. Instead, they're opting to score quite a bit better, of course, exchanging 0 points, Abled getting 20 points. But let's see, they are tempting fate a little bit with that OU combination. If they draw more vowels, they could regret that. But wow, the first letter they see is a Z in addition to more consonants. A great, great draw for the Tile Titans as we check back in with Leonie and Lisette as they are getting set to play Sig and Cabled. Nice hook by them, and they've also managed to play one of their two eyes, Cooper.
Yeah, this is nice board vision to see that that abled word. It takes the C. It also takes the T and the G, which they also had on their rack. But cabled and sig looking really nice right here. Double I's, CG. You do not want these on your rack, so they'll go reaching into the tile bag for more.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, it's incredibly impressive what Leone and Lisette have been able to accomplish here. And oh, that vowel draw is absolutely brutal for them, holding
Oh,
several
wow.
vowels. They are going to really, really struggle with too many vowels for maybe a couple turns unless they elect to exchange. As we see Uzo coming down, very, very nice play there by Andrew and Alan, getting the Z on the double letter score and setting up an even better spot for the S remaining on their rack. There was already going to be a good spot with Sigs, but with Uzo, it just got even better. The S hook is going to score way more points with that Z in tow. So very nice play there. I think that was probably the best play that even a computer engine would find. And now Leone and Lisette are going to struggle. And no, they aren't. I think they've made the absolute a really smart choice there, Cooper. Just exchange rather than
Yeah.
slog.
Yeah, if you make a play that keeps maybe like an IU or two I's or something, you're going to score some points in the short term, would be so bogged down in the long term. So exchanging, keeping IT looks strong here, and it looks like they've drawn some more flexible tiles into that.
Yeah, for sure. Much, much more balanced tiles for the unicorns here. Just wanted to finish my point that Leone and Lisette have been playing Scrabble for a year, and they're already in the finals of the School Scrabble Championship as sixth graders. That is an unbelievable accomplishment. And watching them play, they have absolutely earned it. A number of really beautiful plays by them. But Andrew and Alan, of course, have been right at the top of the standings for several years now, and they are also poised to win their first School Scrabble championship. So a great story either way, whichever team wins, and toy is the play. I think this looks really solid, Cooper.
Yeah, keeping SITE. You still have that Uzo's hook. Now you set up another with toys. I mean, and look at what they've drawn. They almost have it set up, but it looks like we might see a big bingo from them if they can find it.
Wow, that's right. Jetties. If they know that that is a valid word, that could be a huge, huge blow in this game here with Uzos. It's possible that whatever Leone and Lisette are about to play may block the spot for it, but even then, there's going to be a backup spot right here. So Andrew and Alan just need to feel confident in the word jetties, and they've got two spots that cannot both be blocked to play it. And we're going to see an underlapping play, getting some extra points for the Z with just AR. And I think we're going to find out really quickly how confident Andrew and Alan are in the word jetties, because they've got a couple of different places to play it if they feel confident. But now I'm not so sure, Cooper.
Yeah, they're looking at Jest, Uzos, and Art, which, to be clear, scores a lot of points and is quite a good play. Jetties, I guess if you don't know what a jetty is, and it's a pretty obscure thing, even if you know the word jetty, you might not think that it pluralizes with an IES. They are, it seems, playing jetty, but maybe unconfident of its plural.
Yeah, so this is a great point that why would they play this and not play jetties? It's because this word is also valid in the Scrabble dictionary as an adjective of, jet black, presumably. So jettier is also a valid word. They might know that one, but not the noun. So yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity here in the bingo, but still a very solid play from them, keeping an S with a couple of good spots for the S. Certainly the Uzo spot is foremost among them. So that does give a little, break unbeknownst to them. Nice play here. A
Yeah.
G. This shows that this is not a common word. This is that next level word knowledge we've been seeing consistently from Leone and Lisette.
Absolutely. And it does an excellent job of scoring, of unloading some of those vowels. Yeah, I really, really like this play.
It doesn't even take any hooks.
know.
This is, I believe this is an adverb meaning like askew off to the side or to the right or something like
Yeah.
that. One of those words. So no hooking possibility here. This is not a noun. So you're not going to see any words here. Of course, Uzos is still
Oh,
available, but
but it looks like the
oh,
Tile Titans are playing it and Haze. So we'll see what Leonie and Lisette do here.
oh man,
These
they've
seem like
been
words that could take an S.
yeah,
But
both of these words are not valid. And I'm just wondering, are we seeing any hold? Are we seeing any willingness to challenge? Because this would
yeah.
be a huge, huge swing, but I just don't think they have thought about challenging this word at all. Unfortunately, neither of these words are valid. Could have been a huge, huge turning point in the game.
Yeah, if they're just the least bit unsure about either of those words, but it is a hard challenge. Hey, there are a lot of similar words. All of the hellos take an S. I mean, you could easily see hey taking an S. So uh invalid word, but not challenged. So good on the Tile Titans to get some good points in there. And over to Leonie and Lisette.
Yeah, so they are they've drawn some good tiles there in high scoring tiles. The K, which we've heard many players seem to really, really like at this level. Certainly the P, but yeah, nothing, no bingos available, and the score is getting a little bit in that range where they're gonna want to get a bingo in short order. Let's see, what are we seeing here? Oh, just pot under the J. So they've got a good sense for when they can underlap and score well, but maybe they're gonna, yeah, that seems like they're switching gears to potentially play poke here, which looks great to get rid of both the K and P, but it is going to give Andrew and Alan a spot where I think Indy already laid on their rack in order. They now have a great,
Yeah,
great spot for it. I don't think they're going to waste any time playing that to the upper right triple, Cooper.
absolutely not. They have three eyes on their rack, and they spotted a great word that uses two of them, and they've just been given a great spot to play it. So even though this won't score as many points as some other like nightmare scenarios, you would think this is using this triple spot will get them a lot more points than they would have had otherwise, and give them a good chance to unload those two eyes.
Yeah, for sure. That was just what the doctor ordered there. A very, very nice way to dump 3 of their 5 vowels and score well. And now we are going to see an underlapping play there with just bot. That seems like a solid way of getting some points. They could have maybe played something like vote as well underneath there, but any of the plays they could make down there are going to give some big counterplay back. Could be worth it at this score where they want to keep that board as open as possible. And now we have, oh, look at that. There's some decent tiles, ING on Leonie and Lisette's rack, but Andrew and Alan drawing the Q and a blank, which is a huge
Wow.
draw for them. Normally, the Q, you might say, uh-oh, what am I going to do with this? But Cooper, here, there is an easy spot.
It looks like QI is gonna come down. Your eye is immediately drawn to that triple word score, which on the bottom left of the board, that'll score what 37 points. But you also, if maybe they'd spotted this beforehand, there's also a top right spot on the exact opposite side of the board to play QI. So you're going to be scoring mid 30s with this play no matter what with your Q, and that is a great feeling to have.
Yeah, without question, it feels great when you have the cue and all of a sudden you're looking around the board and you've got a couple different choices to play it. It is interesting to decide which of those two should Andrew and Alan use. My gut tells me that their choice is the better of the two.
Oh, mine as well. I think this was a very solid choice, both scoring 37 points, but this one really limiting a lot of the play along that triple. We see the pink fluffy unicorns might have had something like Vig to score a lot of points under bot. Now they're going to have to look for something else.
Yeah, it's tough. They've got that ing combination set aside. They're doing absolutely the right thing to try and see, is there any way that we possibly have a seven-letter word with it? And they're going to go ahead potentially and play Riven.
Was this vein maybe?
Oh, just vein, leaving the R. Okay, sorry. I thought they had the R in their hand as well. This is totally reasonable too. Just trying to keep that ing combination together. The worry is where, if you draw a seven-letter word ending in ing, could it fit? But they're going to hope to use one of the existing letters on the board and try to get some good luck. But meanwhile, Andrew and Alan sitting on much better letters after getting rid of that Q, and potentially they are going to have some really, really good plays here, whether or not they're able to find a bingo.
Yeah, when you have S blank, even moves in the 20s that keep both of them will count as very good moves. There is one word that will play as a bingo. I think it is mentioned in the chat, but that is low probability and hard to see of samovar. But I think that you could not fault anyone for not seeing it in this rack. So Andrew and Alan moving tiles around, maybe thinking getting rid of the V. Vav looks
Yeah,
nice.
this was the
That looks
play.
great.
Yeah, this was the play that I was about to suggest, which makes a great, great hook for the S that is left over on their rack. That's going to be really difficult to block there because of the V. The V just makes the parallel plays that could potentially block that impossible. So now, as long as they're able to find a seven-letter word ending in S, this is exactly what we've been talking about for much of the broadcast, Cooper. Is the S not sure, are we getting
Hello, how's it going?
yeah, we're getting a death stare there into the camera, or a focused stare right there by Alan. Maybe that means he sees something with that S and Vovs that they've just created. Not sure what it means. But looks like the unicorns may be trying to find another overlapping play. Potentially, they're going to cut bait on their ing combination. Let's see what they elect to do. Yep, they're going to play reg. So this shows some recognition that maybe ing does not have the great upside on this board as we would like to keep it. So I think that makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, I agree. And look at this draw that they had. But Tile Titans quickly playing Mew. This is a very interesting, potentially.
Oh, I thought they were about to. I thought they were about to line up Resolin, or in liars, I
They
should
are
say.
so very close to both of those right now. But both teams with very flexible racks right now. We'll see what they can see.
Yeah. So after playing off the M and the U for the Tile Titans, they have drawn into Sounder. At the very least, they will be able to play that with toys at the bottom of the board. But yeah, Leone and Lisette now down by almost 100. They really need a bingo. They don't know that Andrew and Alan are sitting on an almost sure bingo themselves, which is going to, even if Leone and Lisette come up with in liars, which is not a word that I would expect anyone to know without studying the dictionary quite a bit. Yeah, there we go. Undoers for
Ooh.
Andrew and Alan. That is going to go down with the S hook that they previously created, and they're going to reap the benefits from that choice.
Pink fluffy unicorns coming down with rut and right. Nice to use that double word score. And I think that we're going to see a bingo come down in short order for the Tile Titans.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice play of right there, showing that recognition for the pink fluffy unicorns that they have very good bingo tiles in their control. They don't want to use too many of those, especially now they've drawn an S. It's okay to use a lower number of tiles and gun for this spot. Oh, Mets. Oh, man, this is a really big swing. I don't believe this is valid, and this is really a golden opportunity for Leone and Lisette to keep themselves in the game if they can consider challenging this one.
don't see the clock stopped right now, but the
Yeah,
Tile
it
Titans
looks
also
like
haven't drawn
they
tiles. Maybe
haven't
they are
drawn.
now. Yeah, they're putting them on the rack. Is there any chance this is a courtesy draw, or is this just sorta?
I think they are challenging. So
Oh,
this
wow.
is a huge moment for the pink fluffy unicorns to challenge this and then try to decide what can they do to stop this bingo. So Mets is challenged here. And why not throw Sounder into the mix? And we are going to see the red X. So
Wow.
believe me, that's, I think this is clearly Andrew and Alan were confident in Mets. This was not a bluff because they saw undoers and Vobs that they could have tried. Maybe they were unsure of that one too, but I don't think this was a bluff. I think this was just an good old honest mistake. And let's see, what can Leone and Lisette do in response? Looks like they're going pretty quick. They're not thinking too deeply about, is there a need to block other parts of the board?
Oh.
Oh, no, and we're about to see another swing back in the other direction here. EU is only, yeah, we're going to see another
Oh,
challenge
wow.
here. Oh, my gosh.
The unpluralizable words really coming into play in this game here, huh?
Yeah, the swings are going back and forth quickly here. And ew is only just the thing you say when you're disgusted by something. And I'm sure that both teams are saying that when they see the red X's come up on the challenge machine. So, wow. So, Andrew and Alan with a reprieve. They are going to get to try another potential bingo here, and maybe undoers is what they're going to play, Cooper.
Yeah, they still have that set up on their rack, and after getting challenged off on a bingo, it must feel so good to be able to get one down.
There it is. I wonder if this also will get challenged just because why not? We're in a bit of a streak here. You might as well if you're remotely unsure. I think they're weighing it. And yeah, a valid bingo would be just really rough in terms of the game
Oh, and are we seeing
situation.
another challenge?
Yeah, here we go. Another one. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Leone and Lisette are realizing if any of these bingos are valid, there we go. The green that the Tile Titans were desperately hoping to see. Thank you very much, by the way, to Merriam-Webster. We haven't plugged. We've seen the challenge screen several times. Action's been going fast and furious here. Got to shout out Merriam-Webster, our challenge computer and challenge screen sponsor there. Thank you very much, Merriam, our dictionary provider here. So yeah, craziness ensuing at this point. I think, wait a sec. Oh, right. Okay, so we should make clear that it's the 10-point challenge rule. It's not a double challenge. Leone and Lisette did not lose their turn for losing that challenge. They just gave Andrew and Alan some extra points on top of the normal score of undoers. Just to, if you're wondering, hey, wait, why didn't they lose their turn? That's the reason why.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and play wild to the D, hitting the triple word score, which looks strong to keep a good leave, score a lot, get rid of the W. Yeah.
Nice play. Not a great draw for Leone and Lisette. Not enough vowels, and you can see the second blank on the rack there.
Wow.
And our Araneid, however you would say that, could be played right now, Cooper, with meta.
Yes, this would be a big play, and seeing that Mets was not good, you have to be looking in that spot. Is there anything that can indeed go there? And yeah, the A can go there. They've seen the word seemingly. Will they see the spot to play it?
Wow. Yeah, just a question of, do they feel at all uncertain having lost a challenge playing in that spot before? Nope. No uncertainty here. It's going to come down. This is going to be a huge, huge swing in the game. It's already firmly in Andrew and Alan's control. This one is very likely to get challenged as well, potentially.
Yeah, they've already seen a bingo there get challenged off. I think at this point, at this deficit, You might want to challenge just to be sure.
You have to. Yeah, you're going to be down so much that your chances of winning, if it is, I mean, you have to, this word has to be invalid if you're the pink fluffy unicorns. So I'm sure they're going to just go ahead and challenge it to make 1,000,000% sure. And this could be the word that really puts the game out of reach and that cements Andrew and Alan, the Tile Titans, as our newest School Scrabble champion. So let's go to the challenge computer again. We know the answer. The players do not definitively know just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would be just a little bit nervous.
Whoops. Got to spell it right, though. There we go. And there it is. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a regret on the faces of the pink fluffy unicorns there, which you could easily understand. That is a tough one here. You can see the score at the bottom of the screen. That is a tough one. Just not the way the game they would have wanted to unfold. And yeah, great words by Andrew and Alan here.
Yeah, undoers, maybe you intuit, although that's also something you study. Arania, definitely not a word you would know without a very, very healthy amount of study. So these kids really putting in the work, seeing the words, and very, very good showing from them.
Yeah, without question. So, yep. So we'll see. Is there any comeback potential here? Doesn't seem likely, but that's why you play it out in these situations. Actually, there is a word on Andrew and Alan's rack here of moanful, which is absolutely hilarious. That if they think about that, they could play that too. That would be a truly insane find. I think they are likely to simply make a nice balancing play and continue to not take any risks en route to the end of this game. That would be extremely understandable in their shoes here. So yeah, we'll see. So yeah, let's see. Fume, sure, that seems quite reasonable. Use your weakest tiles, do a little bit of blocking. Seems good to me, Cooper.
Yeah, seems good to me as well. Yeah, up 200 points. They are probably feeling pretty good at this moment. Leone and Lucette maybe trying to use that Zags hook they tried earlier. I saw earlier they'd lined up almost fondants, but didn't quite have the D for it. So nice recognition there. Maybe we're seeing Foz right now.
Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. Getting all those extra points for the Z. But again, certainly at this juncture, you would want to be bingoing early and often if you want to have any chance to get back into this game. And there just aren't really enough tiles in the bag to achieve that objective right now. So Andrew and Alan just have to sort of continue. Wow. What an exclamation point on this game. This is definitely an obscure word here of lactone. And this is a valid play. Another great bingo by the Tile Titans. Found it quickly, played it quickly. What more can you say?
If you had any doubt before about the word finding and knowledge and preparation of the Tile Titans, lactone seals the deal. That is a really, really nice find. Wow. And
yeah, what can you say? That is really impressive. And yeah, just my hat goes off to Andrew and Alan here for finding a number of fantastic plays in this championship game. And I just want to reiterate that Leone and Lisette have done an incredible job getting this far. Their only loss in the tournament was to the Tile Titans in the previous round. It seems like for players that have only been playing for a year, they have made incredible progress here. And I definitely expect as sixth graders with another year of progress under their belt, there is no telling what they'll be able to do in this competition. So just want to say, not the finals that the pink fluffy unicorns would have wanted, but overall, we saw a huge amount of talent and promise from this team.
Absolutely. They have a bright future ahead of them in this event and everywhere. So, looking forward to seeing them as well as the Tile Titans back for future years of this. But as we close out this game, Andrew and Alan hitting the 500-point mark. Wow.
Yeah, what a score. So these players are so young. Scoring 500 points in a game of Scrabble is something that very, very few players of any age are able to do, as we're going to see, I believe, an outplay here of trios ending the game, scoring 6 points, I believe. But the Tile Titans, Andrew Weiland and Alan South, will be the 2026 School Scrabble champions in your middle school division. Really amazing. Not sure if there's going to be too much to cut to. Maybe we'll cut to overhead mic and just see what they have to say. Okay, maybe we don't have overhead for this, which is fine. So we'll just take you through as the players are going to just chat about the game a little bit and get those scores finalized. But yeah, they're just talking things through. Oh,
Got three
maybe
S's
we.
in both blocks.
There we go.
There's nothing you can do.
But you
without
made
that.
awesome plays with that. Lizzie, do you think you would be able to do that? Like, that was awesome.
Really
Yeah,
good
we
game.
have a lot more
Yeah,
studying
good game.
to do. Good game. I learned that this one was a word, and also that probably this one is a word. It's because looking at their record.
Okay, so do you guys want to square up?
We need to.
Sure, of course.
Do we really need to? I'm not sure we need to fill this out or not, but I'll just fill it out.
Once we square up, I think are we supposed to put them in the bag once we?
I don't know. I'm not sure if we're supposed to fill this out or not. But everybody.
All right, maybe we'll cut back to us here in the booth as the players are squaring up. We heard some really amazing sportsmanship there from Leonie and Lisette, just offering really, heartfelt praise to the Tile Titans there. Obviously, it's disappointing to lose in the finals, but you would not know it from their attitude, and I'm incredibly impressed by that, Cooper.
Yeah, them saying that they made some amazing plays with the tiles that they had. That was really wonderful sportsmanship to see, and yeah, can't say enough about that. And its impacts both on the Scrabble community and on individuals' ability to rebound from games and keep going, keep playing really good Scrabble.
Yeah, so love to see that. Love to see that sportsmanship on the part of the Pink Fluffy Unicorns there. Amazing job by them to get so far into the finals in their first year of play. But huge congratulations to the Tile Titans, Andrew and Alan. They are the champions. They definitely, with those words that they played, I'm not sure which one is going to be our honor roll play of the game. We'll cut to that now and see which one made the cut. I'm going to guess. There it is. Arenaid right there. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, Cooper, but a worthy pick as our honor roll play of the game.
Absolutely. This was the move that really closed the game out. Lactone, also an amazing find, but Arania just very, very nice to find that in that rack, and so impressive for these young players. Big, big congratulations to them.
Yeah, great to find that 7-letter word in the rack with a blank. Even better to find the hook from met to meta. Fantastic play. Definitely a worthy choice for the honor roll play of the game. Brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Again, one of our two huge sponsors of the event, along with Hasbro. Thank you so much to WGPO for your support of School Scrabble. And as always, if you'd like to know more about Tournament Scrabble, wordgameplayers.org is the website you can visit to learn so much more about clubs and tournament play. So there you have it. That is going to do it for our middle school division, but we've got one more game to go here. Not even sure, frankly, if we're going to need a break. It's going to be a three-peat rematch between two of the strongest players in the high school division, Noah Goldstein and Cameron Siegel. We've seen them play twice already. fireworks always seems to ensue when these two players are hitting the board, Cooper.
Yeah, we saw some massive plays in both of those two games, some great word knowledge, and wonderful friendship and sportsmanship as well. So can't wait to come back for the high school finals.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is take the very, very shortest break here, get our high school finalists set. It's not going to be long, so don't go anywhere. We will have the finals at the high school division of the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship in just a minute.
Watching the North American School Scrabble Championship. Stay tuned for a fierce high school division.
Q and Z worth so much in Scrabble?
I watched this video about this this linguistic thing that happens called like semantic clumping or something, where like words like slimy, slippery, sliding, all these words sort of jumble together meanings and sounds, and Q and Z, they're always like really wacky, and most words only have Z and Q on the start. E can go anywhere, but like Q can only go in one of those 7 spots really.
I mean, for one thing, obviously they're not used very much in the English language, and there's limited places you can play them. There's limited words that they fit in, and it's very limited, like the hooks that you can use with them are very limited.
It would be harder to think of 20 words that have a Q than 20 words that have an S, R, E, or D.
Commonality, really. Q especially. I mean, there have been people I've talked to who think the Q should be worth 12 points, and I don't necessarily disagree with them. Not only is it really uncommon, but it's really hard to play.
Not many words have a Q or a Z in it.
Because they're the rarest letters that occur in words in the English language.
The Q is like notoriously hard to play with without the U, and even with the U, it's probably still about an average combo. The Z is more of an interesting story. I'm not exactly sure why they put the Z. I mean, it's still one of the hardest to play with.
All right, folks, we are back from break. We've got one more game to go on our live stream here at the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship, and it is our championship game in the high school division. Noah Goldstein versus Cameron Siegel. Cooper, we've seen these players face off twice already, and it has been a lot of fun both times.
Yeah, can't say enough about these kids. Can't watch enough of these kids, and very strong, evenly matched players, and that's exactly what we want in a game like this. Can't wait for round 3. I believe Cameron took round 1, Noah took round 2. So in addition to playing for the title of a high school division champion, they're also playing for a best of 3 series.
Yeah, the bragging rights between the two friends, and they are good friends. But before we get to that, let's take a look at our final standings from our middle school division here. So you can see Andrew and Alan moving up to, they of course got the extra game in the finals over Leone and Lisette, 9-0, a perfect, flawless report card brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble.com, the amazing organizing team behind the live stream and all of the on-site groundwork that goes into holding the North American School Scrabble Championship. The best way to say thank you and show your appreciation for Let's Play Scrabble, just hit that like button on the YouTube video if you're watching. Hit that subscribe button to support the channel. They are constantly doing amazing work in support of Scrabble live streaming. But yeah, Andrew and Alan, an incredible undefeated record, Cooper. That is so difficult to do in this extremely diverse and so many strong teams that are up in this field.
Yeah, 9-0 just speaks to their skill and preparation. But also moving down, we see Leone and Lisette, who we saw in the finals, also with a very, very strong performance, coming in 3rd place. Jonathan and Leah, very seasoned and talented players we got to watch on stream. Coming in 3rd here, we have Boaz and Owen, I believe, sealing the deal. In 4th place, Luke and Race. In 5th place, Ben and Calvin, Gavin Grayson, Ian and Marco, David and Samuel, and Wyatt and Magdalena, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, kudos to all of our top 10 teams. And, we were talking about some of the kids that we've met, Cooper, and like Luke and Race, I believe, are in 4th grade. To come in 5th in a field like this as 4th graders, look out for those two kiddos moving forward, because that is an absolutely amazing performance. So let's move along to the high school division here, just to take a look at how things finished up here. There you see the two finalists, Noah and Cam, earning their spot into the finals. Again, the high school division playing a couple of extra games compared to the middle schoolers, but definitely some familiar faces rounding out 3 through 10 there, many of whom we saw on the stream before. Hazem Khan, defending champion in the middle school division, a very successful move up into the high school division there. Definitely a player to watch moving forward. Nathan Lurlop, his partner, right behind him, I believe, in the standings. Theo Diamond has been right at the top of the standings many times. Gideon Brasowski, the defending champion, in 7th place. Bit of a surprise on that score, but there's so many good players in the field that can take a game off anybody that, it is a surprise, and it's also not.
Yeah, holy moly, how things can change from one year to the next in as strong a field as this, where anybody can take a game off another player.
Yeah, for sure. So with that, there's only one more game left to go, and we should cut right to that right now. We've got Noah and Cam standing by. Noah winning the right to go first with his win against Cam in their previous matchup in round 10. So nothing more to wait for here. Let's get this finals started. We're going to have a new School Scrabble champion after this game in the high school division. Cam Siegel, the runner-up last year to Gideon Brasowski. Noah Goldstein, the top-seeded player in the field. Only one of these kids can win. That's the only drawback of this game here.
Yeah, they both won it, and in their last year, they'll be competing with all they have.
Yeah, so Noah earning that right to go first. Let's see if he's going to be happy that he's earned that right, or is he going to draw Ooh, okay. He's got decent letters. It looked like he was going to have some vowel overload, but he's got just enough consonants that he should be able to play something that makes him feel good, whether it's a short play like just ooh, O-O-H, or whether it's something longer that he can find. Not sure which word he would go with. Hoard, and as an example, play short, play long, classic Scrabble dilemma, Cooper.
Classic. Playing long sometimes opens up more possibilities for your opponent. Playing short, yeah, won't score as much, but I think we'll see Horde here. This scores well, doubling the H and the double word score. No gripes with this.
Yeah, looks solid. You do keep the 2 vowels left behind, so hopefully for Noah's sake, he's gonna draw a few consonants to balance things out, but this is definitely one of his higher scoring options available here. And look at Cam's tiles, all consonants. But he's got that S, he's got the R, the T, he's got a nice nucleus, and it looks like he's going to play a fantastic choice here. I think this is clearly his best play.
Yeah, and not the most obvious word to spot, starting with DW. We've got dwarf coming down, scoring well and getting rid of those. Oh, wow. Noah's draw keeping OE.
Oh.
You mentioned that the vowels could be a problem.
But not like this.
Yeah.
This is beyond the pale. So on that opening play, Noah leaving EO and drawing UUWIE. Just the UUW combination alone is absolutely terrible. These are some of the worst tiles in the game of Scrabble. So few words contain WU, let alone WUU. We are definitely looking at an exchange here. And look at that nice word vision by Cam, realizing that he would have logistic through the O of Horde had he not just blocked it. He's hoping that Noah puts an O out in space. But that is very, very unlikely to happen, as I am very confident we're going to see an exchange here, Cooper.
Yeah, we're looking at the top 15 plays on Sim, all of them exchanges. So, yeah, I believe you will see an exchange. The good thing about exchanges or racks that are as bad as this is that no exchanges are 0 points no matter what. So any exchange keeping E, if you're throwing back the worst tiles in the world or slightly less bad tiles, looks like Noah's throwing back everything. He is sick of these letters.
Yeah. Could you keep an E here? Sure. There's so many E's to come. There's not a single E on the board yet. So all of the rest of the E's, Noah had 2 of them on his rack. That means there's 10 in the bag. So you can afford to be a little bit more cavalier exchanging them. He's going to go ahead exchanging all 7, try to draw some of those S's and blanks as early as he can. Let's hope that he draws some balanced letters. Oh, he's happy to get some of this. Okay, not the best draw, but a pretty darn good one with that Z and some balanced vowel consonant ratio.
I could see this looks so much more promising than the rack he had previously, and quite flexible. But over to Cam, looking at what he might have here.
It's going to be tough. The board doesn't have that many good bonus squares open. It's going to be really difficult to hit a triple unless it's the D of Horde. You're going to need a bingo in order to do that here. So really, we're looking at potentially plays like Glitch or the more obscure Gitch into this H. That's really about as good as Cam can do here. That is definitely a referendum on how difficult this board is to use, but he should be happy. He's got that S, and if he can draw bingo, there is a nice spot right here, to say nothing of the dwarf's hook, which is also valid, although a little bit more difficult to use.
Yeah, I wonder if Cameron's thinking of using that right now with dwarfs and sigs, which he has set up in his rack. That would also score pretty well.
That's worth thinking about, but Glitch does score 24 compared to 27 for this. I feel like if I could get 24 and hold on to my S, I would rather do that than play for 27 and burn it. So let's see if Cam regrets that or not. Noah quickly setting up Izard off of the eye of Sigs, which would be a pretty nice way to score a solid number of points. I wonder if there's a more defensive option that he might come around to identifying here that does not place a letter in the triple lane. He's got this, I believe, targeted here, Cooper, but maybe he can do better.
Yeah, I see the merits of this. In the D, I mean, you never want to string a letter in the triple line, but if you were covering the double letter square, it might be a little bit better, but we'll see if there are options here. There is a potentially crazy idea of playing Izar, leaving off the D, hoping to cast that D next turn, but with 3 S's left, honestly, only 1 D left.
Interesting.
That's an idea.
Yeah, so we're talking about Izard being a valid word here, but Izar is also valid. And if you are a gambling man, you could play this holding your D back and hope to play a follow-up play on a subsequent turn. You just have to pray that Cam does not have an S or a D of his own. And Noah is going to play Izard instead of the gambling version of this play. He's going to score a little bit better, and he's going to for sure open a triple back to Cam in the form of that D. But can he really do that much with it a lot of the time? And especially in this particular instance, it's not going to get hit particularly hard.
Yeah, not the hardest it could have been hit. It seems like his best option here is a little bit tricky to see a 6 of daylit, but something like Diddy could score and use that triple word as well.
Yeah, so just a more regular word of ditty, as in just a little song that you're humming or singing. That seems pretty solid. I'm guessing he's likely to generate that. Daylit would be a crazy word to identify here. In the light of day. Sorry for my chicken scratch. That's an A. Either of those options would be good, but I definitely expect Cam to play something down to that triple. It's the only open triple that's realistically hittable right now. So there's Diddy lined up on the rack. Seems pretty solid to me, Cooper.
Yeah, seems pretty solid. Only other thing you could consider maybe something like Tarty going through the R, tripling the Y, and doubling. That could work out well, but I know he's looking at deity, maybe keeping two consonants, 1 vowel rather than 2 vowels, 1 consonant. All of these plays pretty similar.
A lot of options here. So Tarty is an interesting one that you just pointed out in addition to deity here. This is the only one that doesn't actually play through the D, but it does obstruct the D quite a bit. That being said, if Tarty is played, you're still going to give back some plays starting with a vowel in that spot, whether it's a, E, or O. So maybe a little bit more conclusive to just play through that D and block everything. But these tiny little nuances between daylit, ditty, daily, delay, deity, there's like a million different options that are really, really close, and trying to figure out which of those is the absolute best. That's something that you could spend a lot of time on. And I do feel like Cam would be maybe better served just picking one of those and going with it here rather than using too much time.
One thing though with Cam lining up deity right now, I think once he puts it on the board, he might have some hesitations with that I above the triple word score. That Q or X could score a boatload of points.
It's exactly as you said, Cooper. I think he put it on and then realized, wait, I can just play Diddy and put a T in that spot instead. That does not make anything near. Oh, he's going to go ahead and play Tardy. Okay, so he's gone with the one. I think this is a very solid candidate option that does not go through the D. It's going to give possible plays that on either side of, like, you can play now here to this triple and you can play here. It's going to be kind of tricky to block both, though not impossible. But Noah really does not have the best tiles, and look at that. Pelting is the draw, I should say, for Cam. Not sure if he has a good spot for that. Oh, he does have pen light available
Oh,
through this
wow.
H, which would be insane. But I'm wondering, like, what if we see, okay, Noah is getting set to play Cade right here. That looks really strong. But if he were to play ASCII right here, something like that, then we would see pelting come down in response. So a lot hinging on this move here. I don't think we're likely to see pelting come down, but man, this could be a huge swing.
It could, but Cade coming down, this looks like as yeah, the best move, as good as you're gonna do with this rack. So Noah covering that triple, and now it's over to Cam. We heard Penlight. He probably knows Penlight with an ITE. I don't know if that helps him spot this word at all, but
Great point. Yeah, could that get you there, or is that not enough? If you know that penlight can be spelled in that stupid looking way of just Penilite, he might be more apt to know this one as a high probability 7-letter word. If he knows that, can he get to the alternate spelling? This would be an absolutely incredible find on his part. If he's not finding that word, his decision becomes so much tougher, Cooper.
but look at Noah's rack. Look
Oh,
what he's just drawn. We saw
brutal.
that draw earlier. W triple I double S. That will be a treat to deal with once it is his turn, but we have
I mean, can you possibly not exchange this again? Noah has had 2 absolutely bottom 1% draws here so far in this game. His draw after Horde of WUUIE, and now his draw after Cade of IIU. He did draw an S, but that does not help you to weather a 3I and 2U rack here. So yeah, the only saving grace. Okay, it looks like Cam may be getting set to play Plight. If only he knew that he could slide that P a little bit further up and get the E and the N in there as well. It would be a totally different ball game for him. But this looks like a solid option for him if you're not familiar with the word penlight.
Yeah, absolutely. This scores pretty well. And oh, is this EN coming in? Okay, no. Plate is the play here. That'll score 24 points for him, putting him into the lead.
Sneaky hook on this of a U.
Oh, do you ever keep a U to try to play that?
This
I
is
don't
a
know.
valid word. Uplight. This is a really tricky hook to think of. I think I've missed this sort of hook before.
Yeah.
And this, I don't think this is worth keeping a U necessarily, but definitely we're going to want to pay close attention to the players that draw the U's in this game. Are they going to think of that hook? Because that would be so stylish and potentially so powerful if you have a bingo that only plays in that spot with the U hook. So let's see.
Sure. Yeah, and that not the most likely spot to be used on that board with that PL. So we could see that uplight hook stay open. Nice spot there for you, Will.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the players see it. Easy for us to see here in the booth, a lot harder to see over the board. And a great draw. Finally, Noah with 2 terrible draws. He's just drawn very well. I definitely expect him to be bingoing on his next turn. He's got, Sunsier, seniors. There are definitely, I think seniors, the more normal of the 2 words. He's going to see those for sure. I don't imagine Cam finding a way to block those options here. So we'll see. But this looks like Noah is eventually going to bingo, or rather in short order, with those really nice tiles.
Yeah, I see that too. He's arranged the tiles in alphagram order, looking for bingos. There's also endorses through the D if he doesn't see that. So yeah, Cam will be hard pressed to block even if he knew what Noah had exactly. So it looks like he's looking at, is that penny now potentially? There are not many bonus squares he can actually
maybe Fenny.
hit. Oh yes. Yeah.
The
Fighting
crazy thing about this is despite Cam's pretty good scoring tiles in the H and the Y, he really can't do much. He only has 2 vowels, and that really limits his ability to play down here. If he had more vowels, we could easily see a much higher scoring play on the bottom row. We're not gonna see that, and this is actually really one of Cam's best available plays here. At least it gets rid of both ends and leaves his rack balanced for next turn. This looks uninspiring as a play, but I actually think the computer engine really, really likes it here. So great job by Cam to come up with kind of a counterintuitive option. Now it's time for Noah to, is seniors, which both of these players are, Cooper.
That is so fitting here. Wow, can't do much better than that. We saw Cuz earlier, seniors now. We just have some very fitting words coming down in the games between these two. Oh, wow, and see what Cam has set up.
Look at this, folks. Phantoms. Cam eyeing an incredible bingo that would go down right here through the P, but it's going to be blocked if Noah finds seniors, which I believe he already had lined up. I'm not sure. I wasn't looking carefully enough, but that is going to be a rough blow to Cam to have this bingo that I feel like if I'm Cam here, I'm definitely expecting a play here. This is the open triple. Nope, that's not what's going to happen. We're going to see seniors come down and block phantoms just in the nick of time. Wow, what a swing.
That is a big swing. When your bingo gets blocked with a bingo, I think it happened earlier, that is just a crushing feeling when that happens to you.
Well, maybe Noah will just draw UUW again, and that'll slow him down, and Cam will have ample opportunity to continue fighting his way back here. Both blanks are still out unseen to us in the booth and to both players over the board. We're going to see those at some point, though I will say 3 of the 4 S's are on the board and the other is on Cam's rack. So of those really good tiles, there we go. There's one blank finding its way onto Noah's rack, a huge draw for him in this pivotal championship game.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I mean, despite this bingo, Cam's only down 28 right now, virtually tied after he makes his move, presumably. So this is far from a big lead for Noah right now.
Just want to point out that Noah has fatwad lined up on his rack, which is not valid in this lexicon. I hope I didn't teach him that from a YouTube video where I think that word was played. I don't think that's valid in this lexicon. I think it's only in the CSW, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check on that. Yep.
Yeah, wow. Can't play that with FY either.
So that would be crazy. So in any case, it is back to Cam. He has to overcome the disappointment of having phantoms be blocked. He's got some good plays. He can play parallel to seniors here very productively with his high scoring tiles and get right back in this.
Yeah, on either side, we see him lining up Hom. He has Ohm on the other side. Either of those is going to score in the mid to high 30s. Potentially Homa tacking the A on for quite a few extra points. So yeah, this is going to be a turn. Even though his bingo is blocked, he's going to have scoring opportunities here for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be the spot that he's clearly looking at. As you said, though, Cooper, this is also a spot worth thinking about either playing parallel here or something across if you're looking for that. Don't think there's anything that would work out great to play across the board, a 6-letter word starting with SH, but you got to be looking in this spot too for sure. Ohm in that spot, definitely a play worth consideration. So Cam's going to have a good play here that leaves good bingo tiles. Homa is the play. I think this is definitely worth the extra points that you get over Ohm. It's 6 more points, 1 more tile pick with both blanks unseen. That's a lot of extra benefits for this play. And look at the draw for Cam, depending on this 7th letter out of the bag. Oh, it is the K.
The
K
K.
lovers out there, maybe now is not your time to shine, because pretty much a lot of other 1-point tiles would have given a bingo back to Cam here, but I don't think he is going to have at least a 7-letter word just yet.
Yeah, probably not yet. But they say that even if you can't bingo, you can score well with the K. And that okay newly added word will give Cam a lot of options. Maybe plays on the bottom triple. You could see the K being very valuable there. So
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
gonna draw a letter that doesn't give you a bingo, I don't mind the K.
Great point. That is the rebuttal that I'm hearing from some of our K-loving students out there. Something like tank is going to hit like a tank in this scenario. Look at that. It's going to score upwards of easily 40 points, closer to 50. So, yeah, we'll
Yeah.
just have to see here.
Noah, we won't get to see if he thinks that fatwad is a word in this lexicon because it doesn't quite have a place, but maybe he's looking at odd on the bottom row of this board, just trying to get to a place where he can use that blank.
Yeah, for sure. So there we go. This is a nice looking play. You do have that new open row to use with your blank. This is a back and forth game. Cooper, I'm so glad we're definitely at this
Yes.
point, we're not getting a blowout. At this point, we still have up light possibilities
yeah.
with all 4 U's. What if one of the players draws QU and needs to find up light in order to use it? There is so much going on here. Yeah, just this is a fantastic final game in the offing right here.
Yeah, I really agree here. Both players similar on the scoreboard and with racks that could yield some really good stuff to them. So we'll see what Cameron can do with this K. Yeah, moving his tiles around, looking at ask maybe. Ooh.
Rageful. Oh my gosh. Noah has Rageful lined up on his rack, and that is going to play at the
so
base of
nice.
the board here. Not sure if I'm going to be able to show where that is just yet, but man, that is crazy. Rageful set to play task. I wonder. Oh,
Oh, he's
there
seen
we
it.
go. Oh, well, he did just show the S to Noah. That we'll see if he can make use of that information that Cam has an S in hand. But either way, great job by Cam to just sit back, take a beat, look at that play, and make a really critical substitution of that N in place of the valuable S.
I really, really agree here. Even though the S is not the most valuable tile on this board specifically, it's still going to serve you a lot better than the N. If you draw, what is he drawing? QOEA, not what he was looking for after he looked so close to a bingo besides that K.
Yeah, they're going to recount the score on tank here. So, yeah, that's a pretty complicated play to score. Once they get that right, I have every expectation that Noah is going to go ahead and play Rageful, which is a huge, huge swing in the game. Could he draw the second blank out of the bag? Could he draw QU and play something fun with up light? A lot of good things can happen, but now he's going back and alphabetizing his letters. How confident do we think he is in that 7-letter word?
I feel like it's a word that I've heard people use before in Rageful, but there are a lot of weird FUL words that are in the dictionary, and you can definitely get in your head about, is rageful a word? Is teenful a word? Is direful a word? These are, full. So we've seen that he sees rageful, presumably seen the place to play it on top of odd. or perhaps with RYA, but he'll take a second here. Will, you mentioned alphabetizing his letters. What could that do for him here?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make sure that he's identifying all of the potential options that he may have. Maybe he's trying to see, I definitely like rageful, but maybe do I have another word that places the F in the most valuable spot right here? Is that possible? That I'll be able to play something for even more points in this really close game. I wouldn't want to give that up. He's going to go ahead and play Rageful, though, and this is a very solid option for him. The only other 7 that plays is Figural, which scores 2 extra points. That's not that much extra. He isn't missing that much. And man, this is a big, big swing in the game with Cam holding a Q and a boatload of vowels to slow him down. Things are looking very good for Noah Goldstein right now.
Yeah, and if Noah was gonna play a 7 in that line, he really didn't want it to be a word that pluralized or took an S at the back, and this is one such word. No big bingo threats with ragefuls, as that's not a word. So
yeah, that's funny because most full words mean like a
Yeah.
cupful, hatful, mug full, all these words that are talking about a mug full of coffee or something. This is one of the full words that just means an adjective full of that emotion. Or, this is, as you say, Cooper, the perfect word that you would want to play if you're going to bingo in that spot.
Yeah, really, really nice find. Figural and rageful, neither of them obvious words to spot, especially with the blank. So really nice find by Noah Goldstein here. Cam looking to probably unload this queue. It seems like
He's definitely holding, I think. He's just trying
Oh,
to
I see.
make 100% sure, because if this is not a word, this would be a really rough way to lose control of this game. But that being said, the score is at a point and his holdings are so bad that extra 10 points that he could be giving Noah by wrongly challenging a valid word could really matter in this game. So it looks like he's elected not to challenge, and he's right to do so.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So what does Cam do now? We see a kind of insane option jumping to the top of a sim.
Wow, that is crazy to think that you could play. One of the plays that the computer engine seems to like here is stereo right here. This seems insane, but I think part of the value of this is that, again, the Q, you've got this spot right here where you can draw some maybe heavier hitting stuff than Qua. And then if you draw U, you do have this spot too that's very unlikely to get blocked. So the Q might be sneakily not as awful as usual, given that there are 3 U's that you can draw, a bunch of I's. I don't think I'd be playing that here, and I just tip my cap to the computer engine. Oh, it also sets up. Oh, that's really cool. You also set up
Oh.
Chi with an eye draw by
That's
playing
sick.
stereo. So this is like, who's playing this? Nigel Richards, Best Spot, Computer Engine. That's crazy. Would be a next level play, and I think one that very few human players of any level are making that play, Cooper.
Oh, for sure. I think that is incredibly difficult to see, or to see the merits of parting with your S. Yeah.
Qua looks so much more
Yeah.
normal. And there it goes down. Just get rid of it now while you have a decent play. That does so. Seems very reasonable, but
And he doesn't need to be in desperation mode necessarily right now. He is only down 57 and a little bit less after his turn, a little bit more after Noah's turn, which he's quickly coming down to the job. That'll score well. What do you think about this?
yeah, this looks solid. Get that J off for 35 points. Seems pretty good. He could have played potentially, even if you don't see up light, I think he's still. Oh, I guess it does require him to see up light if he's going to play Jewel here. That would have been incredible.
Yeah.
So that is a crazy, crazy play. I think Job gets a lot of things accomplished here. You really like, I guess, actually looking at the unseen pool more closely. I was about to say you really like obstructing the aqua hook, but look at the unseen pool.
Wow.
There's no A's left to come. I guess it still matters with that blank. But yeah, maybe this was not as red alert of a hook to block, given that all 9 A's appear to be on the board right now.
Yeah, so Cam not thinking about that hook. Gonna play oboe, which that S we were talking about didn't have too much value on this board. Now with that S hook onto oboe, any bingo ending in an S is gonna play very nicely. So this looks like a good idea for him.
Really nice play. And not only that, he is going to set up an X that he's just drawn too. So the oboe's hook is definitely the reason why you make this play with the last S in hand. All three of the other four S's are on the board. So this is going to be a majorly annoying spot for Noah to block while also scoring any kind of decent number of points. And look at how weak his tiles are right now. He's been caught in a rough spot. This would be a great time to have the light bulb go on with
Yeah.
the uplight hook.
He does have Louis set up, maybe just looking for possible places to play it, but upright would be a wonderful place to play it. It doesn't quite open the triple word score.
Oy.
Yeah?
Even if you see uplight, knowing that it's valid enough to make that
Yeah.
play is definitely not
Not at
not
all.
obvious. And just think, if you would just take on uplight out of the equation, what are you even doing here?
He's looking at Teloy, I think.
That's okay. You know what? This makes some sense. Just try to score as best you can. Move a little bit closer to the end of the game, but the X is going to come down now even more damagingly after this play. Telex for a great,
Wow.
great score. You could play this, or you could just play EX parallel to Teloy and try to draw a couple of vowels, a couple different ways that you could go here. Not sure which of those between telex and X. X might
Yeah.
be deceptively good, especially look at all the I's to
I
come.
know.
If you draw an I after just playing EX, your leave suddenly gets pretty good.
This is an exceptional pool right now. 13 vowels, 7 consonants from Cam's perspective. So many E's, so many I's, 3 U's as well. Noah has just drawn, however, his 7th U of the game. That has to be some sort of record, but Telex coming down for a great score, gonna get Cam right back in this.
Wow. So telex is the play. I feel like this makes sense in a vacuum, but again, given this very weird tile pool, it's possible that just playing EX was a little bit better, but let's see what Cam draws. He's drawn pretty well here.
Oh.
Vanines on his rack. Does he know this slightly obscure 7-letter word on his rack? If he does, it's getting set to go down right here as a huge, huge bingo in the game. There it is. He sees it on the rack.
Wow.
This could be incredible. Noah with the second blank on his rack, but 2 U's again, Cooper.
Yes, I know he is plagued by U's. Another great thing about Venines is that if Cam can get it down, it doesn't yield any bingo lines back to Noah with his blank. I mean, that is wow. Wow. Noah has to be thinking how many U's are in this bag.
Yeah, he has just had several absolutely brutal draws here. It is worth noting, too, that there are enough tiles in the bag still to exchange if he wants to, and he's going to go ahead and just play Rue for 12, potentially. That's a good way of undoubling his
Yeah.
U's and E's, and even if Cam plays Venines, it's possible that Noah could draw a bingo that wins him the game. Oh,
Oh.
wow. Surprising choice here. We know that Cam spelled out Venines. That was the very first thing he did. Very interesting choice by him here to just consider, and he's just played it. Nevi, he does not go back to Venines. He plays it quick. Very surprising. Let's see what he draws. Is he going to draw another bingo? I'm shocked by that, Cooper.
I'm pretty shocked too. I guess he just wasn't sure of the word, but this honestly puts him ahead in the game. This is going to really come down to the very end, and we see Noah has drawn more vowels, 2 I's, 2 E's, and a U to go with that blank.
Too late to exchange now, too.
Yeah. So, wow, what do you do here? I mean, there's really not very many points you can score with this rack at all.
If you, I mean, so just to be clear as well, it doesn't play anywhere on this board, but Cam does have another 7-letter word in his rack of spumoni. And I'm just wondering, I don't know if he's going to see that one, but if Noah basically says the score is so close that I just have to grab as many points as I can right now and play something like Ryle, that would give a spot back for the 7-letter word on Cam's rack. Also, it would just give a good spot for him to play spume or something like that for really, really good scores. So I don't think Noah is going to do that. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, this game has really given us everything we've wanted so far, and I cannot wait for how this ends up. It seems like there are 3 tiles in the bag, so that's a calculation for Noah here. He has a good amount of time, 8.5 minutes, to try to figure this tricky pre-endgame out. Down to,
is it possible that you just, with this pool, do you just have to go for it and play something like a twee to balance your rack and then pray that Cam does not have a playable bingo and that you draw well enough that you have 2 bingos in different spots of the board, either into the E or potentially pluralizing oboes with a blank S? Is this the path forward here? Can you win in any other way, Cooper?
It looks a little crazy, but that just might be your best path toward victory. You don't know that Cam's going to have anything good there, let alone a bingo. I mean, that pool, it has some bingos in it, but not a ton. I feel like, yeah, what would you be thinking? It looks like he's set aside IE, maybe getting ready to play something like Vi. What do you think?
That seems maybe more reasonable, but I'm so worried after a play like that of what happens if Cam makes a play that scores well and obstructs the open E of Vi. You're pretty much praying that you draw a blank bingo off of the T of telex. Maybe that happens often enough that that is the more sane way forward here, but this is excruciatingly complicated. If you are Noah Goldstein, you've drawn more vowels at a very, very bad time. Cam lines up soup men, which that is an ambitious attempt, but not a valid word. This is really, really tough. I am not sure if there is an obvious candidate play here. I would also be starting to think about, can I read anything into Cam's previous play? He played Nevi. Does that mean he's got E's on his rack, potentially? Maybe I can expect the consonants to be more likely to be in the bag after a play like that. Maybe not. Maybe you're just getting a lot of extra points for that play.
That is, yeah, I don't know what exactly you can read into that, but it's just shocking, even with the blank. Even if Noah decides, all right, I'm going to give up on bingoing. I'm going to try to score as many points as I can on this turn and see if Cam can outscore me. I mean, he can score a maximum of like 20 points here.
Brutal. So he has IE set aside on his rack, so he could be considering VIE. This makes a good deal of sense if by chance, I mean, let's think about oboe as well. Is this a play that says that Cam has the last S in hand? Oh, he showed it.
Oh, you're right. He showed it when he played tank.
Let's remember that Cam showed the last S earlier in the game, picked it up to play tank, and still has it. So by that token, if you play Vi, you can't luck into the upside of drawing the last S in the bag because you know Cam has it. Because I was going to say Vi could be really lethal whenever you draw that S, because now you've got ERS combinations coming down from here and you've got the same here. But instead, you could easily be met with Vi's hooking plays that just score really well and set Cam up so well in the end game that Noah has to draw a bingo, which maybe he already has to draw a bingo. So, like, even though he's only down by 2, his scoring options, his tiles are so weak that he probably is thinking, I need to make a play that allows me to bingo out and win this game.
Yeah, this game is crazy. This game is so crazy and such a just unbelievably difficult decision for Noah right here. He's gone back to Vi. It does give him options with Vire if Cam elects not to block there. And using our ability, our all-knowing ability right now, we know that EIV is waiting in the bag for Noah. Probably not exactly what he would be wanting to pick up, but there may be some options if he picks up the right combination of things.
Wow. So it turns out, if we're just looking at this precise situation, the last 3 tiles in the bag are VIE. So I'm just wondering what happens after a twee. VIE. Terra V is actually available.
Oh, wow.
If you play a twee. And what about this other E? VIE. I don't think you have a 7 ending in a blank S. Really tough, because if you just, no, you would block your own tier V if you play EUI. So yeah, you would need 7s. So yeah, this is okay. Here we go. Here it comes. Vi is the play.
And
Noah taking basically his whole clock on this, Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, he spent so many minutes, and rightfully so. What is he gonna draw? IE, what he just played. His hands are up, being like, how is this possible?
That is insane.
Wow.
That is so brutal. He plays EI, looking to draw some consonants, and draws EI again. That is unreal. That is so rough.
That's so cruel of the tile bag to do this to him in this scenario right here. I mean, wow.
Oh my God.
But for Cam here, what sort of options does he have? I mean, we know that Noah's struggling with his letters, but are there any big plays? Maybe he's looking at mop under oboe. That would score a lot in a way that Noah would really struggle to keep up with, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking into this unseen pool. And if his tracking is correct, he's going to basically know that there's actually not that much bad that can happen, leaving everything open. Oh, he is going to, by playing mop here, you do lose to Vanier and Vire if the U is in the bag. So this does not win every end game, but it potentially wins a whole bunch of them just by scoring too much. The bag is now empty. And Cam drawing the V as the last tile in the bag. That score of mop was so high that it's going to put so much pressure on Noah, and he just has no scoring power here somehow.
Yeah, it's saying that his best endgame move right now would be Eerie to the E, scoring only 10 points. I mean, that is really, really difficult to stomach. Noah's going to look here, though, to see if he can squeeze any life out of this very same rack that he had last turn. Man.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to bingo in two spots if the U is in the bag. So maybe mop is best because you're theoretically in this actual situation, it's not a given to see the crazily improbable word of Terravi, which would have been possible had the last tile in the bag been a U instead of a V from Noah's perspective. So the existence of this word means that playing mop here to block Vanier doesn't actually win in theory, but in practice it might, unless your opponent has to know this crazy word.
Yeah, tier of V would be so difficult to find even if you did know it. But
Wow.
yeah, I'm sure this game can be analyzed for hours.
This is so similar to last year when Cam and Gideon played in the finals and just gave us this unbelievably complicated pre-endgame and endgame
Yeah.
position. Just goes to show you at this level with players this good, you're liable to get a game like this where there's just so much going on. Ryle is the play here by Noah with 33 seconds in definitely a losing position. And if I think Cam doesn't necessarily even need to know Venus. Well, he can play venues through the E. No need to
Yeah.
risk it. Down it comes, and just an incredible game here, and an amazing win by Cam Siegel. My heart does go out a little bit to Noah
Yeah.
Goldstein here, who just had some absolutely brutal draws in this game, but huge congrats are due to Cam Siegel. Let's go to overhead and see if the players have anything to say
man.
here.
Bro, I was literally the worst tile draw out of the bag. Is this good? You have no clue? Okay. That's in your range though, so it's probably not a word. It might be. Oh my god. I think garbful. I mean, it's definitely in your range. I thought you would know it for sure, but I mean.
Is grateful a word?
Yeah. What? You didn't know it though?
What did I have instead of vibe?
Instead of what?
Vibe.
You didn't miss anything.
Vibe is nice.
I mean, it wasn't. Your best attempt was probably a tweak.
I didn't want to empty
one
the
more
bag.
U.
I was looking at.
Yeah,
I was
that's
looking
the
at
problem.
Tui.
The bag
That's
is
the
just so
problem.
terrible.
It empties the bag, but it gives you bingos like to oboe and
Yeah, but I have
and
the
here.
R here.
But you need to get rid of more vowels. Like I don't know.
I mean, I might have been the worst tile draw. I could have 2 tiles.
Yeah, probably.
I played IE. I drew IE.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, maybe it's very tough because like the engines aren't good with like 2, 3 in the bag, 4 in the bag. But maybe. I mean, if you know Spumoni, the bingo on your rack, and you just play that, that would be game over. Yeah, you lose. But yeah, that wasn't a great like.
You blocked phantoms when you played seniors.
Very tough spot.
Do seniors have anything better?
Nope, that was the best play.
Okay.
Did I miss a bingo of phantoms?
No,
that
you
right?
missed the bingo the turn before.
You played what?
Wait, what
Play.
was my rack?
You
Pelton?
played play. You kept EN.
Pelton?
In plight? What is it?
No, Penlight.
Oh, Penlight.
Oh
When does
my god, I know
Where
that.
does Penlight play?
It just plays
To the G. It's spelt both ways.
Oh.
It's PENLITE
I
and
was-
Penlight.
I
Like,
was thinking PEN.
oh, that would have been sick if I got it. I know the word too because it's in the
Is Telly
definition
right?
for Penlight.
So this was a really tough turn if you didn't know uplight.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
All the good plays were there, unfortunately.
Well, I knew you could hammer with the X, but I figured if he's gonna hammer here, you
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Hammer
it's
there.
not exactly.
Yeah.
You're not giving up. That
What am I
much more,
doing?
And I
But
was looking for like Urate or something.
no, Telex was better. It's 4 more.
Oh, it is anyways? Oh my
Yeah.
god, I didn't even see EX.
I think it's in best.
No, Telex is probably right.
I think so.
Well, no, because I kept consonants too.
So I didn't play that bad.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that was fine.
I didn't play that bad.
No, I don't think so. There are only like small changes.
I wasn't 100% sure Rachel, but I saw it instantly. so I was
Rachel and Figueroa are the only 2 bingos.
like, oh, Figueroa
So
is
it's a
better.
good find. It's only 2 more.
I was thinking like rag.
Oh,
slow,
another
bug, full.
engine. There's another cool engine move. It liked Izar better than Izar's.
But he just
That's
played
pretty
6.
cool.
He just played 6.
I didn't have
I mean,
another
it
S.
was for how many
I
points?
didn't have another S at
He
that
could have
point.
like cons. He could have clunky stuff. It's
What
scary.
do they think of 6?
Oh, you're supposed to play glitch. Glitch.
Oh, glitch.
Glitch. Yeah. That was
Oh, that's-
the clear
yeah.
favorite.
Yeah. I don't think I played that.
There's another sick engine move when you played Qua, which I think only Nigel Richards finds. It like stereo, Stereo.
Why?
You draw plays through the U, and there was another Q spot. You hit Q plays here, but you also
like what? Like roke? Like what?
You like stuff like that. If you draw the U, you can play QU uplight, and also with I draws, you get bailed out with
uplight.
You get bailed out with QI making sick for 36. So you're bailed out in so many situations.
Oh, that's sick. That is awesome.
It's worth it.
What was this fine or?
But that was like
exchange?
second best. Yeah.
Okay, because I feel like if I'm exchanging here, there's nowhere to bingo anyways. I just lose.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
I can't
you're
believe I
not
won
playing.
that.
Yeah.
I had all vowels for the last like 10 racks.
What am I winning? What's my percent to win after here? It's like 10 or 15 or something.
It's not great. Yeah.
I just drew only vowels. I don't think I had a rack with less than 5 vowels after my bingo.
Yeah, that was.
I didn't even bingo.
Oh, did you?
I didn't even bingo.
Wow.
No,
All right, let's bring it back into the booth
Yeah,
here
last
as
calls were-
the players are continuing to decompress over this absolutely incredible game that we just witnessed, and our, one of our staffers, Josh Castellano, walking through each move of the game, which of course, the game was rich enough, Cooper, that it absolutely warranted that level of scrutiny.
Yes, so many turns that were so interesting. We heard that Rageful Noah wasn't sure of, but came down and was good, and Cam didn't challenge. But yeah, this was an amazing game to wrap up this tournament. Amazing win for Cam after he looked kind of dead in the water. I mean, down, what was it, close to 100 points and not with a good rack, and he managed to come back.
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself. I can't believe I won this game. That's what Cam just said in the post game. It was definitely a combination of great plays by Cam, tough draws for Noah there, just kind of unrelenting, brutal draws. He got that second blank, and it seemed like he was one good draw away from putting the game out of reach. And the icing on the cake there was playing off IE at the end of the game and drawing
That was
IE
ridiculous.
from the bag, having the same tough vowel overloaded rack at the very end. That was an absolute banger to conclude our live streaming coverage there. But there you have it. Cam Siegel is your high school North American School Scrabble champion in 2026. He was a runner-up last year and barely a runner-up by basically a one move here or there. And this game was no different, but he comes out on the winning end, Cooper.
Yeah, big congratulations to Cam. Big congratulations to Noah as well. He played so well, both in their final year. And I don't know if there are any college football fans out here, but can we call this the Cam back?
Nice. Yeah, not sure. But yeah, that was just an amazing performance, amazing games. So just for the record, we are going to be streaming the award ceremony. So we're going to watch our champions get their just desserts. They're going to be getting lots of prizes and, more importantly, the official championship titles and trophies and all of that sort of thing. We have a lot of people to thank. I'm just trying to figure out if we're going to do those thank yous now or during the award ceremony or after. So many people come together to make this event a reality that we definitely want to thank. Not sure if that's happening now. We're going to get word from our producers whether we will do that long list of thank yous right now. But yeah, Cooper, it has been a blast. I just want to thank you for joining me on the coverage. It's been fantastic casting these games with you.
No, thank you, Will. I mean, this is definitely the biggest event I've ever casted for, and it's been an honor sitting next to you and having you as the experienced content creator as you are. Breaking down all these amazing games for us.
Well, I appreciate that. You are the one who is the former School Scrabble champion, adding your expertise and experience and anecdotes. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And all right, so what we're going to do is just quickly run down the list of all the people that helped make this event a success. First and foremost, the viewers out there, thank you all so much for tuning in. Without you, we could not do this. We really appreciate everybody for watching, enjoying the games, being so positive in the chat. The vibes have been so good all weekend. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. But yeah, we've got our whole list. Hasbro, WGPO, our two biggest sponsors. Thank you so much. Planet Word, the beautiful venue we've been using. You see the backdrops here behind us. Thank you so much, Planet Word. Merriam-Webster, NASPA Games as well, which has been contributing, also rating this event for free as well, in addition to other contributions. Thank you, NASPA. Winning Solutions, providing some of the boards that we've used here, and then our very generous individual contributors, Mitch Poplack, Seth Lipkin, Art Moore, Sarah Rosenbaum, George's Custom Boards, all of whom contributed some of the tech and equipment that we've been using here, in addition to the Video Ninja technology powering the stream. Thank you so much to Natan Last, the author of a great new book about the evolution and history of crosswords. He came and did a talk here as well. Thank you, Natan. And of course, the staff, LPS, Let's Play Scrabble, everybody. It's taken a huge team of volunteers and members of the community to make this event such a success. So with that, we are going to take a break, but we will be back with the awards ceremony in just a bit. Any final thoughts from you, Cooper, before we cut to that break?
No, I mean, this has just been a delight to be at and see the level of play at this event, and to commentate with you.
Yeah,
so thank you.
It's been a delight. So quick break for us here, but we'll be right back with the award ceremony here at the North American School Scrabble Championship.
test, test. All right, everyone, we are going to get started. And the first thing I am going to ask you to do is put your hands together and recognize our finalists, our runners up, and our champions who are coming into the room now. Come on in, guys. There. Come on up, everybody. Come on up. All right, let's hear it for our middle school runners up, middle school champions, and high school runner up and champions. All right, everybody. This is the 2026 North American School Scrabble Championship Award Show. My name's Josh Greenway from Let's Play Scrabble. I want to start, thank you. I want to start by saying thank you so much for sticking around. I know this has been a long weekend. For those who have been playing, it's probably gone by really quickly, but for everybody else, I know it can take a little bit of time. So appreciate everybody being here and being ready to put your hands together for all the winners that we are going to celebrate here. Obviously, it's been a very exciting and inspiring weekend, and we really hope to see everyone next year and in future years. We think this event is getting better and better, and we hope to grow the event over time. I'm going to throw the mic over to Stefan in just 1 minute, and then we will start giving out some awards and some thank yous. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, Stefan Fatsis, everybody. Put your hands together. Woo! Thank you all so much. Thank you to Josh and Kieran O'Connor for helping to put this event together. I'm going to thank our entire staff right now, so bear with me, but they deserve all the flowers we can give them. First off, our presenting sponsor, Hasbro, they stepped back in to revive this tournament after the pandemic. We could not put it on without their financial support. Planet Word, venue, partner, they've been amazing. Look at this incredible building. Could not, as I've always say, could not be a better place to hold a Scrabble tournament. We are so grateful to the entire staff here. The Word Game Players Organization, WIGPO, big financial contributor to this game, one of the two main Scrabble organizing bodies in North America. Let's Play Scrabble, Kieran and Josh. Let's Play Scrabble not only co-organizes this event, but puts on Scrabble tournaments and hosts live streams for many other events throughout the year. Merriam-Webster is our dictionary sponsor. The WS Gaming Company provided these huge, incredible deluxe Scrabble boards for our top winners
And finally, NASPA Games contributed the tiles and racks that the players used during the competition, and also, along with WIGPO, provided free memberships to everyone in the high school division for 1 year and rated the tournament for the first time. Our speakers yesterday, well, I was one of them, I'm not thanking myself, but Natan Last, the author of Across the Universe about the world of crossword puzzles. Please support Natan's new book. He's an amazing guy. Our floor staff included Vince Castellano, our tech guru. On the floor, we had Tim Bodorf, Eleanor Brosowski. Thank you, Eleanor and Tim. There's Eleanor. Tim is somewhere. Our photographer, staff photographer, Eli Schwartz. Where's Eli? Eli, thank you, Eli. Hospitality and operations. Christine Cardinal ran the hospitality suite and did every other job that was asked of her. Eric Goldstein and Mac Meller ran the amazing How to Play Scrabble Like a Pro event. Behind the scenes, we had Linda Finn and Jan Cardia. They did remote support, registration, accounting, social media this weekend. If you were on Facebook or other platforms, you saw a lot of posts by former North American champion Josh Sokol and our stream team. All right, we can't say enough about our dream team, stream team. Commentators Will Anderson and Cooper Komatsu. Our producer, Josh Koff. Where's Josh? He's right over there. Thank you, Josh. He also handled a lot of the advanced statistics that you saw during the live stream produced by Let's Play Scrabble. And our all-round tech guru, Josh Castellano. Where's Josh? Upstairs, probably. There he is down here. What's up, Josh? Another national Scrabble champion in the Collins division a few years ago. Finally, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, Let's Play Scrabble. This was their second year totally in charge of the event with me, and I hope it's the first and the second of many more years. The event has never run more smoothly. We are adding things every year, like this beautiful backdrop. Which I will say, by the way, beautiful backdrop. When we're done, feel free, teams, players, come up, take photos in front of the new backdrop screen. That's what it's for. Let's Play Scrabble is building an organization to make Scrabble better in North America, running tournaments, organizing great events, adding tech equipment, live streaming innovations. They are bringing this game to more and more people. It is growing thanks to people like Josh and Kieran and Will and Mac. And that's what we need moving forward. We have so many great people that play this game, and it is such a fascinating game. It is compelling to watch, and people like everyone in this room that has participated this weekend in making the live stream happen, and the players who have played with such grace and dignity and skill on the live stream. That's what makes this game so great. That's why I've been involved for 25 plus years, and that's why I hope to keep playing and being involved for many years to come. So thank you to all of you guys. Back to Josh, and we will start our awards presentation.
All right, here we go, everybody. I'm about to announce some names, but for housekeeping, if you are a winner, here's the way it's going to work. You are going to come up on stage. You will be handed an envelope. Eleanor is going to give you an envelope. That envelope has cash in it, right? I think everything except for first place, everything has cash in it. Do not lose your envelope. If you are a player and you get the envelope, take it to your parents or put it in your pocket, okay? That's the number one thing I want to tell you. Then what's going to happen is when you come up here as a competitor or as a team, you're going to get your picture taken. You're going to take a solo picture like this, and then Stefan's going to come in. Will and Cooper are going to come in. We're going to take a group picture. Then you're going to go off to the side and wait, and then we're going to do one whole group picture. That's the way it's going to work. I am going to announce some winners, and Eleanor is going to help me give out some prizes. We are going to start with the high school division, and we are going to start in 10th place, winning $50 with a 5-5 record. Put your hands together for Julian Riggs, everybody.
He made the trip from Dubai worthwhile, came the farthest, and finishes with a prize.
Solo picture. And then let's group it up, Stefan, you in too. There you go. Good. Center, Cooper, make sure. Yep. Put your hands together. Thank you, Julian. And off to the side here and wait. Just stand there, wait. In ninth place at 5-5 plus 398, it's William Nispel winning $50. Will had to leave. Let's go to 8th place. 8th place with a 6-4 record, picking up $50 and a signed copy of Across the Universe. That is going to be Milo Anderson. Milo, come on up from Washington, D.C. Left, go ahead. All right, let's go to 7th place. In 7th place with a 6-4 plus 192 record, winning $50 and a signed copy of Unabridged. That would be Gideon Brasowski. Gideon, come on up.
I am going to miss Gideon so much when he goes to college.
All right, group picture. Nice job, everybody. In 6th place with a 6-4 record, winning $100 and a set of custom 3D printed Scrabble tiles so you can make your own blanks. It is Daniel K. from Washington, D.C.
Dan, another one of my players from very young, stuck with it all the way through high school. He's going to the school with the name on the front of his sweatshirt that I also attended.
Very good. Round of applause. All right. In 5th place, winning $200 and a deluxe travel board with a 6-4 record from Stamford, Connecticut. It's Theo Diamond, everybody. Where's Theo? And a group photo. All right. Now we're going to the bigger board. So let's go to 4th place with a 6-4 record, winning $200 and a deluxe Scrabble board from Fairfax, Virginia. It's Nathan Lurlop, everybody. Nathan, come on up.
And I will say again, Nathan started playing when he was in 1st grade in one of my tournaments. Way to go, Nathan.
Hold on, group picture. In third place with a 7-3 plus 356 record, winning $300 and a deluxe Scrabble board, it's Hazem Khan. Hazem, come on up. Awesome. Group picture.
Last year's elementary middle champions, Hazem and Nathan, moving right up in high school.
Absolutely. All right. In second place, we have our runner-up with a 8-1 record, winning $500. Well, yeah, 8-2, 9-1. This is our runner-up. You saw the game. It was very exciting. Winning $500 and a luxury Scrabble board, the really big one, from Scarsdale, New York. It's Noah Goldstein, everybody. All right. And just before I call our winner to the stage, I want to remind everybody of Will Anderson's words from the opening ceremonies that one of the most important skills to doing well in Scrabble is the ability to play and have fun. And I got to tell you, for a very tense matchup, seeing guys like Noah and Cam and their friendship and their camaraderie, even with the stakes, is just incredible and it's inspiring. So I want to welcome our high school division champion, winning $1,000 and a luxury board from Scarsdale, New York. It's Cameron Siegel, everybody. Put your hands together. Okay, thanks everybody. Oh, Cameron, stay here. Let's have the entire group come up. Stefan, guys, we're doing this, everybody together, yeah. And just do your best. I know, you really got to squeeze in. So, tallest people in the back, yeah, that would help. Just try to get in there. What do you think, Eli? We didn't rehearse this part. Doing a little more. You good? Okay, good. Round of applause, everybody. All right, if we could clear the stage, everybody, we are going to go to elementary middle. Okay. Let's move to our championship division, the elementary/middle school, covering everything from grade 3 to grade 8. We're going to follow the same procedure. You come up, get your prize, get your picture taken, then another picture, then you come over here and wait, okay? And don't lose your envelopes. Here we go. Yeah. In 10th place, finishing with a 5-3 record, winning $50. That would be the Word Masters, Wyatt Hartig and Magdalena Glenn. Come on up.
Couple of my 8th graders, and I hope that they will continue into high school.
Get the kids to take a step forward. I think you guys should be kind of more in the back with these ones. Okay. And over here and wait. In 9th place, with a 5-3 record, I do want to say the team names I feel like are getting better every year. I want to welcome up to the stage the Bingo Bandits in 9th place, winning $50, David Hugh and Samuel Nicholson. Come on up. Cooper even squeeze in more. Yeah, thanks. Okay. In 8th place, winning $50, and I think this is $50 per kid, right? I think over on this side? Yes. Okay. Thank you. $50 each with a 25 each. Sorry. Forget I mentioned anything. Winning $50 with a 5-3 plus 191 record. They also each win a signed copy of Across the Universe. That would be the team of DC Escue. Is that what I'm saying? Here they are, Ian Bird and Marco Barbour. Come on up. All right. In 7th place with a 5-3 plus 321 record, winning $50, and they each win a signed copy of Unabridged. That would be G Squared, Gavin Lurlop and Grayson Hess. Come on up.
In a good sign for Scrabble, Gavin has a soccer game, Grayson had a basketball game. We are all very well rounded in this room.
Let's move to 6th place with a 5-3 plus 324 record, winning $100. And they each get a set of custom 3D printed tiles from Mitch Poplack. That would be the Big Keys, Ben Gershowitz and Calvin Turnright. The Big Cheese, as they have corrected me multiple times this weekend. The Big Cheese. In fifth place with a 6-2 plus 188 record, they win $200 and they each receive you got to redeem it. It's more of a coupon. All right, let's start again. In fifth place with a 6-2 plus 188 record, they're splitting $200 and they each get a deluxe travel edition board. That would be the Ugg Fishers, Luke Matthias and Rayz Zaidi. Come on up.
Third grade and fourth grade. Watch out, everybody.
Oh my God. Wow. Congratulations. Amazing. Parents, secure that money. Okay, fourth place. Fourth place, coming in 6-2 plus 241, splitting $200, and they each get a deluxe Scrabble board. That would be Sealing the Deal, Boaz Birnbaum and Owen Garriott. Come on up. In third place, finishing 6-2 plus 720, winning $300 and each receiving a deluxe Scrabble board. It's the Scrabble Slayers, everybody. Jonathan, Kai, and Leah Shin.
And as I said before, just an incredible School Scrabble career. One of the best teams we've ever had. Love these guys. Way to go. We'll see you more.
I now want to introduce our runners up in the championship division, finishing 7-1 plus 341, winning $500. They each receive a deluxe Scrabble board. It's the pink fluffy unicorns, everybody. Leonie, Calra, and Lisette. Calra, come on up. And I'll invite Stefan. Congratulations. I'll invite Stefan to just say a couple of words. I know you did earlier, but some other people may have come in just about
Absolutely.
their performance.
Just an incredible performance by can I just say it one more time? The pink fluffy unicorns. They just started playing Scrabble about a year ago. Their mom saw a documentary about Rubik's Cube and thought they should do something similar. They had played Scrabble for fun at home, not in a competitive way. She was making them define the words that they played. We don't do that. But then they Googled, found Cornelia Guest's Scrabble Club in Connecticut, joined and started going and playing. Cornelia provided them with word lists, the cheat sheet, suggestions on how to play. And just less than a year later, here they are, only in 6th grade. How cool is it to have twins playing together, doing so well, making it to the finals? Just a wonderful performance. And I'm so glad that we had some girls in that final game. Yes, let's go, girls.
Amazing.
Great job, girls. Congratulations.
And now I want to introduce the champions of the elementary and middle school division. Heading into the finals, they were 8-0 plus 966. That would be an undefeated record. They are splitting $1,000. They're each receiving a luxury Scrabble board. And I want to introduce and congratulate the Tile Titans. Andrew Weiland, Alan South, come on up. Put your hands together, everybody.
Say, as worthy a champion as we have ever had in this division. Word knowledge, skill, tactics, brilliant play. So proud of them.
Okay, we are now going to attempt, you guys can stay here. We're going to attempt to do a group picture. This is going to be very wide, Eli. That's good, you're repositioning. Let's have all the winners come on up. Come on up, winners. Everybody, get in there. If you can, get all the way to the front. Do your best. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, yes. Good.
Stand up a little in the front. Stand up.
Sorry, guys.
Stand up.
Whoa, no.
Yeah, it's just the angle.
Yeah, Joe. You got
Okay, everyone, we have 2 more awards to give away. 2 more awards. Then we are going to do a staff picture. If you are on staff, I'm going to call you up in about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get final words from Stefan.
And if families would like to take photos, teams, after we are done with the award ceremony, feel free to come on up. Will, I'm sure, would be glad to pose. I will be glad to pose with your kids, whatever you need. But don't go anywhere just yet. We have 2 more awards.
So we are introducing... We're introducing 2 what we're calling special honors this year. So if I could just get everyone to settle a little bit. The first award I want to mention, just the group back there, Edgemont, if you guys don't mind, just settling a little bit. Thank you. So for the special honors, the first one, we're giving away a new prize. This award that we are establishing this year is called the Barbara Bordwell McGrew Rising Star Award. Barbara, who is not with us here today, is a active Scrabble player who wanted to contribute back to the community. So she's provided financial support to help encourage greater participation in school Scrabble, and especially greater participation in competitive Scrabble by girls. So the award, the Rising Star Award, goes to the top all-female team who finish outside the top 10. They're going to receive a plaque mailed to them with their names engraved on it. They also receive a set of custom 3D tiles, and they'll also receive books. Maybe we're one book short. No books. Okay, here we go. The important thing, believe me, the plaques are beautiful. So here we go. The winners. And I do want to say one more thing. We've got a lot of ambitions for what School Scrabble can be. If you feel like this is a valuable event and it's been a valuable experience for your family, there are ways to help. And we want to be more open to that help, whether it's people with professional skills or resources. We see this as a mission that we can continue to drive and get more kids involved with this because we think it's a good thing. And this award represents the start of that process. So winning the inaugural Barbara Bordwell McGrew Rising Star Award, it is the team of Julia Black and Mira Tanveen. If they can come on up, that would be great. And you're going to receive those. And do we have Julia, or is Julia headed home? Okay.
And I want to say Myra's from Toronto. Stay up here. We got to take a picture. She was supposed to fly in on Friday night. Flight was delayed. Got to Montreal from Toronto. Slept like 3 hours. Caught another flight. Got to the tournament. Missed the first couple games. So Julia had to play alone. But then Myra joined and they climbed all the way to 12th place. They did a great job.
Picture. And then one more picture with these guys. Go on in, guys. Congratulations. All right, and introducing the next special honor is Stefan Fatsis, everybody.
Hey, our last prize, this is also a new award that we are giving for the first time. It is the Kathy Hummel Prize. And Kathy Hummel worked for the National Scrabble Association starting in the 1980s. She promoted and ran adult tournaments. She worked for the organization specifically in the 1990s, and she took over the School Scrabble program on the eastern end of Long Island, which she ran pretty much as a solo effort with help from some parents and friends for 20 plus years. Kathy's daughter said this at her memorial service recently. Kathy succumbed to cancer after a long and brave fight. She was here last year. You may have seen her. She was wearing a head covering because she was going through chemo and radiation. She had multiple treatments for cancer, and she finally passed away. This is what her daughter said about her. It all started in a small office room that only held 8 people. That was the start of almost 24 years of Scrabble players. She coached the Hampton Bays and Greenport School District. She also ran the after-school program at the Bridgehampton Child Care Center. In her 24 years, she coached 1,000 players and took almost 100 players to nationals and other tournaments. We participated in tournaments, nationals, held in Providence, Washington, Orlando, as well as other tournaments in Connecticut. They also went to tournaments outside of Boston and in Philadelphia, where we held nationals. She also created and ran several successful fundraisers and local tournaments. She called them her fundraiser. This fundraiser was to help prepare players for nationals and raise money for travel. At these fundraisers, the players practiced against other schools, parents, and she did all of this just for the love of the game. And that is the spirit of the award that we're creating in Kathy's memory, playing for the love of the game. The first Kathy Hummel Prize is going to a player from Long Island, from that group, whose family has been involved in School Scrabble for almost 2 decades, all of it with Kathy. 3 of the kids in this family played under Kathy. They attended around 10 School Scrabble championships in total at those venues that I mentioned. And I am proud, and I've known this guy now for a few years because he's been coming and playing in the high school division every year. And I am proud to award the first Kathy Hummel Sportsmanship Award to John Anderson. He's getting 2 books.
You're getting 2 bucks. We're gonna work out the tiles.
Oh, wait.
This is for
Oh, that's good. No, we'll go with the 2 books. We're not going to do one more. And I just noticed that all of the Long Island players, their t-shirts had KH in a heart on their shirts this year in memory of Kathy. Thank you, Susan Rucco. Thank you, Michael King. Thank you, Long Island families, for being continuing partners in Scrabble. Appreciate it. We love you guys.
I'm going to ask. Thank you for that round of applause. So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to take a quick staff picture. I would like all staff to come up and join me. And then we're going to get a final word and goodbye from Stefan. But Will and Cooper, Christine, Eric, Eleanor, Josh Castellano, Mac Meller, come on up. And if everybody, this will only take a minute, and then we will have final words from Stefan. Karen, you're there? Round of applause for staff, everybody, for staff. And with that, I want to turn things over to a final word from Stefan. And I just want to say, thanks very much, Stefan. This has been an incredible project to collaborate on. And thanks to all of you. And let's play Scrabble, everybody. Stefan Fatsis.
I don't have much more to say other than my heart goes out to all of you for participating. It is my great honor to be able to be involved in this and help kids play this wonderful game and see the love and family and relationships that develop out of Scrabble. I hope all of you will continue playing, and I hope to see all of the kids here next year, except for the seniors, who I'm going to miss terribly. Thank you for your participation over all the years. Let's give it up for our seniors. All right, thank you all, and see you in 2027. And feel free to come up and take photos in front of the screen here.